Chapter 241. Neza disturbs the sea. Observing your effortless deity tribulation, Li Jing's features contorted in dismay. He promptly silenced his voice, indicating that he was presently overwhelmed with affairs and would not be returning home anytime soon. Indeed, Li Jing spoke the truth. He had hardly been home at all. At the year's end, the merchant Emperor Xin and the enchanting demoness Su Daji conspired to eliminate Empress Jiang and deceitfully lured her father, Jiang Huanshu, to Chaoga, where he was gruesomely dismembered. This act plunged the already tumultuous Shang dynasty into utter chaos. Jiang Huanshu was the esteemed Dongbua, the foremost of the 800 feudal lords, whose prestige surpassed that of all the Shibua Hojichang combined. This incident stirred a veritable hornet's nest. Jiang Huanshu's son Jiang Wenhuan rose in rebellion against the Shang, rallying 200 lords to his cause. Coupled with the previous calamities instigated by Di Xin and Daji, of the total 800 lords, 400 now openly opposed the Shang. Li Jing's Qintang Pass stood as the first line of defense against the insurgent forces led by the Dongbua. Fortunately, the flames of war had yet to engulf Qintang Pass, for the Shang General Do Rong was engaged in fierce combat with Jiang Wenhuan at Yuhan Pass. However, this left Li Jing exceedingly busy, as he had to simultaneously drill his troops and ensure logistical support for Do Rong, leaving little time to return home. For you, this was indeed a blessing, sparing you from facing Li Jing's inscrutable countenance daily. The 57th year. You have turned 7. On the very day of your 7th birthday, the power sealed within your dantian was partially unlocked. You suppressed the urge to weep with joy, as that unique sense of security belonging solely to athletic youth finally returned to you. At 7, I can stir the seas. Originally, when you returned to Qintang Pass last year, you had intended to make a splash. Yet after frolicking in the Jihuan with the Huan Tianling for half a day, not a single night demon had emerged to scold you. After racking your mind in contemplation, enlightenment struck. Neza stirred the seas at 7, not 6. At long last, Qintang Pass welcomed the height of summer. The scorching sun blazed down upon the earth, rendering this summer particularly sweltering, and with a rising temperature, your heart raced with excitement. Mother, it's too hot. I wish to play in the water. You felt the moment was ripe. With the recent chaos and nearly 100 children missing from Qintang Pass, your father is preoccupied with official duties, and I must tend to domestic affairs. Lady furrowed her brows, ready to refuse, but suddenly smiled, waving her hand to let you play freely. Mothers often forget the capabilities of their children, believing them unable to thrive without parental guidance. Had she not witnessed your bewildered gaze and the effortless way you blew over the 2 10,000-pound stone carvings at the general's residence, she might have forgotten that you were, indeed, a 7-year-old deity. Go ahead, but remember to return home for dinner before dark. Lady Yin had but 2 requests for you: to return early and not to destroy the water play area. This was, of course, no issue. As a good child who listened to his mother, you would never engage in explosive antics, merely creating waves in the sea. You merrily dashed towards the entrance to the eastern sea, the Zhowan River. Drawing forth the Huan Tianling, you began to stir the river's waters. With enhancements from Tai Zhenren and Yaoqi Jinmu, the Huan Tianling had already ascended to the status of a superior post-heavenly spiritual treasure. As soon as it touched the water, the Zhowan River, stretching for miles, transformed into a hue reminiscent of red crystal, even causing the eastern sea to take on a faint crimson tint. You stirred the waters vigorously for an extended period, yet your youthful brow furrowed slightly. Why is it still not working? If last year was a matter of insufficient age and a mismatch with the decrees of heaven, then the 7-year-old you had no reason to fail. Moreover, this year you had also unlocked a portion of the shamanic power. You scrutinized the Huan Tianling in your hand, suspecting that the issue lay with the tool itself. The potency of a superior post-heavenly spiritual treasure was indisputable, yet here in the primordial realm, the other side of the river connected to one of the 4 seas of the primordial world, the Eastern Sea, to generate the kind of tremors in the Dragon Palace as depicted in the original tale of Fengshen. Merely possessing a superior post-heavenly spiritual treasure was simply insufficient. What if I combined it with the power of the Water Dao? A flash of inspiration struck you as you focused inward upon the Water Dao's principles, embodied by the hexagram symbol within your spiritual dantian. After 2 years of soaking in Yaoqi, your growth transcended mere yin-yang principles. The celestial maidens of Yaoqi, having long immersed themselves in its waters, gained profound insights into the principles of the Water Dao upon attaining immortality. While absorbing the pure yin energy from the Yaoqi, you had inadvertently nurtured the growth of the Water Dao principles within your spiritual dantian. With a single thought, As you submerged in the river, you felt an overwhelming sense of unity with the water, and as you stirred the Huan Tianling, boom, the once turbulent waves of the eastern sea suddenly fell into a calm stillness. However, while the surface waves vanished, the undercurrents surged with renewed ferocity. In the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Guang sipped his drink, his mood notably sour of late. Recently, the once dormant Phoenix clan had suddenly become quite ostentatious. A single Qingyuan had entered the palace of Nuwa, becoming the steed of the saint. Subsequently, the Phoenix clan publicly announced their mastery of hybrid phoenix breeding techniques, launching an unlimited supply of the primordial delicacy phoenix essence across all of the primordial realm. Dragon liver and phoenix marrow had long been the two pinnacle delicacies of the primordial world, and with the Phoenix clan's introduction of hybrid phoenix marrow, their dragon liver business was immediately halved. For the Dragon clan, the only joy left in recent years was their wealth and ability to generate income, which caused Ao Guang, the clan leader, considerable distress. Scales from his forehead were shedding in handfuls, nearing baldness. Damn! The more he pondered, the angrier he grew. Ao Guang thought to himself, what was so commendable about currying favor with Nuwa, becoming her steed? It was utterly shameful. Furthermore, what was so impressive about it? The reason our Dragon clan refrained from such behavior was out of pride. Now that the Phoenix clan had cast aside all semblance of dignity, how could the illustrious Dragon clan cower before them? Narrowing his eyes, Ao Guang glanced at his third son, Ao Bing, who was accompanying him in his drink. Perhaps I should send the third one to become a steed for some saint as well. This way, both sides would have a saint backing them, and I could justifiably lead my dragons to dismantle the Phoenix clan's mixed brood. Father, why does your son sense a peculiar gaze upon him? Boom. As Ao Bing, who was drinking, felt uncomfortable under Ao Guang's scrutiny and had just begun to speak, the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace suddenly trembled violently, causing a large beam to crash down and shatter a table laden with exquisite delicacies. What is happening? Ao Guang's dragon brows furrowed deeply as he waved his hand, commanding the Night Patrol demon Leak Gun to investigate. A quarter of an hour later, you witnessed a monstrous head with green skin and sharp teeth emerge from the sea, its adorably sweet face breaking into an overwhelmingly cheerful smile. He's coming, he's coming. Chapter 242. Remember to say thank you. The night demon Li Jin has made his entrance, and your heart races with excitement as the narrative belonging to Neza finally unfolds. Li Jin emerges from the water, only to find you, a spirited and adorable little child, causing a ruckus. He is utterly speechless and thinks to himself that he does not wish to engage with a child, so he simply decides to send you away. Hey, that child, why are you so unruly? Stop playing in the water at once. This is not a place for such antics. Leave now, or I shall inform your guardians. Surprisingly, this demon exhibits a certain politeness. You purse your lips, pondering the difficulty of embodying Neza as an excellent individual who has undergone compulsory education. You take a deep breath and resolve to cast aside all notions of decorum. After all, without discarding one's civility, it would be impossible to truly embrace the essence of Neza, shedding personal integrity and forgetting the values of righteousness. You reflect on the past, when the Dragon clan bullied and harmed you in the divine greetings, and a sense of relief washes over you, igniting the fire within. With a fierce glare and hands on your hips, you declare, I am not a mere beast. This is simply a private vendetta against the Dragon clan. How dare you? A creature devoid of hair atop your head and fur all over, with nostrils larger than your eyes, presume to lecture me? Your mouth opens, and you unleash a torrent of eloquent words, leaving Li Jin, the entire demon, utterly bewildered. First of all, I have not offended anyone. Secondly, are the children of humanity so lacking in manners these days? And you dare to call me ugly? Do you understand the aesthetic standards of our Xianxia clan? A distinguished male Xianxia is characterized by larger nostrils, smaller eyes, and a glistening forehead. At that moment, rage ignites within Li Jin, and he opens his massive jaws to respond, but unbeknownst to him, a red silken ribbon has already ensnared his waist. With your left hand, you tug the celestial ribbon, and with your right hand, you wield the cosmic ring to strike. A sharp crack echoes as Li Jin's head erupts, a cascade of red, green, blue, and purple flowing forth like a river. Indeed, those who are unreasonable are the first to enjoy the world. You smile innocently and call out to the shrimp soldiers and crab generals peeking timidly from the sea. I am Neza, the son of General Li of Chintang Pass. In the realm of the Shang, I, a noble offspring of the Shang, am merely bathing in my own territory. It is not for you, a bunch of non-human creatures, to meddle. With a swift kick, you send the bewildered Li Jin back to the East Sea. Hands on your hips, you declare. Go back and inform your master that the Nine-Bend River belongs to the Xiang, as does the East Sea. If you continue to interfere, I shall implore my father to dig a grand canal from Chuntang Pass straight to the East Sea, allowing the refuse of Chuntang Pass to flow into the East Sea, ensuring you feast to your heart's content. No need for gratitude, just a simple thank you will suffice. With that, you return to your playful water antics. Pondering whether your performance may have been a tad too exceptional, the true Neza seems not to possess such beastly tendencies. Boom, boom. The night patrol Xianxia has departed without return, and the East Sea Dragon Palace is now in a more violent turmoil, shaking so fiercely that even the Turtle Prime Minister has retreated into a shell, and the Pearl Maiden has lost her precious pearl. Dragon King, trouble arises. A small child at the Jiuan River is playing with magical artifacts, causing disturbances in the East Sea. Lord Li Gan has gone to intervene, but not only was he berated by the child, he also suffered a grievous blow to the head and met a tragic end. The child even proclaimed. At this moment, the bewildered shrimp soldiers and crab generals returned. Awaken, already in a foul mood, erupted upon hearing this news. What audacity! The child claimed to be the offspring of General Li Jing of Chuntang Pass, asserting that Jiuan River and the East Sea are territories of the Shang dynasty. He threatened that if we did not comply, he would have Li Jing construct a waterway, turning the East Sea into a latrine for the citizens of Chuntang Pass, demanding us to partake in the offerings and express our gratitude. The atmosphere in the East Sea Dragon Palace plummeted to a chilling low. Awaken nearly crushed his teeth in fury. To suggest that the Dragon Clan should partake in such indignities and express gratitude, and to assert that the East Sea belongs to the Shang dynasty. And Li Jing. Awaken's eyes were ablaze with rage. He felt an unusual sense of distress, as if he had forgotten something crucial. Upon hearing the name Li Jing, the memory came rushing back. Today marks the death anniversary of Aozhou. In years past, he would have paid tribute at Aozhou's home and offered consolation to his siblings. Ah, indeed, Li Jing, the general of Chuntang Pass. It was you who, through slanderous whispers, orchestrated the demise of my true dragon of the East Sea. Little did I expect that your offspring would surpass your own treachery. How remarkable! Awaken, in his fury, laughed bitterly, summoning a stream of water that transformed into a crystal coffin to encase the bewildered Li Gan. Years ago, due to a minor dispute over the Shenj division, the Dragon Clan suffered grievously, yet they had to swallow their grievances. Even when faced with Li Jing, the architect of Aozhou's demise, the Dragon Clan could only endure in silence. After that incident, Li Jing's father hastily passed on the title of general to him upon returning from Xiaoga. Though merely a junior general, he served as a great commander under the human emperor, imbued with the fortune of humanity. What choice did they have, given the Dragon Clan's weakened state? Thus, Awaken, in a moment of reflection, disregarding the objections of the other 3 Sea Dragon Kings, sincerely led the Dragon Clan into the heavenly court, forging a profound alliance. He petitioned for each true dragon of the 4 seas and all water clans managing the dragon palaces to be granted formal celestial titles. Since then, not a single true dragon of the Dragon Clan has perished. Though the Night Patrol Xianxia, Li Gan, is merely an earthly immortal of unremarkable appearance, he remains a registered minor deity of the Heavenly Court's Water Department. I, as a member of the Dragon Clan, dare not slay an official of the Shang dynasty who bears the fortune of a human race. However, how shall you, the people of the Shang, respond to the murder of a celestial being registered in the Heavenly Court? Bingo, bingo, Ao Bing, have you gone deaf? Ao Guang bellowed, his brows furrowing, and upon hearing the mention of Chuntang Pass, the anxious Ao Bing suddenly regained his focus. Father, go, bring that little child here. If you can capture him alive, do so. If not, it matters not if he is slain. A corpse will suffice. Understood. Ao Bing promptly accepted the command. With a swift gesture, water beings adorned him with exquisite battle armor, led forth the divine steed of the azure waters, and bore the famed Fangtian Huaji, which would later be deemed too light by a certain monkey. With a grand display of troops, Ao Bing majestically traversed the waves to the Jiuan River. In a single glance, he beheld you still frolicking in the water. As the cherished pet of Yao Qi, at the tender age of 7, you stood just over a meter tall, radiating vitality and exquisite beauty. Ao Bing's dragon-like eyes glimmered with a crimson hue, and his stomach rumbled like thunder. Chapter 243. I, Young Master, Slay Dragons. Upon sighting your delicate form, Ao Bing could scarcely contain his drool. Everyone possesses their own preferred delicacies. Just as the witch clan relishes dragon, the human race delights in chicken, duck, fish, and lamb. In the primordial era, nearly every non-human race's culinary selections included a place for humanity. Since the inception of the human race, this species, inherently possessing a form akin to the innate Tao body, has continually struggled with the concern of not being consumed by other races. Let us not speak of how humanity currently stands as the protagonist of the primordial world, under the protection of human fortune. Indeed, the fortune of humanity is formidable, but the Shang dynasty's treasury contains 10,000 tons of gold, which translates to an average of 0.1 grams of gold per Shang citizen. There has never been a decree stating that the protagonist race of the primordial world cannot also be the sustenance of other beings. When the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin triumphed over the primordial expanse, which a depth outside their triad had not savored dragon, phoenix, or Qilin to satiate their cravings. In the ancient demon court, as the sun god's flames illuminated the primordial realm, none could claim to have refined elixirs without the demon clan scraps. Thus, the consumption of humanity has never been a rarity, as long as one is cautious while feasting and avoids those truly blessed by the fortune of humanity. One may indulge as they please. So long as one does not overindulge, there is fundamentally no issue. It is akin to taking medicine. Disregarding dosage and solely discussing efficacy is a false proposition. Moreover, it is best not to be discovered. After all, humanity is no longer the simple prey it once was. Today, humanity stands formidable, often assuming the role of predator in the primordial world. And Ao Bing is a seasoned connoisseur, particularly fond of young boys and girls. Not indulging excessively, I would occasionally savor 3 to 5 pieces each year to satisfy my cravings. However, recently, amidst the turmoil within the Shang dynasty, I grew bolder and indulged in a modest buffet. Gazing at your exquisitely crafted form, Ao Bing's covetous eyes glimmered ominously. Such a delicate young lad. Not even a peach from the pan, Tao, could tempt him otherwise. You retorted, needless to say, I feast on peaches daily at the Xianxia. Regrettably, my father seeks the living. Your mere taste from the arm should pose no concern. Ao Bing swallowed hard, gripping the Fong Tianhua Ji as he charged towards you without underestimating your youth. How could he? Who could wield magical artifact to shake the East Sea Dragon Palace and strike down the sea-roaming knight Demon Li Jin? Consider you just another ordinary child. In an instant, Ao Bing discerned your status as an earth immortal, recognizing the red silk and golden hoop in your grasp as formidable treasures of remarkable quality. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The third prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace bore the physique of a Xianxia and the bloodline of the true dragon royalty. Fortified by the waters of the East Sea, you were merely a minor earth immortal. Unless you possessed innate treasures of exceptional caliber, the thought of his defeat was inconceivable. Ao Zhou remarked, Nephew, I once harbored similar thoughts. As the Fong Tianhua Ji descended upon you, a faint aura of menace enveloped your innocent, youthful gaze. Another dragon, eager for close combat. You pondered the perplexing nature of dragons and their relentless pursuits. Clang! With the Qianquan circle raised, your tender, plump arm single-handedly deflected Ao Bing's dual-handed strike. The force felt akin to a tremor reverberating off the unbreakable mountain, nearly revealing Ao Bing's true form. Following swiftly, the Hunyuan silk lashed out, its immense power not merely shaking, but transforming him from human shape into dragon form. As the true dragon emerged, the blood of the witch clan within you surged uncontrollably. In an instinctive leap, you soared atop the dragon's head, twisting the Qianquan circle into a braided staff. 3 strikes shattered the true dragon-esque gallbladder, each blow resonating like the ancient dragon-esque roar. In that moment, the witch clan's special prowess against dragons became evident. But before it could fully manifest, another latent force within you erupted. The blood of the ancestral deity began to boil, causing Ao Bing to stiffen suddenly, as if his entire magical essence were stymied, his dragon scales trembling uncontrollably. In the eyes of the ancestral deity, the Xianxian physique and true dragon royalty were trivial. After all, what was a dragon but a grand version of a spicy snack? Before the ancestral clan was obliterated by the ancestral dragon, which deity did not flaunt 3 to 5 true dragons daily to satiate their desires. Ao Bing had unwittingly encountered a formidable opponent. In mere moments, A majestic Xianxia true dragon was reduced to a lifeless form by your might. You have consistently focused a portion of your attention firmly on your Dantian. In the past, during your encounter with Ao Zhou in the realm of the small thousand worlds, you comprehended the principles of the water path. You harbored the suspicion that by vanquishing skilled opponents, you might assimilate their understanding of the profound laws. However, this remained a mere conjecture, and over the years, you lacked the opportunity to validate it. At this moment, with the demise of Ao Bing, a surge of crimson light erupted from your Dantian, illuminating your eyes. The essence representing the water path within your Dantian had become palpably more substantial than before. Indeed, I can truly absorb the insights others possess regarding the profound laws. If that is the case, suddenly, an impulse to transition into a dragon hunter welled within you, yet there was no rush. Being a dragon hunter could also be a part-time endeavor while embodying Neza. With deft hands, you pried open the dragon scales and skillfully extracted a strand of dragon sinew as white as jade. You then placed Ao Bing into the simulated space and joyfully skipped home. The authentic Neza was indeed too extravagant. Such delectable delicacies as dragons should not merely yield sinews. One must take the entire creature along. Off we go, home to craft a belt for father. While verbally professing filial piety, your thoughts were consumed with the exquisite taste of supreme grilled dragon liver. After stealthily greeting Madame Een, you slipped into the backyard, dismissed the household servants, and began to extract the dragon liver from Ao Bing. Cooking dragon flesh, you found, was not dissimilar to preparing fish in its initial stages. The first step involved scaling. The second required the removal of the entrails. And the third entailed slicing along the bone into 3 portions. 2 boneless pieces and 1 containing the meat closely adhering to the bone. However, upon reaching the second step of gutting, a small mountain of white bones cascaded from Ao Bing's stomach, indicating that they were likely remnants of human children. Humans consume dragons, and dragons consume humans. The moral clarity of such actions is often obscured. Yet, the perspective from which one considers these matters invariably alters the conclusions drawn. The perpetrator behind the missing children incident at Chuntang Pass has been identified. As you pondered your chubby chin, your initial intent in creating chaos at sea was purely to enact the Neza narrative and settle your personal vendetta, placing you squarely in the realm of purely primal instincts. Yet now, I, the young master, slay dragons. With a flick of your wrist, you levitated Ao Bing and the pile of bones above your head, striding forth with a sense of righteous purpose. Mother, where are you? I have captured the true culprit behind the missing children within the pass. I have grown and can alleviate your worries. Chapter 244. Yushu Neza. I have encountered my senior brother. Neza, your father is training at the barracks. You should seek him out. Madame Een was slightly perplexed by your desire to find Li Jing, considering the rather unconventional father-son dynamic between you. However, mid-sentence, her gaze fell upon Ao Bing, suspended above your head by your magical prowess. If one were from a distant land, they might go a lifetime without ever encountering a dragon. Yet those from Chuntang Pass have been raised amidst dragons, witnessing them from childhood into old age. My child, Neza, has slain a dragon. Neza now, instantly, swiftly, seek refuge at your aunt's home in Xiaoga. Without your mother's permission, you must not leave the city. Hurry. Madame Een shuddered. She had heard whispers of the Dragon Clan's ways, but that was of little concern. Her priority was to save her son. The only refuge she could conceive to temporarily shield him from the Dragon Clan's retribution was to hide within the walls of Xiaoga. For even the mightiest dragons would dare not take a human in the heart of their realm, beneath the very eyes of the Emperor. Of course, another option had crossed her mind, to send him to seek Tai. However, upon seeing the figure of Ao Bing hovering above, Madame Yin's discontent with the Master Tai had reached its zenith. Tai was an utterly incompetent teacher. Bestowing immense powers capable of slaying dragons upon an immature child was a recipe for disaster. Madame Een surmised that Master Tai's own maturity was likely questionable. Sending her 7-year-old, beautiful yet audacious child to him, a child so innocent and bold paired with an equally reckless elder, could result in unimaginable calamity. Go quickly. If you do not leave, Mother will seeing her child still wearing a carefree smile. She drew a dagger and pressed it against her own throat. In that moment, the maternal instinct eclipsed all else. Her sole desire was to ensure her child's survival. But is this truly necessary? Neza questioned. If I have erred, my mother will shield me, he reassured. But in this instance, we are justified. Do not fear. for this vile dragon has devoured countless children from Chintang Pass, committing heinous acts and incurring grave sins. I shall ensure that it pays for its transgressions." While comforting her, Neza quietly cast a binding spell to steady Madamine, continuing to levitate Ao Bing alongside the skeletal remains of those children to seek out Li Jing. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Having unwittingly transformed into Neza and resolved to follow that narrative, he saw only benefits before him. Yet, one matter left him feeling a disconcerting unease. To be Neza meant he would have to become a lotus root person. This notion troubled him. After all, no matter how exceptional the lotus root might be, it could never compare to his unparalleled physique, particularly after realizing that he could absorb the insights of his opponents through their slain essence. He became increasingly reluctant to embrace the identity of a lotus root person. However, he sensed a turning point emerging. Neza, merely a beast, was compelled by the Four Seas Dragon Clan to endure torment. Yet, given that Ao Bing had acted first, Neza's actions could not be deemed mere folly. They were a righteous endeavor to rid the world of evil. It is futile to rely on Li Jing for this matter. He is utterly inept and will serve no purpose. I must seek assistance elsewhere. As I approach the training grounds, I shake my head in dismay. Although Li Jing holds the position of General of Chintang Pass and is justified in demanding accountability from the Dragon Clan regarding the abduction of children, he is not only lacking in character, but also woefully incompetent, a true liability rather than an ally. With a flicker of inspiration, I devise a plan. Ever since my transformation into Neza, I have felt a surge of mental clarity. Perhaps it is the newfound acuity of my mind. I perform a hand gesture, conjuring a doppelganger, and draw water from the nearby, focusing my thoughts to utilize the water escape technique, merging with the Nine Bends River and hastening northward, indifferent to the expenditure of my spiritual energy, driven solely by the desire for speed. Thus, I arrive in the territory of the Northern Sea. In the time of the Yellow Emperor, this region was known as Jiu Li, but during the Xia dynasty, it was renamed the Northern Sea. Presently, the Northern Sea is ravaged and engulfed in conflict. The great Lord Yuan Fudong leads 72 factions in rebellion and is currently facing the last desperate throes of defeat at the hands of the formidable General Wenzhong of the Shang dynasty. As I approach the encampment of General Wan, I am met with a shout from a soldier, which summons hundreds of armored warriors to form a battle line, their fierce auras surging as they block my entry. I greet them with a courteous smile, then swiftly form the Yuling seal with my hands. A surge of celestial energy bursts forth, blossoming into radiant white lotuses in the air, casting shimmering light that envelopes the soldiers. In an instant, the warriors of the Shang dynasty feel their fatigue vanish, their armor gleaming with renewed vigor. Within the command tent, Wenzhong, his gray hair framing a visage of integrity and authority, lifts his gaze from the strategic map. The Yuling technique? He muses, his brow furrowing. At this moment, the atmosphere between the Jia and Chan sects has yet to reach the boiling point of hostility that will arise in the years to come. While there are tensions, a fragile semblance of camaraderie still remains. Naturally, the Jia sect does not harbor significant animosity towards the Chan sect in their daily affairs, primarily due to the Chan sect's arrogance, which makes negotiations challenging. With a wave of his hand, Wenzhong gathers his important documents and steps outside, his third eye opening to reveal the sight of the charming figure before him. I raise my gaze and bow slightly. I am Neza, disciple of the Yusu sect. I declare, acknowledging Wenzhong. Oh, Wenzhong responds, promptly returning the gesture. As a third-generation disciple of the Chan sect, I am of equal standing with him, and he ushers me into the tent. Given the urgency of my mission, I bypass pleasantries and directly address the matter at hand. Brother, I am the son of Li Jing, the general of Chintang Pass. I have caused a grave calamity, which is why I have come to seek your aid. I blink my large, watery eyes and lower my head in a display of vulnerability. Wenzhong is left momentarily speechless. You caused some trouble, and now you come seeking refuge with me? Wenzhong expressed his reluctance to squander time with such a young child. Yet out of respect for their shared ties and the bond of being subjects of the Shang dynasty, he patiently inquired, "What mischief have you gotten into, junior disciple?" With tears welling in his eyes, the child replied, "The son of the Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Bing, has devoured hundreds of innocent boys and girls within Chintang Pass. In a moment of rage, I could not restrain myself and ended his life. Now, the East Sea is tumultuous, and the old Dragon King may seek vengeance against me at any moment. But I'm merely 7 years old, just a minor Earth immortal. My master has wandered off, and although my father, Li Jing, holds the position of general, he is timid and likely unable to protect me. Thus, after much contemplation, I could only turn to you, elder brother, for salvation. Boom! Upon hearing this, Wen Zhong's fury erupted, his third eye on his forehead glowing with golden light, veins bulging with rage. How dare that wretched mud loach consume the innocent children of Xiang? Such a transgression deserves death. Wen Zhong's anger was genuine, stemming from a deep concern for the safety of the Xiang subjects. Other cultivators, even those among the human race, might become indifferent to the lives and deaths of mortals after years of training. However, Wen Zhong was different. He genuinely cared for every citizen of the Xiang, whether they were noblemen clad in silk or commoners dressed in coarse cloth, treating all law-abiding citizens equally. In his fury, a tremendous pressure surged forth, nearly overwhelming your messenger form. Elder brother, please contain your power. You frantically waved your little hands, feeling the overwhelming pressure Wen Zhong emanated, which rivaled that of the esteemed Guo Chengzi. After Wen Zhong took a deep breath to temper his anger, you cautiously asked, "May I inquire about your cultivation level?" "Elder brother, I am, like you, an earth immortal," he replied. "Elder brother, I may be small, but I am not foolish. If you are an earth immortal, then what am I?" Old Deng had a peculiar habit of never speaking a single truth when questioned by children, and you sensed that Wen Zhong had fallen prey to this affliction. With a chuckle, Wen Zhong shook his head. "Indeed, I am an earth immortal, but my cultivation differs from yours. You are still young. In time, you will understand. Then, elder brother, can you defeat a golden immortal?" Wen Zhong shook his hand in response. "You cannot." "No." Wen Zhong extended his large hand, indicating he could contend with 5 golden immortals. Your wide eyes squinted in disbelief. But you cared not for his fighting prowess. You sought his status. Wen Zhong affectionately ruffled your hair. "Junior disciple, I'm already aware of the events at Chuntang Pass. Do not let your heart be troubled. A.O. Guang, who indulges his offspring in devouring our Xiang subjects. You have done well to slay him. If he dares to make things difficult for you, let him come." As Wen Zhong squinted his 3 eyes in that fleeting moment, he devised 100 strategies to confront the Dragon Clan. For instance, he contemplated making a video call to Zhao Gongming to borrow a few sea calming pearls to bolster the Dragon Clan's strength. However, there was no need for excessive force. With a swift motion, Wen Zhong struck his waist pouch, from which emerged 2 resplendent golden whips, one long and one short, that upon a gentle shake, summoned a resounding roar from a dragon. "Disciple, these are my dragon gold whips. Take them back to Chuntang Pass. Should A.O. Guang dare to be overly audacious, simply cast them into the sky, and I shall manifest to assist you in repelling that old eel." "Thank you, elder brother." With a gleam of joy in his eyes, he accepted the pair of dragon gold whips and swiftly retreated using the water escape technique. At this moment, within the East Sea Dragon Palace, a thunderous dragon roar erupted. As A.O. Guang, the ancient dragon, wept, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. How dare he? How dare he? The death of a mere sea patrol Xianxia was inconsequential, but it was his beloved son who had perished. This matter was far graver than the irritation caused by dust in his reverse scales. "Li Jing, you have gone too far. I demand blood for blood." "No, mere blood for blood is insufficient. I want you to bury Chuntang Pass alongside my son." At Chuntang Pass, the training ground was filled with a solemn atmosphere as Li Jing rigorously drilled his troops with a tenfold intensity, ever prepared to march at a moment's notice to support Do Rong at Yuan Pass. Just then, a soldier approached with news. "General, the 3rd young master has arrived." "What brings him here?" Li Jing frowned, displeased, as he listened to the soldier's report. "Upon hearing your name, he experiences a stress response." The soldier continued. "Last month, Lady Yin, enamored by your increasingly charming visage and longer hair, whimsically sought out the most renowned hairdresser in Chuntang Pass, Master Hu Delu, to design a symmetrical ball-shaped hairstyle tailored to your face. When a new hairstyle was revealed, Lady Yin was quite taken with it, but Li Jing nearly lost control, and he hasn't dared to return home to sleep since." Hu Delu declared, "Barbaric, utterly barbaric. Your son's face is indeed suited for a ball head. Yet you had the audacity to demolish my ancestral hairdressing stall for this. I shall petition to the court at Chaoga. The 3rd young master has personally prepared a dish to honor you." Li Jing's frown deepened, wishing to refuse and dismiss him. But the situation was delicate. As the general of a pass, The harmony of his family bore significant implications for the morale of all the soldiers at Chintang Pass. After some contemplation, Li Jing nodded. I shall come to receive your culinary offering. Moments later, Yu Mingming approached with a food box, and as she opened it, a delightful aroma buffed forth, instantly getting Li Jing's appetite. What is this? He inquired. Braised pork, which I learned to make from the chef at the residence. Li Jing instinctively wished to express his paternal authority, reminding you that the kitchen was a realm meant for servants. As the esteemed third son of General Li, it would be beneath him to enter the kitchen to prepare meals. While it may not matter to you, it certainly tarnished the reputation of General Li. However, the aroma of the roasted meat before him was simply irresistible. There would be time for conversation after the meal. Li Jing took a tentative bite, then lost all restraint. Swiftly devouring a plate of roast meat weighing nearly 2 pounds in mere moments, still craving more. What kind of meat is this? I could certainly indulge in this more often, he mused, wiping the grease from his lips, suppressing the urge to lick the plate clean. With a sweet smile, you replied, dragon meat. Li Jing nodded in realization. No wonder it was so delectable. It was dragon meat, and not just any dragon, but the flesh of a pure-blood true dragon. A delicacy beyond compare. Suddenly, Li Jing staggered, his legs feeling weak, as if the very heavens had begun to collapse. You wretched child! How dare you? That is a dragon. I could strike you down for such an offense. Taking a deep breath, Li Jing raised his hand to chastise you, but you deftly evaded, leaping atop the training platform. With a mere thought, the corpse of A.O. Bing and a mound of innocent children's bones materialized in the arena. Fellow warriors, your youthful yet resonant voice echoed across the field. Are you aware that recently, hundreds of children have gone missing from Chintang Pass? The soldiers nodded solemnly, some particularly agitated, for their own children had also vanished. They glanced from the dragon's corpse to the grim pile of bones, and those who had lost children trembled visibly. You pointed emphatically, proclaiming, the true culprit has been revealed. All the missing children have been devoured by this vile dragon, and these bones are what I extracted from its belly. The demon dragon has been vanquished, but can its single wretched life compensate for the loss of hundreds? This dragon hails from the East Sea. Fellow warriors, what do you propose we do? A wave of righteous fury surged through the soldiers, their anger palpable as they directed their gazes toward Li Jing. Li Jing swallowed hard, faced with the gravity of the situation. Dragon meat, we have consumed, he acknowledged. The grim reality of A.O. Bing's consumption of the children from Chintang Pass lay starkly before them. The soldiers under General Li's command awaited his orders. If at this moment, another general from the Shang dynasty were in charge, be it Zhang Guifang from Qinglong Pass, the 4 demon generals from Jiaming Pass, or Huang Gun from Jepai Pass, they would only consider one course of action, mobilizing their forces to confront the East Sea. What they were outmatched, they would still engage, risking their lives, charging forth bare-chested to confront the dragon kin, daring the slippery creatures to strike them down. In the Shang dynasty, there existed an unwritten yet universally adhered to rule among the generals, a line they would uphold to their dying breath. This principle dictated that it was acceptable for demons to consume humans, provided their identities remained concealed. As long as the perpetrator remained undiscovered, one could feign ignorance and muddle through. However, once the true culprit was revealed, it became imperative to pursue them relentlessly, even at the expense of one's own life. Since the dawn of humanity, as tribes formed from scattered groups seeking warmth and safety, the fundamental need for people to cluster together was to avoid becoming prey to the malevolent entities lurking in the wilderness. The common folk, dutiful and submissive, bowed and scraped before their officials, their silence motivated by this singular concern. Thus, when a general discovers such threats, they are compelled to act with utmost urgency, without hesitation regarding their ability to prevail in battle. Within the vast realm of the wilderness today, the people of reason stand in stark contrast to those devoid of it, each representing entirely different beings. A general's authority is bolstered by the fate of humanity. Not even the dragon clan of the Eastern Sea would dare to challenge them, let alone a deity like Xianxia. Would they dare? If so, one might as well dash themselves against the southern heaven gate tomorrow and see if Xianxia remains unperturbed. Yet, this is not the case with the normal generals of the Shang dynasty. Li Jing is anything but ordinary. 7 years ago, he should have ended that abomination with a single stroke. Li Jing remained silent, his heart brimming with a desire to rend his own flesh and blood into 1,000 pieces. Every individual harbors dreams. For Li Jing, being a general was never his aspiration. His true ambition had always been the pursuit of immortality and enlightenment, to cultivate extraordinary abilities, and ultimately, to join the ranks of the exalted in Kunlun. Being a general was merely a means to an end. Unfortunately, due to the entanglements of karma in that small, chaotic world, his path to divinity was obstructed. Nonetheless, Li Jing never ceased his efforts for self-redemption. His earlier confrontation with Ao Zhou had been a desperate attempt at salvation, albeit one that ended in failure. And Ao Bing, were all dragons utterly useless? A true dragon of profound essence could not even defeat a mere 7-year-old child. How pathetic. Reflecting on his thwarted plans for redemption, Li Jing's eyes reddened with uncontained fury as he cast a furtive glance at you, his gaze laden with a chilling malice. You must perish. In the grand scheme of the wilderness, only the dragon clan, with their insatiable appetites, could alleviate his burden of karma. Thus, your demise is essential. Only through your death can there be any hope for reconciliation between him and the dragon clan. After all, he remains the general of Chintang Pass, while the dragon clan is perpetually plagued by their voracious desires for innocent souls. Should Ao Bing fall, he could simply seek another ally. But you must die. Li Jing no longer regarded you with a sidelong glance, but instead fixed his gaze upon your countenance, increasingly reminiscent of a nightmare. He inhaled deeply, suddenly feeling a flicker of exhilaration. 7 years of restraint culminated in this day, a fitting conclusion indeed. Come forth. Li Jing spoke with an air of indifference. Instantly, the soldiers clenched their fists in excitement. Mobilize, attack the dragon clan, avenge the children, capture Neza, bind him. The entire assembly was taken aback. Rather than seeking vengeance against the dragon clan, which had harmed the children, they were to seize our little hero of Chintang Pass. Your own son? Are you all deaf? This is an order. Form ranks, subdue Neza. Li Jing's eyes widened as he brandished the Supreme Commander-S edict. The soldiers, though bewildered, had no choice but to comply. It must be said, despite his brutish nature, Li Jing was indeed a master of military training. Within the training grounds, thousands of soldiers swiftly formed battle formations. Exuding an aura of ferocity, their overwhelming murderous intent coalescing in the skies into 2 colossal figures clad in bronze armor, raising their hands to press down upon you, rendering your celestial powers as if weighed down by lead and mercury. In the primordial world, mortal military might has never been a jest. With mere mortal bodies forming a military array, they intertwine with the fate of the great Shang dynasty, solidifying the military spirit, slaying gods when they obstruct, and vanquishing Buddhas when they stand in the way. Moreover, the soldiers of Chintang Pass were among the fiercest frontier troops. Thousands united in formation could easily subdue a mere terrestrial immortal. However, to capture a 7-year-old child endowed with terrestrial powers, possessing the formidable physique of the Witch Clan, and augmented by the principles of yin-yang and water, was somewhat lacking in foresight. Yet, you remained unperturbed, sensing your doppelganger en route to return. It was prudent to observe Li Jing's intentions first. Feigning to be ensnared by the military spirit, you turned your head with difficulty to face Li Jing, inquiring, "Why do you wish to capture me?" "Because I am profoundly disappointed in you. Neza, I have long told you that making mistakes is not the issue. What is truly dreadful is failing to acknowledge them, especially for one born like a demon, brimming with malevolence, born to be violent. You must strive for goodness and steadfastly uphold the principles of humanity." Li Jing lamented with palpable anguish, his voice resounding with righteous authority. "You claim that this dragon devoured the children within my domain? Where is your evidence? Do you believe that conjuring some desiccated bones through sorcery can fool others? I, too, have studied the arcane arts." As he spoke, Li Jing gestured towards the pile of white bones, executing an earth escape technique. The bones, already corroded by Ao Bing's gastric acid to the verge of turning to powder, were stirred by Li Jing's magic, instantly transforming into yellow clay. To the uninitiated in sorcery, it appeared as though these bones had originally been molded from yellow mud. Feigning a sorrowful sigh, Li Jing continued, "My child, I understand that you have long sought my approval, yearning to be a hero. Yet, this does not excuse your cruelty towards innocent beings, nor is it a justification for the wrongful accusations you cast. You are exceedingly naive. A spell so transparent that even I can see through it is unlikely to escape the eyes of the Dragon Clan. Do you wish to drag all of Chintang Pass down with you into oblivion? Though I am your father, I am also the commander of Chintang Pass, the steadfast support of all the citizens within its walls. I shall never allow you to sacrifice the lives of the entire populace for your selfish desires. Soldiers, heed my command. Take Neza to the Eastern Sea. Today, I, Li Jing, shall uphold the righteousness of familial duty. As for the beast, it must be you, Li Jing. Your head must be throbbing from all this. That tempestuous child was on the verge of losing control, his toes digging into the earth, eager to lash out. Fortunately, Ao Guang has finally arrived, perfectly timed. To be fair, Ao Guang still feels for Li Jing. Had he arrived a moment later, the chaos would have ensued. With a rumble, the Eastern Sea's colossal waves surged, thunderous clouds barreling towards Chuntang Pass, as a massive azure dragon, 1,000 feet long, coiled and roared above. In the next instant, Ao Guang's dragon head loomed over the training grounds. Even a single dragon head dwarfed the entirety of Chuntang Pass. Those fierce red dragon eyes cast a sanguine hue over the entire pass. Chapter 247, Destination Eastern Sea. In the 57th year, Ao Guang descended. Fueled by a wrath capable of incinerating heaven and earth, his abyssal maw opening and closing, roaring with fury like distant thunder. Li Jing, return my son's life. If you do not provide me with an explanation today, I shall demand the entire Chuntang Pass accompany my son into the grave. Ao brother, please grieve not. Let us descend and discuss this matter. I, Li Jing, shall certainly provide you with an explanation. Li Jing responded with unyielding composure, his heart swelling with satisfaction. Reluctant to bear the weight of command, he found himself reveling in the privileges that his position afforded him. Before assuming command, he had hesitated to address a formidable being like Ao Guang as his elder, fearing the disparity between them. Yet now, backed by the emperor, he could address him as Ao brother without a hint of trepidation. Ao Guang transformed into human form and descended upon the training grounds, his gaze immediately falling upon Ao Bing's lifeless body, causing tears to flow uncontrollably down his cheeks. Ao brother, please grieve not. I, Li Jing, have failed in my duties as a father. Li Jing feigned a few tears, then pointed towards Ao Guang. Fear not, Ao brother, though Neza is my son. I shall not shield or indulge him. I have apprehended this wayward child. Whether it be execution or punishment, I leave it entirely to your discretion, and I shall harbor no objections. I understand that such words are woefully inadequate to alleviate your grief over the loss of your son. However, a dragon's death is monumental, and it is best to lay him to rest in the water as soon as possible. On the 7th day following the passing of your son, I, Li Jing, shall personally come to offer my apologies and discuss matters of compensation with you. Though I cannot resurrect your son, I shall extend my utmost sincerity in attempting to make amends. Is this not a remarkably sincere admission of fault? Ao Guang, brimming with suppressed fury, found himself at a loss for words. This was entirely different from what he had envisioned. Bring forth that wayward Neza. Li Jing continued to uphold justice, his heart brimming with elation. After serving as a general for many years, he was no longer the reckless youth who knew nothing. He had become exceptionally astute in the ways of the world. By leveraging the mistakes of others, he could secure favors through the interests of Chuntang Pass. Internally, he reveled in the thought that slaying Ao Bing had unexpectedly turned into an opportunity. After all, Ao Guang was the true authority of the Dragon Clan. Forging a good relationship with him was 100 times more beneficial than with Ao Bing. Ao Guang frowned as he regarded Li Jing, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Stepping closer, Li Jing spoke softly. Brother Ao, in these turbulent times for the Shang dynasty, the Imperial Astronomical Bureau is exceedingly preoccupied, utterly neglecting the shifts in morale beyond Chaoga, while they may disregard it as the general of Chuntang Pass. I cannot turn a blind eye to the plight of the people here. The crops in the fields cannot wait. Therefore, I wish to invite you to join me in alleviating the court's burdens by constructing a Dragon King temple on the southern mountain outside Chuntang Pass. Henceforth, the matters of rain and clouds within the territory of Chuntang Pass shall be entrusted entirely to you, without the need for the Astronomical Bureau's intervention. Upon hearing this, the sorrow in Ao Guang's dragon eyes diminished considerably due to his deceased son. Building a temple, the notion was simply exquisite. What is the most valuable asset of the human race? Fortune. One of the determinants of the fortune of humanity is the hearts of the people. If a dragon temple could be established in Chuntang Pass, drawing upon the might of thunder and rain to consolidate the hearts of the populace, would not the Dragon Clan also have a chance to partake in the bountiful fortunes that even sages covet? For the overall development of his clan, This would be as advantageous as acquiring another ancestral dragon. Is it true? I stake my life on it. Ao Guang took a deep breath, suddenly feeling that his beloved son had died for a worthy cause. Very well, I shall agree to your proposal. After I conclude the funeral of Bing, we shall discuss the matter of the temple in detail. However, Ao Guang's dragon eyes turned crimson as he gazed at you. As for that Neza, I want him dead, but I must have him in pieces. First, hang him at the city gate, and I shall use my magic to strike him with thunder for 49 days. Then submerge him in the sea for the fish and shrimp to devour him for 49 days. Ultimately, the remnants of his true spirit shall be buried in a latrine, to be forever subdued by foul air. Do you agree? Li Jing waved his hand decisively. Indeed, such is the way of justice. Though Neza is my son, he must face punishment for his transgressions. In a mere exchange of words between one man and one dragon, they had arranged matters with clarity, completing their sordid transaction. Li Jing cunningly ingratiating himself with the Dragon Clan, and Ao Guang exchanging his son's death for gain. Both parties found joy in this arrangement. Yet, the truth remained, you both truly do not regard me as human. The plump little body quivered, and the immense force of 1,000,000 pounds swept away the martial spirit that the soldiers of Chuntang Pass had forged. Li Jing was taken aback, astonished that a mere 7-year-old celestial being showed no fear of his formidable army's soul. Li Jing, I have offered you a chance, but your refusal leaves you no one to blame, he proclaimed, shaking his head to stretch his limbs. The symmetrical orb of his head swayed adorably, his eyes remaining innocent and pure, yet devoid of any emotion within. It was surprising to consider the depths to which Li Jing had descended. One would not expect a human to traverse the path of a beast with such purity. The act of compelling Li Jing to consume dragon meat, revealing Ao Bing's transgressions before all the border soldiers, seemed an attempt to force his compliance. Yet, was it not also, in deference to Lady Yin, a gesture to illuminate a clear path for him, if he could seize this opportunity and reclaim a semblance of humanity? The future King Li of the Pagoda would not need to be relegated to a mere mockery of a tower. However, if one is offered a chance and chooses to reject it, it is not the fault of those who extend the invitation. Senior brother, you promised to support me. How long do you intend to merely spectate? You coldly scoffed, witnessing a splash in the air as your doppelganger appeared in the training ground, wielding 2 golden whips. Patience is essential. One must discern right from wrong before acting justly. Junior brother, may I borrow your doppelganger? The voice of Wen Zhong resonated from within the golden whips, and your doppelganger transformed into his likeness. The third eye on his forehead radiated with brilliant golden light, resurrecting the withered bones that Li Jing had previously corrupted with his sorcery, restoring them to their former glory. When Taisher, Li Jing trembled. How could a mere general not fear Wen Zhong, a figure so formidable that even the Emperor Xian of the Shang dynasty quaked in his presence? Li Jing, you have deeply disappointed me. Wen Zhong cast a disdainful glance at Li Jing before turning his attention to Ao Guang. Old Mud Eel, do you think there are no capable humans among us? Where are the 4 generals of the Demon Clan? At your service. The skies above Chuntang Pass split open, and the 4 generals of the Demon Clan emerged from the void, followed by the true elite soldiers of the Shang dynasty. Wen Zhong, with a golden whip pointing towards the East Sea, commanded a multitude of troops, their battle cries surging towards the heavens. Ao Guang, is your son's life more valuable than that of our human children? Listen well, Old Mud Eel. For 1 human life, I demand 10 dragon lives in return. Soldiers, heed my order. March towards the East Sea and slay the dragons. Chapter 248. They cannot strike me, can they? Kill. With Wen Taisher's command, thousands responded with a singular cry of death. The 4 generals of the Demon Clan glared fiercely, utilizing their celestial powers to penetrate the East Sea. Like 4 stabilizing needles, their powers parted the waters of the East Sea, creating a military pathway directly to the Dragon Palace. Ao Guang was left utterly dismayed. What is happening? What is happening? In a moment of anticipation for the grand event of temple construction at Chuntang Pass by the Dragon Clan, the next moment, the Chancellor of the Shang dynasty emerged, leading an army to assault my Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Furthermore, what are the lives of mere children? Did my son, Ao Bing, consume human flesh? I bear no responsibility for that. Yet, this is not the time for such contemplations. The formidable forces of Wen Zhong and the 4 generals of the Demon Clan, the elite army of the Shang dynasty, are forces my Dragon Palace of the East Sea cannot withstand. We must rally the dragons quickly. With a mighty roar, Ao Guang soared back to the East Sea, and simultaneously, reinforcement from the other 3 seas hastened to join. Before long, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings united their forces. And you finally witnessed that when Zhong's claim of single-handedly contending against 5 golden immortals was not mere bravado. Wen Zhong's true form stationed at the North Sea wielded the golden whip of the Flood Dragon through his avatar, engaging the united forces of the 4 Sea Dragon Kings in fierce combat. Were his true self to arrive, defeating 5 golden immortals would indeed not be an impossibility. The combat prowess of the 4 generals of the Demon Clan surpassed your wildest imagination. In your preconceived notions, the future pinnacle of their power seemed limited to the 4 security captains of the Southern Gate of Heaven. However, each of these 4 possessed at least one inferior grade acquired spiritual treasure, complemented by their substantial Xianxia cultivation and the divine ability to manipulate heaven and earth. You sensed that even without Wen Zhong's presence, the 4 brothers alone could deliver a resounding defeat to the 4 Sea Dragon Kings. Nonetheless, the shock brought by both Wen Zhong and the 4 generals of the Demon Clan paled in comparison to that evoked by the mortal soldiers of the Shang dynasty. At last, you comprehend why, in the original tale of the investiture of the gods, even the 5 saints, Yuan, Shi Tianzun, Nu Hua, and the 2 saints of the Western Church, had to resort to the duplicitous strategy of enchanting King Zhou through Daji, disrupting the imperial court, and severely undermining the Shang dynasty's fortune and fate before daring to confront them. Within an hour of the battle's commencement, the coalition of the 4 Sea Dragon clans was thoroughly demoralized, the waters of the East Sea turning crimson. At Ao Guang's command, all aquatic beings retreated hastily to the Dragon Palace, erecting defensive formations in a display of cowardice. They were utterly intimidated. Wen Zhong stood atop the dome of the East Sea Dragon Palace, proclaiming, "Today serves merely as a minor lesson for you, a gaggle of mudfish. Should you dare threaten the lives of my Shang dynasty subjects again, remember this day." The 4 generals of the Demon Clan lead the troops back to the North Sea. With a thunderous sound, Wen Zhong's celestial eye emitted golden light, opening a void portal in the sky. The Shang army departed in an orderly fashion, while Wen Zhong soared back to the training grounds at Chintang Pass. His celestial eye cast a golden glow over the pile of withered bones on the ground, stirring a chilling wind and the cries of the damned. The souls of hundreds of innocent children blinked awake, some weeping, others trembling in fear. Yet ultimately, as if sensing something, they all turned their gaze towards you. Hundreds of childlike souls bowed in unison, thanking you, dear brother, for avenging us. The golden light swept once more, causing the souls to dissipate and plunge into the cycle of reincarnation. Neza is indeed without fault. He is the rightful little hero of Chintang Pass, Wen Zhong declared emphatically, and then turned his gaze to Li Jing, his eyes betraying unabashed disdain and disappointment. "Brother, my military duties prevent me from lingering longer. We shall reunite another day, and you too, Li Jing." "Very well. For your own sake." Wen Zhong's figure faded away, and the golden dragon whip transformed into radiant light, soaring toward the East Sea. Given his temperament, for all that Li Jing had done today, he should have been killed or at the very least flayed alive. Alas, the current state of affairs in the Shang dynasty made it ill-advised to act on impulse. The rebel coalition of the East Bo Marquis could invade the Great Shang at any moment, and Chintang Pass served as a crucial frontline stronghold. Should a change in command occur during wartime, if Li Jing were to harbor treasonous thoughts, the consequences would be dire. As when Taisher departed, several dragon heads emerged from the sea, with the largest, a blue dragon, its eyes filled with an unshakable mix of grievance and fury. "Li Jing, Neza, this matter is far from over. Even if my son was at fault, it is not for you to enact his death. My son Ao Bing is a deity of the rain department in the heavenly court. Li Jing, you allowed your son to harm the celestial officials and conspired with Wen Zhong to slaughter my water tribe. You have gone too far with your arrogance. I will take this grievance to the heavenly court. When the heavenly soldiers surround the city, I will ensure not a blade of grass survives at Chintang Pass." Ao Guang's furious roar echoed through Chintang Pass, striking fear into the hearts of all who heard it, except for Li Jing, who did not show fear. He surveyed the faces of his soldiers and noted their pallor, realizing the opportunity to reclaim his authority and mend the spirits of his troops had arrived. The children of Chintang Pass have been devoured, and yet the commander aids in covering it up? It matters not. Instead of holding the Dragon Clan accountable for their heinous acts, They would rather wrongfully accuse the hero who slayed dragons and sacrificed his own son. It is of no consequence. Before so many subordinates, he was publicly scorned by Tai Shiwen. What a trifling matter. Although the 3 offenses committed today were sufficient to tarnish Li Jing's reputation, the moment for redemption had presented itself. Li Jing shall still shine. Beast, look at the misdeeds you have wrought. Li Jing glared at you, his furious roar capturing the attention of all present on the training grounds. He pointed at you and then at the soldiers, his fingers trembling along with his voice. Do you think I am unaware? Should the Dragon Clan consume humans? Must they not be punished? I know, since the founding of the Great Shang, my family has been entrusted with guarding Chintang Pass. No one understands the terror of the Dragon Clan better than I do. Beast, what use is it to summon Tai Shiwen? He may be formidable, but what has been the outcome? The Dragon Clan remains, and we must seek justice from the heavenly deities. As we await the arrival of celestial warriors, can he, Wan Zhong, truly display his might before the Dragon Clan? Can he possibly thwart the divine beings? From the very beginning, I, Li Jing, understood that the sole solution to this calamity would necessitate the painful sacrifice of my son. Only through such a sacrifice could I safeguard Chintang Pass and protect the families of all of you, your wives, children, and elders. Yet you, this selfish beast, seek to play the hero and bask in the limelight, utterly disregarding the grave consequences of your actions. Li Jing spoke with eloquence, his words soaring high. The more he raged, the more exhilarated he became, for he perceived the rekindled admiration in the eyes of the soldiers on the training ground. As long as the hearts of the people returned, as long as he remained the commander, and as long as the Dragon Clan yearned to build a temple at Chintang Pass, he would not be deemed defeated. In this performance, the only one who would suffer loss was you. With a disdainful glance, Li Jing pondered the futility of your concerns. What could a mere 7-year-old child do after hearing my speech? Would he feel remorse or throw a tantrum and run away from home? Beyond these 2 options, what else could he possibly do? Surely, he wouldn't dare to strike or kill me, would he? In terms of protecting my own, Li Jing scoffed further, asserting his paternal authority over you. But wait, why does that little wretch smile? Why does he approach me? As he walked, he stretched his legs, leapt, and assumed a kicking pose. Go away. With a resounding thud, your flying kick sent Li Jing hurtling from the training ground to the East Sea, whereupon he stood atop the platform, pointing at himself and loudly inquiring, Soldiers, do you know who I am? Do you know who my teacher is? Do you know who my teacher's teacher is? I am a 3rd-generation direct disciple of the Chan teaching, the only male disciple of the sacred Yaopool. Networking? At the tender age of 2, I was counting stars at the southern heavenly gate. At 2.5, I was drinking nectar in the Moon Palace. At 3, I was relieving myself in the heavenly river. And at 4, I was soaking in hot springs at the Yaopool. Would I fear a few old eels going to the heavenly court to report on me? Just consider whether the heavenly beings would believe him or me. Such connections. Incredible. The soldiers on the training ground were left astounded. This was undoubtedly a powerful figure, a social butterfly of the highest order, with such numerous connections and backing. Why fear the Dragon Clan? Little hero Neza. Little hero Neza. Cheers resounded through the training ground as you puffed out your little belly and raised your round face. Gazing at Li Jing, who was still bubbling in the East Sea, along with a few dragon heads surfacing in the distance. The purpose of her declaration extended beyond merely reassuring the people of Chintang Pass. It was also meant for the Dragon Clan of the 4 Seas. Above the East Sea, A.O. Guang's pupils constricted as he exchanged glances with his 3 brothers, all feeling a shiver down their spines. Is his network truly that formidable? For mighty dragon heads sank into the depths of the ocean, while you, with your adorable yet mischievous smile, effortlessly performed a water escape into the East Sea. According to the original script of Neza, having failed to grasp the incriminating evidence against A.O. Bing, he found himself in a precarious position and foolishly ventured to the heavenly court to accuse him, compounding his misfortunes until he faced the dire fate of dismemberment. However, the narrative of Neza can indeed be refined. The little beast of Chintang Pass may meet its demise. Yet the small hero of Chintang Pass shall not tread the path of tragic despair. You swiftly traverse the waters to the entrance of the Dragon Palace. At that moment, the palace's defensive array was still active, and you raise your foot to commence your assault on the door. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals, upon witnessing your arrival, were so frightened that they nearly cooked themselves. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings found themselves in a state of utter dismay, exclaiming in their thoughts, "Why has this little ancestor come to our doorstep?" To speak candidly, Ao Guang began to regret his earlier bravado about reporting you to the Heavenly Court. Yet, having uttered such words, the Dragon Clan still desired to uphold their dignity. As the Dragon Clan remained shut, you continued your relentless pounding on the door, leading to a stalemate. After a brief period, a radiant cloud suddenly blossomed at the ocean's depths. A handsome middle-aged Taoist emerged from the auspicious cloud, his face marked by anger and discontent. Master? You were momentarily taken aback. Neza, why did you not come to your master when you were wronged? That wretched loach dares to bully my disciple. This compels me to unleash a calamity. Tai Zhenren gently caressed your symmetrical head and then pulled you behind him for protection. His eyes reddened with fury as he declared, Neza, wait here. I shall avenge this grievance on your behalf. Senior brother, lend me a treasure. Tai tore apart a jade talisman, and from it fell a square seal into the East Sea, landing firmly in his grasp. This seal was none other than the renowned treasure of the master of the 12 immortals of Yushu, crafted from a fragment of Mount Buzhou, the Fantian seal. Tai aimed the seal at the Dragon Palace's array and tossed it. The Fantian seal spun twice and expanded upon contact with water. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings were utterly terrified. Dignity? No, we can forfeit that. No amount of it will satisfy our hunger. Celestial being, please temper your wrath, show mercy. The little dragons humbly welcome your esteemed presence and invite you to discuss matters within the hall. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings scrambled out of the Dragon Palace, bowing profusely, their survival instincts fully ignited. Neza, is it they who have wronged you? Do not fear. Speak your truth, and your master will stand by you. Tai halted the Fantian seal, but summoned forth the 9-dragon divine fire cover. You recounted the events with unembellished honesty, sharing the facts as they were. Understood. In this matter, I must speak fairly. Both sides bear responsibility. Tai Zhenren nodded slightly and remarked, Zhar, Ao Bing is a divine being of the Heavenly Court. To slay him indiscriminately is a grave sin. You all, daring to consume dragons and humans alike, must bear the consequences of your actions. Instead of reflecting, seeking vengeance upon my disciple is utterly unreasonable. Fortunately, in today's incident, all of you share the blame, and none have suffered significant losses. Would it not be better to grant me a favor and reconcile? The Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas recalled the many aquatic beings slain by Wenzhong and pondered the matter. Tai's eyes widened in admonition. No problem. It is only right. It is only right. The 4 elder dragons bobbed their heads vigorously, extending their claws in a gesture of reconciliation. You furrowed your brow. Jaya, listen well. When has your master ever harmed you? Tai Zhenren said with fondness. Reluctantly, you extended your small hand, thinking that if shaking hands meant peace. So be it. At the very least, this matter would be settled, sparing you from a calamity of flesh and bone. Your Excellency, you seldom visit the East Sea. I, the little dragon, have prepared a modest offering of wine. I hope you will indulge me. Ao Guang tentatively inquired, a hint of trepidation in his heart. Not necessary. Tai Zhenren shook his head. You may return. I have matters to discuss with Zhar. Understood. We do not wish to disturb your excellency. The 4 elder dragons bowed respectfully, carefully lowering their heads as they retreated towards the Dragon Palace. However, after taking only a step, Tai Zhenren's demeanor shifted dramatically. Boldness. In an instant, the calm Tai Zhenren's eyes blazed with fury, his left hand brandishing the Fantian seal and his right hand wielding the 9-dragon divine fire cover. How dare you walk backward in my presence? Before my arrival today, I paid a visit to my master, who warned me that should any being walk backward before me, it would obstruct my path and hinder my lifelong quest for the Tao. You 4 wretched mudfish dare to ruin my path. I shall not rest until justice is served. Tai Zhenren bowed towards Kunlun Mountain, declaring, Master, today I shall commence my slaughter. Do not. The Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas fell to their knees, their hearts quaking with fear. Tai regarded them coldly. Now, you understand the weight of unwarranted calamity, do you not? Who dares to threaten my disciple with the lives of the innocent people of Chuntang Pass? What audacity gives you the courage? Even if the dragon named Ao Bing was wrong in consuming humans, even if he had never harmed anyone, and my disciple acted in error, it is still a calamity he was destined to face. Open your mudfish eyes wide and listen well. Jaya, what I am about to convey is a message entrusted to me by my master. Chapter 250, Only Decapitation, the Heavens Grant Permission. You stepped forward as Tai Zhenren embraced you with one arm, drawing your adorable face close to that of the 4 elder dragons, proclaiming, "The tyrant Zhou is doomed, and the fortunes of the Shang dynasty are waning. The will of heaven reveals itself. My disciple, Neza, is a manifestation of the celestial mandate, entrusted with the sacred talisman of the sage of the Chan religion. He is the harbinger of doom for the tyrant in the Leaf family of Chintang Pass. All the beings slain by my disciple are merely fulfilling their destined fate. This is the immutable decree of heaven. It is a calamity that must be endured. Now, I demand to know who was responsible for the demise of that little dragon. A.O. Bing." It was indeed. A.O. Guang's countenance turned ashen. "For it was the will of heaven that my son perished. He had no choice but to meet his end, as it was his ordained fate. Answer me again. Was it not destined that A.O. Bing should fall to the hands of my disciple? And yet you seek vengeance. What manner of conduct is this? Indeed, to defy the celestial mandate is a sin deserving of the gravest punishment. The dragon kings of the 4 seas had prostrated themselves, trembling in fear." Translate the words of Tai. The meaning is quite straightforward. You, a mere 7-year-old child, are but a vessel of the heavenly decree, wielding the blade of the primordial supreme being, sent forth to enact retribution. Those whom you have slain were fated to meet their end. Those who dare to resist are rebelling against the divine order, disregarding their predestined fate, and thus are even more deserving of death. Translate once more. Only execution, devoid of any plea for mercy. This is the special allowance of the heavens. Humph. Tai Jinren snorted coldly, yet regarded you gently. "My dear, Neza, you have suffered today. From here on, you may act as you wish. Those who trouble you over A.O. Bing's matter are oblivious to the celestial order. Even should you slay these 4 old serpents, it would matter not. I shall return to Chintang Pass first. Once you have calmed your anger, we shall seek out your master together." With that, Tai Jinren cast a threatening glance at the dragon kings of the 4 seas before vanishing from sight. In matters of protecting one's own, the Chan religion is beyond reproach. A warmth filled your heart, a profound sense of gratitude. However, once warmed, one must not forget the kindness of their master. You approached the dragon kings of the 4 seas with resolute steps. Memories of the past, when the dragon kings had united to brutally end your life in the realm of the divine he, surged within you. You knew that one day you would avenge this grievance, yet you had not anticipated that the day would arrive so swiftly. Do you recall the realm of the divine he? You asked with a smile. The dragon kings were taken aback, staring at you in confusion. Your body trembled, manifesting 3 heads and 6 arms. The pupils of the dragon kings constricted. You are that sorcerer. It seems they have remembered. You approached the dragon kings, acutely aware of the disparity in age and stature. Even with them kneeling, you stood tall, and even on tiptoe, you barely reached their waist height. "You there, great sea turtle, come forth." "Huh?" The turtle minister, hiding behind a grand pillar in the dragon palace, startled, retracting its neck as it cautiously approached. "Prostrate yourself." You leaped onto the turtle minister's shell. Now the height was just right. Back in those days, the 4 of you were indeed quite formidable. Slap. Forehand slap. Backhand. With your 6 plump little arms swinging in unison, 2 resounding slaps echoed, striking the face of the dragon king of the 4 seas. "So you wish to seize my little world, do you? You intend to kill me, is that it? You dare to threaten my life, do you? You plan to report me to the heavenly court, I suppose? Unleashing the strength of a body unsealed to the level of an earth sorcerer, combined with the ancestral divine power of the witch clan that specializes in slaying dragons, your mere utterance was met with 2 swift slaps, visibly swelling the faces of the 4 dragons. The 4 ancient dragons, racked with pain, bit their tongues in silence, forcing themselves to stifle any cries of agony, even holding back their breaths for fear that a mere exhalation might dislodge you from your protective shell. Frustration mounted, a suffocating feeling. It was clear that with a mere flick of their hands, they could crush you, yet they were paralyzed by fear. Enduring this indignity was preferable to losing their lives. After relishing the thrill of slapping your face, you extended your hand. "Dragon King?" "Hand it over." "Huh? Oh, Astatflid, Alguan Kikli Heacted." Hastily retrieving the core of the divine he department's Lu Jia small world, placing it reverently into your palm, thus returning the authority of the realm to you. "Rest assured, esteemed immortal, this small world remains unchanged while in your possession. I, the little dragon, have never interfered with its development nor harvested its resources." Alguan declared, trembling in fear. asserting the truth of his words, as he recalled the ominous warning from the past regarding debts owed and heads to be counted. He always sensed that this small world was intricately connected to that divine lady, which is why he dared not meddle. That is for the best. By the way, this inconspicuous small world of mine, how did you come to set your sights on it? The retrieval of the Lu Jie small world stirred a flicker of excitement within you. Yet this question had long plagued your thoughts. A.O. Guang, sensing no room for concealment, divulged the entire story without reservation. Upon hearing, a vein throbbed on your forehead. Well, after all this time, it turns out it was that scoundrel Li Jing's doing. Very well, if that is how you wish to play, then let us see who plays better. You are now fully aware, retracting your hand while continuing to regard the 4 ancient dragons. Hand it over, observing your retracted hand. Yet with 5 still extended, the Dragon King of the 4 Seas felt a bittersweet pang within. Esteemed immortal, if there is anything else you desire, please do not hesitate to ask. Whatever the little dragon possesses shall be yours without hesitation. Well then, take me to tour your treasure vault in the Dragon Palace. You beamed as you leapt down from your shell, quietly marking a tick beside the item on your list of must-visit places in the Primordial Realm. Primordial must-visit, Dragon Palace Treasure Vault. Half an hour later, you frolic out of the treasure vault of the East Sea Dragon Palace. The robe of the East Sea Dragon King, A.O. Guang, now thoroughly soaked with tears. It's all gone. Completely gone. You lament. The treasure vault that our dragon clan painstakingly accumulated is now empty. Fortunately, our clan possesses 786 such vaults. If we can send this formidable little ancestor away, it would be a small price to pay to avert disaster. Suddenly, as you step out of the Dragon Palace, you turn back, and the 4 Sea Dragon Kings feel a pang of anxiety, wondering if this ordeal is truly over. With a sweet smile, you point skyward. Don't forget to report to the Heavenly Court tomorrow. How could we dare? We've already acknowledged our wrongs. Even if you lend us a few ounces of courage, we wouldn't dare. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings shake their heads in despair. You tilt your head, hands on your hips, declaring, no, we must report. If you don't, I fear you may face calamity today. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings are nearly in tears, bowing to you, little immortal. Please tell me what I should report to the Heavenly Court tomorrow. Who told you to report me? I want you to go to the Heavenly Court and report Li Jing. With hands on your hips, you radiate an aura of righteous indignation. You must go to the Lingxiao Palace and report that Li Jing has failed in his duties as a father. You have heard of the saying, if a son is not taught, it is the father's fault, have you not? You know how to express this, do you not? A.O. Guang stands at attention. Though they may not be familiar with the saying, they understand the task at hand. Rest assured, little immortal, when it comes to reporting grievances, no one is more adept than our Dragon Clan. We will ensure your orders are fulfilled. Chapter 251. A clear signal? The 4 Elder Dragon Kings exchange knowing glances. No wonder the father-son relationship is so strained. It appears to be an ancestral feud. We bid farewell to the little immortal. Indeed, very thoughtful. You stroll away, hands clasped behind your back, casually seizing a shrimp soldier and a crab general along the way. After all, Master Tai Yizhenren has come to Chintang Pass, and one must offer some fine ingredients to entertain him. The notion of sending the Dragon Clan to report Li Jing to the Heavenly Court was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Feeling disgruntled, you feel compelled to take action. However, in the chaotic world of the Primordial, reputation holds immense significance. You certainly do not wish to bear the infamous label of patricide over a worthless Li Jing, at least not before maximizing the benefits of the simulation. Thus, allowing the Dragon Clan to give him a taste of hardship would suffice to ease your irritation. As you swiftly return to Chintang Pass, just before entering the city, you suddenly sense something calling to you from atop the city gate. In the world of the Primordial, feeling something beckoning is not always a good omen, particularly during a period of calamity. The walls of Chintang Pass conceal something you absolutely wish to avoid: the Chinquan Bow and the Trembling Sky Arrow. In the original tale, Neza, after provoking the Dragon Clan, further entangled himself with Shurji, earning the notorious title of the most mischievous child in eternity. The reputation matters little to you. What concerns you is that after finally settling matters with the Dragon Clan, avoiding the gruesome sacrifices akin to those in the original narrative, you certainly do not wish to reignite the storyline through archery, for that would be quite unfortunate. You shake your head, disregarding the summons from the city gate tower, intent on entering the city to invite Tai Yizhenren for a feast of exquisite lobster and crabs. Jarcom. Tai's head protrudes from the city gate tower, beckoning you with a wave. You are speechless. initially believing it was the Chinquan bow and the trembling sky arrow calling to you, only to realize it was your master. You ascend the city wall, where Tai Jinren warmly engages you in conversation, finally catching up on the years of misdialogue. Once finished, Tai Jinren slaps his forehead, removes the Chinquan bow and the trembling sky arrow from the wall, and says, "Jar, shoot an arrow so your master can see if you possess any talent in this area. If you excel, I shall impart to you a new set of spells." You exclaim, "Awesome. Master, I am but a 7-year-old child, not a foolish one. How many spells did you just cast on that bowstring? You have yet to cease infusing it with power. Do you truly expect me to shoot an arrow? Do you wish for me to obliterate the southern heaven gate?" You roll your eyes, and Tai Jinren's face flushes with embarrassment. Jar has grown up. Children mature and are no longer easily deceived. Tai Jinren sets down the bow and arrow. Adults often prefer not to speak the truth when interacting with children. On one hand, they fear complications. On the other, they believe children have yet to fully develop their understanding and have not faced significant experiences. Even if they were to reveal the truth, children might not grasp it and could throw tantrums out of confusion. Alas, Tai sighs, recognizing that at this juncture, deception is no longer viable. Jaya, we are both ensnared in the calamity of destiny. There are many things that are not a matter of choice, but rather a necessity, as it is your fate. Tai Jinren gently ruffles your hair, his eyes filled with reluctance. If he could, he would spare you from the impending trials. Yet even saints are bound by the constraints of destiny. Jaya, do you recall earlier in the East Sea when I mentioned you are the reincarnation of the spiritual pearl, destined to be the harbinger for the Western Zhou's campaign against the tyrant Zhou? I remember. The term harbinger signifies your destiny within this calamity. But master, could you first explain to me what this calamity is? Has it not already passed? You feign ignorance, seeking to understand. Tai Jinren inhaled deeply, casting a reverent glance towards the heavens, followed by a bittersweet smile. Jar, the cycle of calamities has never truly ceased. The cataclysm we, as master and disciple, now face is termed the conferment of the gods. This calamity ostensibly arises from my transgressions alongside your 11 masters, defying the decree of the Supreme Emperor to submit in humility, thus igniting a tumultuous internal strife among the 3 teachings of the mystical path. Coincidentally, as the fate of the Shang dynasty wanes, the Zhou dynasty is destined to rise. Consequently, your 2 ancestral masters have chosen the chessboard of the Shang and Zhou dynasties for this wager. We, the Chan sect, support the Zhou, while your GS sect's forebears champion Inshou. The battlefield shall reveal the victor, and those who perish shall have their true spirits ascend to the divine realm, serving the heavenly court. Ah, this is the official narrative, but what lies beneath? Tai shook his head vigorously, his expression a blend of resignation and sorrow, and winked at you. What official narrative? Jar, your words are nonsensical. Listen closely. I wish to discuss your mission as the vanguard of the conferment of the gods. Sit, Jar, and allow me to elaborate. Tai Jinren drew you closer and continued. The wager has been established, yet the GS sect has unexpectedly retracted, retreating behind closed doors, refusing to engage. How then shall the conferment proceed? Ultimately, it appears that only our Chan sect's disciples will ascend to the ranks of the divine, bowing to the heavenly court. Thus, it is imperative that you, as the vanguard, take action. You must ignite the true fire within the GS sect disciples, compelling them to support the Shang. This is the decree of the heavens and the task bestowed upon you by the master. You felt a twinge of discomfort, a mix of confusion and intrigue. You could not fathom the reasoning. If using the Chinquan bow to provoke Shurji was meant to incite the GS sect's wrath for the conferment, then what was the purpose of slaying Ao Bing? Tai seemed to perceive your doubts, chuckling softly. Do you possess the confidence to attain the golden immortal Tao within the span of 10 years? Not at all. You replied decisively, shaking your head. Despite your extraordinary talent, such rapid advancement was implausible. Tai smiled. Then after you have shot your arrow and ignited the GS sect's true fire, do you believe you can withstand the vengeance of your GS sect seniors and masters? Not a shred of confidence. You shook your head even more vigorously. Tai placed the Chinquan bow and the Zhentian arrow beside you, speaking calmly. Thus, before the GS sect disciples seek retribution, you must first embrace death, allowing their fury to spread to our entire Chan sect. However, the GS sect disciples possess profound cultivation. Although many hail from humble origins, they are not easily deceived. Therefore, Jar, your demise must withstand scrutiny, leaving them with no grounds for rebuttal. The vengeful heart of the dragon clan is well known throughout the vast wilderness. Thus, it is destined for Ao Bing to meet his demise at your hands, Jar. You too must perish once due to this matter. A necessary sacrifice to deceive the heavens and bring the teachings of the interception down. In the years to follow, Jar, you shall endure hardships, but as the saying goes, sweet follows bitter. Your master assures you that in 3 to 5 years, you shall attain the status of a golden immortal. However, Master Xianxia, before I came here, I truly visited Kunlun Mountain, and the master asked me to convey a message to you. Tai Jinren clasped his fist toward Kunlun, saying, "It is entirely normal for children to dislike vegetables. If they do not want to eat them, they need not. At worst, we can disguise the meat as vegetables." You feel a sudden constriction in your pupils, as if the primordial saint has laid his cards on the table before you. You sense that the primordial lord is indeed revealing intentions, albeit without concrete evidence. Nevertheless, this is an overt display of affection, falling just shy of outright declaration. Little Neza, if you do not wish to become a vegetative being, fear not, for I shall assist you. Then let us proceed. Resolute. You decide that this endeavor is merely a simulation. Perhaps the way of the interception wishes to utilize you for some purpose. Yet at least you do not detect an ounce of hostility from their side. On the contrary, you are treated with utmost indulgence, fostering a familial atmosphere. Moreover, the prospect of becoming a golden immortal in 3 years without turning into a lotus person is a blessing too great to refuse. However, Master, since it is destined for me to face death at the hands of the Dragon Clan, why did you lend me your support just now in the Eastern Sea? I do not comprehend. It seems somewhat superfluous. What do you mean? Tai Jinren glared. From childhood to adulthood, I have never denied you anything. How could I allow them to act with impunity? Although this calamity is predestined, let us first vent our frustrations. Remember, Xianxia, your master will never allow you to suffer losses. You have already instructed the Dragon Clan to report to the Heavenly Court about Li Jing's shortcomings in raising his child. Haven't you? After conversing for a while, Tai Jinren clarified the forthcoming script regarding the Dragon Clan in conjunction with the current situation. Your lips curled into a smile, as your heroic persona is truly being sculpted into a benchmark of the wilderness. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, Master. That is the spirit. Now let us string the bow and shoot. Tai placed the Qian Kuan bow and the Zhun Tian arrow in your hands, pointing in a direction. Jar, shoot towards the direction I indicate. In which brother from the interception is dwelling in this direction? You continued, feigning ignorance. Tai, the bone cave of Skull Mountain, Shurji. Is it her? Doubt flickered across your face. Master, I have heard that Lady Shurji is known for her piety and benevolence. Is this truly the right course of action? To be frank, setting aside the derivative plots and focusing solely on the original tale, Lady Shurji has indeed suffered unjustly. A stubborn stone, after enduring immense hardship, managed to attain immortality. It neither harmed humans nor caused chaos in the world. Instead, it quietly resided in the depths of the mountains, sharing dew with 2 young acolytes while reciting scriptures. Even if the teachings of the Chan school refrained from conflict due to the actions of the cut-off sect, seeking to eliminate one who instigated discord between the 2 factions, it was indeed unjust to bully a humble being like the stone. The master of heaven's teachings, though encompassing and benevolent, inadvertently fostered a flourishing cut-off sect where myriad immortals congregated. However, such inclusiveness inevitably led to a disparity in the moral standards of its disciples, some of whom harbored deep-seated sins and malevolence. It is quite improper to neglect those who are truly wicked while targeting the innocent stone. Tai Jinren shook his head slightly. To slay the wicked is to eradicate evil, yet to harm the righteous only stirs conflict. Moreover, how can you be certain that this is not an act of salvation for her? Dear one, draw your bow. With a slight pout of your lips, you, not being the epitome of virtue yourself, felt that even offering a word of counsel was an act of good intention. You hesitated no longer. At the tender age of 7, with your short arms and legs, you could only brace the bow with your feet, straining to fully draw it back, aiming at the direction of the skeletal mountain's cave. With a whoosh, the bow sang, emanating a myriad of purple hues and a mist of crimson, as a thunderous arrow sliced through the heavens. Yet suddenly, as you gripped the bow, you felt your soul being drawn into the Qian Kuan bow. A scene reminiscent of a dream, featuring a large black cat, emerged, one that felt strangely familiar. The Battle of the Deer. The fierce clash between the Yellow Emperor Xianxia and the formidable Qi Yu was nearing its climax. The Yellow Emperor wielded a grand bow, the Qianquan bow, with a draw as full as the moon. The thunderous arrow, akin to a shooting star, pierced through Qi Yu's chest. From your vantage point, you witnessed the arrow being released with acute clarity. Qi Yu possessed the capability to evade this arrow. Yet he did not dodge. Instead, he seemed to smile at the arrow. No, he appeared to smile at me. You observed Qi Yu's kind smile, radiating warmth, as he opened his arms wide like a father awaiting the embrace of his beloved child. With a whoosh, the thunderous arrow passed through him as Qi Yu tightened his embrace, as if he were holding you close. No, indeed, he was embracing you. At the moment the arrow pierced through, he broke its tip and infused the legendary weapon, the tiger's fang, into its point, a name known throughout the primordial world. Good child, Qi Yu's voice resonated, deep and authoritative yet unexpectedly gentle. Your vision began to blur. The dreamlike scene seemed to reach its conclusion. But just as it was about to vanish, a plump, ball-like creature, the iron-eating beast, squeezed into the frame, with a grin that exudes a charming foolishness and a hint of mischief. It bears an uncanny resemblance to a certain plump black cat weighing 60 pounds. The little film has concluded, and Tai Zhenren remains oblivious to your peculiar state, while you feel an unfamiliar presence within your body. Deep within your dantian, an arrowhead manifests, occasionally morphing into a playful little tiger, and at times transforming into a myriad of weapons. The tiger's spirit astonishes and exhilarates you. In the depths of your subconscious, a connection awakens. You sense that you can attach the tiger spirit to any treasured artifact or weapon you possess. Once affixed, the quality of that treasure ascends to that of a congenital spiritual treasure. If only this could be simulated repeatedly. You swallow hard at the thought. Though it is a lavish dream, your simulator has never let you down in the realm of treasure replication. Meanwhile, outside the white bone cave of the Stone Lady on Skull Mountain, despite the ominous name, the scenery is undeniably imbued with celestial elegance. The mountain radiates an aura of peace, with ethereal energy suffusing the air, and even the carnivorous beasts residing here were expressions of harmless indolence. A delightful white rabbit munches on grass, when suddenly, a majestic tiger with striking white markings leaps from the nearby woods, as if cloaked in invisibility. The tiger glances at the rabbit, opens its massive jaws, and takes a mouthful of grass, savoring a taste of the rabbit's flavor. The tiger and the rabbit coexist harmoniously. After satiating their hunger, they roll upon the ground and transform into two delicately carved little Taoist youths. Hand in hand, they begin to gather dew, discussing how best to prepare tea for the lady. Unbeknownst to them, a disheveled Taoist, resembling a beggar with greasy, curled hair, sits nearby, sighing and wiping tears from his eyes. Oh, the suffering is unbearable. He glances at the two little Taoists and then at the stone lady within the cave. His face contorted in deep anguish before breaking into a split grin. What a fortunate encounter. I am in desperate need of a stone bodhisattva. Just then, a flash of red light streaks across the sky, instantly striking down the white rabbit youth. The quivering arrow feather is connected to a fine black thread. A calamity. The disheveled Taoist jolts, trembling in terror, as he scurries away from Skull Mountain. Alas, my stone bodhisattva is gone. Chapter 253. Visitors from the Celestial Realm. In the 57th year, lower the thunderous arrow descends from the river. The azure cloud youth commands the yellow springs. The colorful cloud cub weeps in sorrow. And the stone essence forgets the rules of teaching after countless millennia. The stone lady ignites with true fury, disregarding the admonitions of the celestial master. Casting aside the Huangting scripture, and soars directly towards Chintang Pass. At this moment, Li Jing was concealed beneath his blankets, weeping audibly, the fabric wrapped tightly around him, ensuring that no one would hear his cries, regardless of their intensity. He felt as though his life had been irrevocably shattered, his ambitions thwarted, his path blocked. What purpose did life serve if not to embrace death? With a resolute bite of his teeth, he flung the covers aside, vowing to himself that he would cease to exist. Yet, when faced with the prospect of taking his own life, he hesitated, reasoning that enduring a dismal existence was preferable to the finality of death. Once that little rascal Neza departed from Chintang Pass, perhaps with some maneuvering, he could still retain his position as the commander. Indeed, as long as he drew breath, hope remained. In death, all would be lost. Just then, the goddess Shurji, hovering above the commander's mansion, heard these thoughts and felt a chill run through her fair visage. Indeed, death meant complete obliteration, and her beloved Biyun child would be forever lost. Without delay, she unfurled the 8 trigrams cloud-like cloth, retrieving Li Jing from the Skull Mountain-esque boneyard. The unfolding events mirrored the original narrative of the Fengshen Yini. Li Jing departed. Li Jing returned. Li Jing intended to confront the goddess Shiji, to confess his transgressions. With the mixed heaven silk in his left hand and the universe circle in his right, he fully unleashed the aura of the demon pill, transforming into something beyond human. The Cloud Child opened the entrance to the cave, yet the Cloud Child was bereft of a head. Li Jing exclaimed, "Isn't this supposed to be a moment of confession and apology? We of the Chan sect possess our unique method of apology. As long as those we wish to apologize to are slain, no apology is necessary." Li Jing swallowed hard and fled, thinking to himself, "I might have the courage to endure the wrath of the Dragon Clan, but to provoke even the disciples of the Jie sect is a calamity of utmost severity. The Li family could very well be erased from the annals of the primordial realm. I shall return home today and lavishly spend all my wealth in Xixia behold." In a frantic escape, Li Jing realized the demon pill was insufferably arrogant, and the goddess Shiji had ignited her true fury, nearly obliterating him with a single strike. It was evident that the Golden Immortals were indeed formidable, yet facing them was already part of the plan. He was to hasten to the Golden Light Cave of Qianyuan Mountain, resolutely implementing the foundational directive of the Chan sect to navigate the primordial realm. When faced with insurmountable odds, seek the Master. If the Master proves inadequate, then consult the Grandmaster. Fortunately, confronting Shiji did not necessitate summoning the primordial saint. The presence of Taiji Zhenren sufficed. The plan proceeded smoothly, save for an unexpected encounter while fleeing to Qianyuan Mountain. A disheveled Taoist appeared, drooling while his eyes sparkled with golden light, following him for a considerable distance before finally departing. Though this incident caused some discomfort, it was of little consequence, for soon, his attention was captivated by the 9 dragons' divine fire cover in the hands of Taiji Zhenren. The true prowess of the Stone Lady, Shiji Xianxia, is not as feeble as depicted in the original text. She engaged in a fierce contest of magic with Taiji Zhenren for 3 days and nights, resulting in a stalemate between the two. Ultimately, Taiji Zhenren was compelled to summon the formidable 9-dragon divine fire shield. This artifact is indeed extraordinary. In an instant, it refined the Stone Lady into her original form. From the stone, a true spirit emerged. With a visage as delicate as peach blossoms, the Stone Lady glared at Tai, her expression akin to that of a scorned lover. "Tai, should I perish at your hands, I shall accept it as a testament to the genuine feelings I have squandered over 3 millennia. Bah!" The essence of the Stone Lady targeted Taiji Zhenren's handsome middle-aged face with a spittle, only to be involuntarily swept away by an overwhelming force to Kunlun Mountain. Feelings wasted? Her bright eyes sparkled with intrigue at that moment, sensing something amiss. He, matters of the esteemed are not for children to inquire. Taiji Zhenren chuckled awkwardly, but treated the Stone Lady's stone form with utmost care. "If you refrain from prying, then do grant me that treasure." He extended his chubby hand towards the 9-dragon divine fire shield. Taiji Zhenren, embarrassed, retracted the shield. "Dear one, I understand your eagerness, but patience is a virtue. This treasure is essential for my master to navigate one more calamity, after which it shall be yours. Now go. The Dragon Clan has already arrived at Shintang Pass. Our little hero is about to take the stage. Indeed, Master, please handle it with care and do not damage my 9-dragon divine fire shield." With reluctance, he withdrew his gaze and burrowed back to Shintang Pass. At that moment, Shintang Pass was abuzz with activity. Dragons surged forth, their fierce energy soaring into the heavens. The Dragon Kings of the 4 seas, adorned with the jade talisman of the Celestial Emperor, severed the connection between the human fate at Shintang Pass and the fortunes of the Great Xiang, forcibly abducting Li Jing and Lady Yin to the heavens for a judgment assembly before the citizens of Shintang Pass. Far away in the North Sea, the venerable Wenzhong sensed the tumult at Shintang Pass and grew anxious. With a flick of his golden whip, he tore through the void and arrived at Shintang Pass. Yet upon witnessing the scene, even Wenzhong felt a hint of trepidation. For the assembly at Shintang Pass involved not only the Dragon Clan, but also celestial soldiers and a formidable deity clad in white, with hair and brows as white as snow, bearing a golden vertical scar on his forehead, exuding a chilling aura of metal. At that moment, the Emperor of Humanity still reigned, and the status of the human royal court of Xiang was theoretically on par with that of the celestial court. The standing of this deity in the heavenly realm was hardly inferior to Wen Zhong's in the Shang dynasty. Friend Wen, your arrival is most fortuitous. Today's case not only implicates the righteous deities under our celestial court, but also concerns your court's ministers. Shall we join forces to adjudicate this matter? The illustrious Tai, by Jin Xing, sat comfortably amidst the clouds. Wen Zhong hesitated briefly, then, with a flourish of his sleeve, stood shoulder to shoulder with Tai, by Jin Xing. With a wave of Tai Bai Jingxing's hand, a projection of the celestial canopy unfurled in the sky, ensuring that every resident of Chuntang Pass could clearly witness the events about to unfold. Lady Yin, please take a seat, Wang said, flashing a sycophantic smile as he presented a dragon thrown to her. He then turned, his expression transforming into one of fierce authority. Li Jing, kneel before me. Lady Yin, please enjoy some tea and pastries, he continued, before addressing Li Jing with a thunderous voice. Do you acknowledge your crimes? Li Jing's lips quivered in disbelief. Your son was slain by Neza. What crime do I bear in this matter? Humph. Wang scoffed, his voice resonating like a bell. A few days ago, my son, the third Prince Albing of the East Sea, fell at the hands of Neza. I was furious, but upon investigation, I discovered that my son's demise was well-deserved. Neza acted justly. It was my son Albing who consumed human flesh. He deserved his fate. Neza's actions were warranted, but you, Li Jing, must provide me with an explanation for your son's cannibalism. Li Jing, why did you incite my son to commit such acts? The room echoed with a thunderous impact as Li Jing felt as though struck by lightning. Yet, years of shamelessness fortified his spirit, compelling him to maintain his composure. Do you claim that I incited him? He retorted defiantly. Nonsense. Albing is dead. There are no witnesses to this matter. Master Wen, I am the general of the Great Shang, and this dragon demon has sullied my name before all. What face do we have left? I implore you to adjudicate this matter. Li Jing exclaimed, his neck craned in indignation. Tai Bai Jingxing smiled gently, turning to bow towards Kunlun Mountain. In an instant, a small white dragon's true spirit descended from the heavens. In the Yushu Palace, the primordial heavenly sovereign rolled up the investiture of the gods, reflecting that finding a witness would be simple. During the period of divine investiture, every soul would fall under his jurisdiction. Chapter 254, Speak Your Gratitude. As Albing's true spirit returned, Wang's eyes instantly filled with tears, trembling as he yearned to approach, yet he restrained himself. Albing, initially bewildered, rubbed his eyes and took a moment to regain his senses. Father? Am I in Chuntang Pass? My son, today I have summoned the divine Lord Tai Bai. Speak freely of your grievances. I shall advocate for you, Wang declared solemnly, while Li Jing appeared ashen. My grievances are vast. Albing was about to vocalize his woes when he noticed a child with a symmetrical topknot casually standing above, seemingly unfazed. Albing's eyes reddened as he pointed accusingly. My greatest grievance lies with him. This Neza, he is the one who killed me. He flayed my skin, extracted my tendons, and consumed my dragon heart. Father, even ordinary folk kill fish with greater ease than he did in slaying a dragon. I suspect that Neza has claimed more than just my life. He is undoubtedly a habitual offender and must not be spared. All eyes were upon you, yet you remained oblivious, retrieving a substantial bag of jerky from your cosmic pouch, distributing it like scattered smoke to every individual present. However, with the multitude of celestial soldiers surrounding you, you found the one-by-one distribution too sluggish, and fortuitously summoned a clone to assist in the task. Then, your true self ascended to the clouds, approaching the illustrious Tai Bai Jingxing and Wenzhong, adorning a charming smile as you greeted, Greetings, Uncle Tai Bai, Brother Wenzhong. Here, delectable treats await. My master instructed me to share delightful food with everyone. Ah, splendid. Wenzhong exclaimed, accepting the jerky you offered, savoring it with a bite. Delightful. Tai Bai Jingxing took a piece, chuckling as he ruffled your hair before indulging as well. Wenzhong inquired, Junior brother, what kind of jerky is this, so exquisite in flavor? You replied, dragon meat, in a booming voice. Wenzhong and Tai Bai exchanged glances, and the celestial soldiers present contemplated the implications of consuming dragon meat in the presence of a dragon clan, finding it somewhat disrespectful. You chimed in, I used A.O. Bing's flesh to make this, carefully dried and steamed 9 times, though the steaming water was less than pristine. It was blessed with the heavenly spring water from the Xianxia sacred grounds. I hope you all do not mind. The celestial soldiers realized. If you are so particular about the ingredients, then this jerky must be a great tonic. Those who initially considered spitting it out quickly reconsidered, clenching their jaws tightly. Even those who had no intention of partaking began to devour the jerky with fervor. Is it delicious? You asked with a beaming smile. Indeed it is. You pointed at A.O. Bing's true spirit. Everyone praises your meat. You ought to express your gratitude. A.O. Bing turned to A.O. Guang, bewildered. Father, are you not going to intervene? A.O. Guang replied, being polite is commendable. With a sprightly exclamation, I shall turn you all into bean paste. You leaped from the cloud, dragon jerky held in your mouth, approaching A.O. Bing's true spirit with a youthful tone and playful demeanor. What troubles you? Does watching others enjoy your meat unsettle you? When you consume humans, do you ever consider the feelings of those you devour or the thoughts of their grieving relatives? As your words fell, your hand trembled, causing the dragon jerky to rain down upon Chintang Pass. The townsfolk within went into a frenzy, some cradling pieces as if they were heirlooms, others hastily stuffing it into their mouths. Among them, 283 families, faces contorted in madness, cried and feasted simultaneously. Dagwa, your father may be inept, but I have avenged you now, crushing and tearing apart those wicked dragons who dare to harm you. These 283 households chewed the dragon meat down to minuscule fragments, then spat it onto the ground, trampling it with fervor. You infused your magic into your hands. Striking A.O. Bing's face, I seek your life, and you claim innocence? What nonsense! I, a benevolent figure, am here to eradicate evil. Your demise is a consequence of your own actions. You should consider yourself fortunate to possess but one life. Otherwise, I would have taken it 283 times. I am the rain god of the heavenly court, and even if I were in the wrong, it is not your place to enact judgment upon me. Albing, with a voice strained from exertion, declared. Tai Bai Jinxing swallowed the dry dragon meat in his mouth and gazed up at the sky, remarking on the unparalleled beauty of today as heavens. Indeed, the sky is a brilliant blue. The celestial soldiers also looked heavenward, displaying a remarkable tacit understanding as they chose to ignore A.O. Bing's outcry. Binger, A.O. Guang stepped forward, shaking his head slightly. Today, the deities had come to the heavenly court to investigate another grievance. Tell me, who led you to consume human flesh? A.O. Bing looked at A.O. Guang, recalling that when he was merely 3 years old, A.O. Guang had hosted a banquet for the aquatic demons of the four seas. In the midst of their revelry, the topic turned to the most delectable foods in the world. To the young mind of 3, the human race was among the top 5, planting a seed of curiosity within him. A.O. Guang remarked, though Chintang Pass is not far from the Eastern Sea, I doubt you could devour over 200 young boys and girls without guidance. A.O. Bing's eyes lit up. Now he understood. It was Li Jing. Pointing at the pale and trembling Li Jing, A.O. Bing revealed their dark dealings to the assembly. The citizens of Chintang Pass were taken aback. And when Zhong slammed his hand on the table, his celestial eyes glistening with fury. A subtle smile graced your lips as you reveled in the stark contrast. The father, driven by selfish desires, colluding with malevolent beings to betray humanity. The son, standing for the human race, seeking to punish the wicked dragon, embodying justice. The distinction was unmistakable. Tai Bai Jinxing observed Wen Zhong, noting that while it was fitting for the human race to eliminate A.O. Bing, he was still a deity of the heavenly court, led astray by the officials of your Shang dynasty. Thus, your dynasty must provide an explanation to the heavenly court. Wen Zhong waved his hand dismissively, asserting that there was little left to discuss. Li Jing's survival is intolerable, both by celestial law and by human morality. Although the position of general of Chintang Pass was sensitive amidst the turmoil of the Shang dynasty, the life of a mere general could be sacrificed. Li Jing, do you have anything to say? Wen Zhong inquired coldly. Li Jing opened his mouth to protest, but with a swift motion. Wen Zhong shattered his teeth with the golden whip, rendering him speechless. Wen Zhong sheathed the Jiao long golden whip and retrieved another steel whip from his bag, the one bestowed by Emperor Yi, the king-slaying whip. When this whip was brandished, even DXN, the emperor of the Shang, would have to bow before him. The current ruler would have to stand straight and accept his punishment. As Wen Zhong held the king-slaying whip and pronounced the death sentence on Li Jing, he took a deep breath. It was now time for me to make my entrance. Senior brother, please spare him. You appear suddenly, standing in front of Li Jing, your large, tear-filled eyes glistening with sorrow. Li Jing deserves a fate worse than death, yet he is ultimately mine. Your voice is filled with anguish, and I would willingly trade my life for his, imploring senior brother to show mercy beyond the law. This act would not only fulfill my duty as a filial disciple, but also reflect my loyalty as a common citizen. Although Li Jing is not human, but rather worse than a beast, he has trained and strategized here for many years. The rebel army of Dongbua Ho could strike at any moment, and without him at Chuntang Pass, countless innocent lives of the great Shang would be lost. I beseech you, senior brother, to grant my plea of exchanging one life for another, allowing Li Jing to live so he may save more lives. I shall bear the weight of his sins. Having spoken, you disregard whether Wen Zhong agrees or not, drawing your sword and committing suicide with a swift motion. Then, from beneath your severed head, a new body emerges. At times, possessing an overly robust physical form and rapid recovery is not a blessing. Chapter 255, Nez's Palace. 57th year. In the first attempt to die, for Li Jing, a failure. But it matters not, as you beckon to the star of Tai Bai with a delicate gesture. Uncle Tai Bai, I humbly request to borrow your sword, to fulfill both loyalty and filial piety. Tai Bai Jinxing finds it challenging to maintain composure, yet recalls the small gift sent by Tai Zhenren not long ago, and immediately condenses a strand of golden energy into a sword. With Tai Bai Jinxing's sword in hand, the freedom of Xianxia can now be realized. Do not underestimate the frail body of a mere earth shaman. Even the mightiest of shamans would struggle against it. You strike decisively with the sword, executing a clean and swift motion. The corporeal form plunges into the sea. The true essence. The true essence is captured by Tai Zhenren, who had concealed it in the heavens for quite some time, into his sleeve. At this moment, the emotions of everyone at Chuntang Pass are complex. Ao Bing, does this count as avenging my great grievance? Whoosh, in the Yusu Palace. The primordial supreme being shakes the divine list, and Ao Bing's true essence blossoms anew upon it. Sage, have you truly made your mark, you tool of a dragon? Li Jing, logically, I should feel quite moved right now, but I am a beast, and I deserve to die. Neza should have perished long ago. Li Jing's lips curl into an involuntary smile, meeting the icy visage of an elder more frigid than the sea's depths. Wen Zhong's face is as cold as frost. While death may be avoided, living with disgrace is inescapable. In my many years, this is the first time I have encountered such a polite, filial, and loyal disciple from the Chan teaching, only to die for this beast. It is utterly unworthy. As the old saying goes, what a splendid Qilin child, yet burdened with a father as wretched as a bone-transforming dragon, all for naught. Wen Zhong raises the golden whip of the king, striking Li Jing as if he were a spinning top, delivering 60 lashes per second. Madamine, when Taisher, cease your strikes. Hand me the whip, for I shall personally administer it. Li Jing, return my Neza. Yet, in this moment, the most intricate emotions reside within the hearts of the common folk at Chuntang Pass. Our little hero, Neza, has met his demise, sacrificing himself for the inept Li Jing. How foolish, dear hero, how foolish you are. The true culprit is Li Jing. The sentiments towards him are a tumultuous blend of envy and resentment. The reason for their disdain is self-evident. While their envy stemmed from the astounding fact that amidst such wretchedness, he could still sire a child as remarkable as you. Courageous, filial, and responsible. Why not to give birth to a child like Li Neza? At this moment, the 283 households, as if sharing an unspoken bond, set forth in unison towards a singular destination. What are you all doing? We are heading to the latrine to gather dung, so that we may offer Li Jing a hearty meal. However, at this very instance, the myriad of human emotions within and around Chuntang Pass bears no relevance to you. You, a small creature, resembling a golden bear, hide within the sleeve of the great Master Tai, rolling about in ennui. Master, what should I do next? Manifest your divinity before others. Tai Master replied, nonchalantly, causing you to shudder. Had you not promptly recalled that manifesting one's divinity in the primordial chaos did not imply what you initially thought, you might have mistaken him for a fellow villager. Jar, I have promised you that upon your rebirth, you shall attain the golden, immortal Tao fruit. We shall embark on separate paths. The Master will impart to you the method of refining your primordial spirit through the essence of incense. Once learned, you shall invite your mother to construct a palace for Neza atop Sweeping Mountain. Reside well within this palace, performing good deeds and gathering incense. in merely 3 years. You shall condense a splendid, golden, immortal, primordial spirit, blooming with the 3 flowers atop your head. I shall take your physical form to the Yushu Palace, where your ancestral master has already prepared the celestial materials to refine your body. After 3 years, when we merge as one, you shall become a golden immortal. Excellent. The two of you, master and disciple, were in perfect harmony and set off on your respective journeys. In the original tale, Nez's path to resurrection through incense lasted only half a year before being shattered by a whip from Li Jing. Yet now your heart is resolute. In the original narrative, Neza established his palace on Sipping Mountain, a wild deity-esque shrine. However, your current endeavor is to erect a sacred temple for the little hero of Chintang Pass. Let Li Jing dare to lay a finger upon it. In the 58th year, as the new year dawns, all things are renewed. General Do Rong of the Shang dynasty is engaged in an increasingly fierce battle against the rebel Jiang Wenhuan, while Li Jing, the dog general whose life you have exchanged, frequently leads troops to assist in the fray. The biting winds of war have swept into Chintang Pass, instilling a subtle unease in the hearts of the people. Yet at this moment, a palace dedicated to Neza emanates a fragrant sandalwood aroma and a gentle divine glow, its doors wide open atop Swipping Mountain. Today marks the inaugural day of your palace's opening, though for now, it awaits its first visitor. Upon opening the door, a vast, pure wave of fragrant incense surged towards your golden figure, overwhelming in its abundance, rendering you unable to absorb it before being completely engulfed. At that moment, you were astonished. How could there be an influx of offerings before operations had even commenced? However, upon a deeper reflection on the willpower embodied within this incense, understanding dawned upon you. It transpired that the very day you sacrificed yourself for Li Jing, 283 households in Chintang Pass had spontaneously erected a shrine in your honor. Night and day, they offered 3 sticks of incense without interruption. Li Jing, upon learning of this, expressed some discontent, yet, burdened by guilt, he refrained from causing any disturbance, merely muttering about the disrespect of the common folk towards deities and lamenting that if the officials in Chaoga were to learn of this, it would hinder his career. As time passed and the fierce offensive from the rebel forces in the east escalated, even more citizens began to establish shrines in their homes in your honor. Initially, they were perplexed by your choice to die in Li Jing's stead, but now they comprehended the gravity of the situation. This was a time of warfare. The border troops of Chintang Pass had long accustomed themselves to Li Jing's military training methods. Should he perish and a new commander be appointed, the strength of the soldiers would be drastically diminished, and Chintang Pass would inevitably suffer the ravages of war. Your sacrifice for Li Jing was not an act of foolish filial piety, but rather an expression of profound love. Indeed, every household in Chintang Pass had come to honor you with heartfelt reverence. At that time, however, you had yet to construct a temple, rendering you incapable of accepting these offerings, which continued to accumulate. But now, the incense had finally found its rightful owner. Taking a deep breath, you swiftly began to employ the incense refining techniques passed down from the primordial supreme being through Tai Jinren. Your spiritual essence surged dramatically. Yet this was merely the beginning. When the first worshipper arrived at your Neza Palace, and you fulfilled his wish, the entire populace of Chintang Pass erupted in astonishment. They realized that their little hero not only protected them in life, but continued to selflessly contribute and safeguard the land even after death. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had elapsed. Li Jing returned with his army to Chintang Pass for a period of rest, passing by Swipping Mountain. Observing the vast expanse of incense and the continuous stream of worshippers fervently speaking your name, Li Jing felt a surge of anger. Master, when shall we destroy this malevolent temple that brings suffering to the people? He inquired. Patience is required. The time is not yet ripe. A mysterious voice resonated in his ears. During these 6 months, while you were growing, Li Jing had unknowingly gained a master. Chapter 256, The Goddess. Little did Li Jing realize that his once broken and despairing aspirations of cultivation had been rekindled over the past 6 months, albeit in a rather muddled manner due to having taken on a master. This was approximately 4 months ago, when he led his troops to Yuhan Pass to engage in a fierce battle against Jiang Wenwei. In the midst of battle, a momentary lapse in caution led to an ambush, where 3 formidable generals under Jiang Wenhuan surrounded and brutally assaulted him. Just as his life seemed poised to be extinguished by a lethal shot, a celestial being appeared, visible only to him. With a gentle touch upon his shoulder, Li Jing felt an overwhelming surge of strength, a power so immense that it eclipsed even the might he once wielded as the sovereign of a minor world. In that instant, courage surged within him, allowing him to turn the tide of battle, vanquishing 6 of Jiang Wenhuan's generals and achieving a resounding victory. Not only did he triumph, but his reputation, which had plummeted within the ranks, began to rise anew. Even the emperor of the distant Chaoga, upon hearing the news, bestowed upon him a jade belt as a token of encouragement. After the battle, Li Jing knelt, eager to pay homage to his newfound master, who once again placed a hand upon his shoulder. In that moment, he felt an incredible lightness, as if all the karmic burdens that had obstructed his path to enlightenment had vanished completely. He could not help but feel that this master was more benevolent than his own father, though the master showed no desire to adopt him as a son. However, as the identity of his master was unveiled, and after an extensive conversation, Li Jing was filled with a euphoric sense of renewal, realizing the immense value of this mentorship. His master was none other than Ran Deng, the vice leader of the Chan sect. Li Jing felt that he had attained his highest aspiration. Once, during his studies at the Ba Baoyun Guan cave, his dream had been to join the Chan sect. Who would have imagined that a dream long sought in youth would be reclaimed in the trials of middle age? Yet, what was even more astonishing was that Master Ran Deng supported his intention to discipline the little hero Neza. The notion that a child misbehaves due to a lack of reprimand resonated deeply with him. A father must maintain authority and strength, for a child's obstinacy stems from insufficient challenges. Without facing adversity, how could a child ever learn the value of relying on their father? Ran Deng's teachings struck a profound chord within Li Jing. Upon returning to Chintang Pass for a respite, his first thought was to dismantle Neza's temple. The idea of collecting incense offerings was absurd to him. He was determined to demolish that dilapidated shrine to ensure that no child would have an easy path. For without hardship, gratitude could never flourish. Alas, his master advised that the time was not yet ripe. With a somber expression, Li Jing led his troops back to Chintang Pass. After his departure, the figure of Master Ran Deng appeared at the foot of Chui Ping Mountain. Gazing up at the bustling grand temple, his long brows lowered, and his gaze introspective. "Dear friend, your heart is troubled." The disheveled, curly-haired hermit who previously appeared on Skull Mountain now stands behind Ran Deng. Ran Deng turns to glance at him. "When Neza was 3, I held him in my arms. That child was quite charming. The red pouch he wore before his demise was a gift for me." The hermit remarks, "Though Kunlun Mountain is lofty, it has lost its auspicious aura." Ran Deng responds, "That child is quite good." While at Yaoqi, he secretly tossed peach pits outside, allowing the white crane boy to deliver them to us, claiming that the soil of Kunlun Mountain could indeed yield peaches. The hermit adds, "In the past, at Xiao Palace, he failed to fulfill the promise he made to you." Ran Deng reflects, "Li Jing is inept, lacking self-awareness and introspection. Even the greatest opportunities bestowed upon him are squandered." The hermit comments, "A single word can create a chasm. How can a deputy teacher be as comfortable as the Buddha?" The two engage in their peculiar conversation, each speaking their own thoughts, yet somehow managing to maintain an enigmatic dialogue. After a lengthy pause, Ran Deng, seemingly weary of this mode of conversation, states, "The vanguard of the campaign against Zhou should not be stirred." The hermit grins, "So you remain still, and I too shall remain still. Let Li Jing take action." With such a handsome child, who would wish him harm? Just ensure he does not ascend to the status of a golden immortal. A golden immortal as a vanguard, wielding the heavenly decree to take lives, would diminish the number of bodhisattvas and arhats in the future on Mount Ling. It would be preferable for him to become a mystic immortal, facilitating my almsgiving and also accumulating wealth for you. With that, Ran Deng fell into silence for a considerable time before his figure transformed into light and vanished. In the Xiao Palace, who does not aspire to become a saint? And who is to say that he cannot be one? It is all a ruse. Talk of severing 3 corpses and the primordial purple aura is nothing but deception. Yet this path to the west, Ran Deng feels, is indeed viable. In the blink of an eye, Ran Deng, who is at Chintang Pass, now appears as an aged beggar on the streets of Chaoga. "Old man, would you like a baked pancake?" "Thank you, my dear girl, thank you." Ran Deng savors the pancake, relishing each bite, while a charming girl in a splendid gown, beautiful of heart and form, sways gracefully as she enters the highest halls of power in the current primordial era. "Guanhua, my dear. Guanhua, my dear." The girl, carrying a small basket, moves through the grand palace of the Shang dynasty without inhibition, Whether encountering court officials or the elite guards of the Xiang, all greet her with courtesy and warmth. After all, though she is merely a humble palace maid, she serves the newly appointed empress of the Xiang, Su Daji. Guanwan takes small, delicate steps, making her way to the inner palace. The Xiang inner palace is a paradox of half a step into paradise and half a step into the abyss. The wine pool and meat forest are merely 100 meters from the cauldron of venom. On one side, the air is fragrant with wine and rich with meat, while on the other, toxic mists swirl, accompanied by melodious strings and anguished cries. At this moment, Emperor Xian had indulged in revelry with Daji for 3 consecutive days, finally succumbing to fatigue and drifting into slumber. In a lavish banquet of wine and meat, Daji found herself alone, idly sipping exquisite wine. "Your Grace, the delicacies have been brought for you," announced Gunwan as she began to extract items from a small basket. However, the dishes were not the infamous delicacies of children's hearts or other sanguinary fare rumored to be favored by the Demon Queen. Instead, they comprised fresh, crisp vegetables and fruits still glistening with dew. The world may label Daji as a demon, yet little do they know that the nine-tailed fox is, in fact, a harbinger of good fortune. It had been many years since Daji had tasted meat. She delicately picked up a piece of glistening radish, its cut surface resembling fine mutton fat white jade, and savored it with a satisfying crunch. Gunwan's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Your Grace, during my recent outing, I stumbled upon an amusing tale. Might I share it to alleviate your boredom?" As she continued to munch on the radish, Daji listened intently to Gunwan's narration. After all, auspicious signs are one thing, but duties assigned by the goddess Nuwa must be fulfilled with utmost seriousness. Upon concluding Gunwan's report, a grand plan began to form within Daji's petite mind. Just a tad east of Chuntang Pass lies the war-torn Yuan Pass. If at this juncture, they could leverage the construction of a temple to an evil deity as a pretext to capture General Li Jing, who had recently attained merit, it could potentially pave the way for the rebel Wang Jiangwenhuan to invade the heart of the Shang dynasty, greatly accelerating its downfall. Daji blinked, yearning for home after having spent ample time in the Shang dynasty. She longed to curl up in her cozy, pink, furry fox den and slumber for a millennium. "Summon the esteemed lords Fei Zhong and Yuhan," she commanded, having finished the last piece of radish. Daji seized the opportunity while Emperor Xian remained in repose to convene a brief meeting with the pivotal figures of the treacherous quartet of the Shang dynasty, Fei Zhong and Yuhan. At that moment, both men understood that an opportunity had presented itself. They had long harbored disdain for the brutish military leaders of the Shang dynasty. The coarse warriors lacked discernment and failed to recognize that the two of them were favored by the king. Their lack of acknowledgement for even the smallest gestures was utterly uncouth. Previously, with the formidable Huang Feihong shielding these generals, their grievances had remained unvoiced, but now, the esteemed queen had personally handed them a fine weapon. To worship at the temple of vile deities was indeed a grave offense. Certainly, this matter was not of great significance previously. It was only in recent years, following the ascension of Emperor Xian, that it began to tighten. Before his reign, the merchants of Shang were known for their rampant sacrificial practices. They would offer sacrifices to all manner of mountain spirits and woodland creatures, engage in superstitious rituals, and even venerate the celestial deities. In remote villages, wealthy landowners would concoct various ceremonies to amass wealth, leading the local populace in extravagant rites. Claims that humanity is the principal entity in the primordial realm and should respect the heavens are mere fabrications. Many relied on these practices for their livelihood. However, after Emperor Xian took the throne, he indeed exhibited a sage-like demeanor for several years, swiftly and decisively abolishing all chaotic rituals. He eliminated numerous practitioners with a single stroke. Countless blades had dulled in the process. Did they truly believe that Jiang Wenhuan, a young man in his 30s who had just inherited his family's legacy, could rally 200 feudal lords to revolt simply by raising a banner of rebellion? Among those 200 lords, at least 60% were driven to rebellion out of vengeance, as Emperor Xian had severed their financial lifelines, akin to a deep-seated enmity. Ultimately, this rectification rendered the sacrificial circles within the domain of the Shang utterly cleansed. It was not a prohibition on sacrifices, but rather a ban on lewd temples and the veneration of celestial deities. The common folk could still offer sacrifices, but only to the righteous deities sanctioned by the emperor and overseen by the Ministry of Celestial Affairs. Only these righteous deities were deemed worthy of receiving the people's offerings. Any celestial god, regardless of status, would be treated as a lewd temple. Thus, that afternoon, Emperor Exen, under the influence of the grievances from Fei Zhong and Yuhan, along with the alluring whispers of Daji, issued a decree to Chuntang Pass. He commanded Li Jing to dismantle the evil temple palace on Shui Ping Mountain within 3 days. Failure to comply would be considered treason. Upon the issuance of this decree, Daji was satisfied, pondering that this was indeed the palace temple utilized by Li Jing's son for resurrection. How could a father stand idly by while his son lost the chance for revival? Li Jing was resolute. This was a significant advancement in the plan to return to the Fox's Den, filling him with joy. Fei Zhong and Yu Han were elated, knowing that regardless of Li Jing's fate, they would seize this opportunity to request a patrol assignment from the king the following day, to inspect the territories of various generals and ascertain if any clandestine sacrificial practices were still underway. With this imperial edict in hand, whether the other generals of the Shang were engaged in sacrificial rites would be determined by them. With the pathway to wealth opened, their plans to surpass the national treasury advanced significantly, filling them with glee. Emperor Xian, too, was in high spirits. Daji had mentioned that she had 2 sisters, equally as enchanting as she, marking a substantial progression in the emperor's grand design for a breathtaking imperial harem, bringing him delight. Li Jing was utterly delighted, more so than anyone else. Master, I now understand what you meant by timing. On that very day, Li Jing, accompanied by his loyal soldiers, ascended to Ping Mountain, brandishing the decree of the human emperor and demolishing your Neza palace, particularly targeting your golden statue, which Li Jing himself shattered. Once he finished, he nearly wished for a stone mortar to grind it into fine dust. Upon your return from the mountain, having granted wishes to your followers, the sight of the ruins would leave you in utter disbelief. This is utterly irrational. Despite Li Jing's blatant misconduct, he still dared to raise my palace? After only half a year of incense offerings, you, who had just nurtured your primordial spirit to the celestial level, felt as if the heavens themselves had collapsed. The narrative had clearly opened up an entirely new path, so why had it reverted to its original state? You neither comprehend nor wish to understand. Li Jing, I have truly given you face. If your golden finger were not a simulator, but rather a choice system, 2 options would undoubtedly present themselves before you. Choice 1. Endure the humiliation and return to Qianyuan Mountain to seek guidance from your master. Reward. Innate spiritual root, the lotus spirit body. Foundation for the physical body to attain sanctity. Choice 2. Li Jing, I shall strike you down. Reward. Successfully slaying Li Jing grants the blood of Pangu. Yet there remains a 90 chance of your primordial spirit being obliterated by Li Jing's gaze upon the fate of humanity. The rewards are tantalizing, yet regrettably, you lack a choice system. The good news is, you need not fear obliteration. I shall forego this simulation and still annihilate you. You charge into Chuntang Pass, undeterred by the searing flames of the sun against your primordial spirit. Though your ethereal form possessed celestial strength, it was still but a rootless reed. Yet, you remained unfazed. I am a cherished one of the Yao Qi. Can I possibly fear this? With a mere grasp of my hand, a sphere of the essence of water from the sacred land of Yao Qi enveloped your primordial spirit. The sun's true fire? What could the likes of Dijuan do to me? With a powerful kick, you shattered the doors of the general's office. At that moment, Li Jing was blissfully enjoying his drink, having not felt such exhilaration in many years. Li Jing raised his cup, observing you storming towards him in fury, entirely unperturbed. I knew you would seek revenge. Look at this. Li Jing reached into his bosom, retrieving the imperial edict penned by Xen, commanding him to obliterate your temple. This is the decree of the human emperor, imbued with the fate of humanity and the imperial aura of the purple tenuity. Do not think that your mere celestial primordial spirit can withstand it. Even a great Luo golden immortal's primordial spirit would be subdued. However, Li Jing noticed something peculiar, a banner flying towards him, inscribed with characters. Panga banner? What on earth is this nonsense? Nonsense. Could it possibly rival the might of my imperial decree? Ha ha. The advantage lies with me. This little beast is doomed. Chapter 258, The Humanitarian Third Prince. In the year of the 5th 8, middle is the Panga banner and my imperial decree truly formidable? With an air of disdain, Li Jing cast the decree towards you, his smile betraying a sense of superiority. Then, like a piece of adhesive plaster, it flashed through the air and collided with the titanium alloy steel plate, adhering half a meter in front of you, immovable, neither ascending nor descending. With your small hand, you tore it off, blew your nose, and carelessly tossed it to the ground. Li Jing remarked, "Why the grimace? Do you not find joy in laughter?" The smile did not vanish. It merely shifted from Li Jing to your own visage. Yet you suddenly sensed an unsettling dissonance, even if you were remarkably powerful. It was absurd to treat an imperial decree drafted by DXIN as mere toilet paper. Turning back, you beheld the fluttering banner. The bold characters Panga banner piercing your gaze, causing your eyes to well up with emotion. Has the master truly spoiled me so? You found it hard to believe your own eyes. Li Jing had dismantled your temple, and Yuan Shi Tianzun had summoned the treasured artifact of the Chan teaching to bolster your position. Not even a biological son would receive such preferential treatment, let alone a mere father. You were moved. At that moment, you were overwhelmed with emotion, your fists clenched with determination as you approached Li Jing, raining down blows upon him. "Save me! Teacher, save me!" Li Jing, pinned beneath you like a dumpling, pleaded for assistance. Randang heard his cries and arrived, casting a glance at the Panga banner behind you before departing once more. Even if it were your father today, he could not save you. Your pent-up frustration finally found an outlet. Meanwhile, as you shared this father-son moment, Guang Chengzi received a summons and had arrived outside the Fire Cloud Cave. Guang Chengzi of the Chan teaching seeks an audience with the humanitarian sage. "Teacher, please do come in." The Huangdi of the Fire Cloud Cave rose immediately, personally welcoming Guang Chengzi into the cave. Once the Emperor of Humanity, Xianxia, had now ascended to the status of a humanitarian sage, his position was unparalleled. Yet Guang Chengzi would always hold a special place in his heart. "Your courtesy is appreciated. I pay my respects to the three sages." Upon entering the cave, Guang Chengzi respectfully saluted the three sovereigns of humanity, then spoke directly. "I have come today to seek the designation of a rightful deity for a disciple of mine from the Chan teaching, hoping that the three sages might extend me some favor in light of our past camaraderie." Shinnong and Huangdi readily acquiesced, while only the heavenly sovereign Fuxi remained seated upon his earthen platform, observing with a tranquil demeanor, seemingly oblivious to Guang Chengzi's presence. With a slight smile, Guang Chengzi remarked, "Heavenly sovereign, my disciple was, in her previous incarnation, a divine pearl under the tutelage of Niwa." Fuxi opened his eyes, agreed. "Thank you, sage. I beseech the three sages to convey a decree to His Majesty, the Emperor. My disciple has endured great suffering and injustice. At merely 7 years of age, in the name of filial piety and the greater good, he sacrificed himself for his father, a general stationed at Chuntang Pass, who, driven by selfish desires, colluded with the Dragon Clan." Guang Chengzi recounted the heroic deeds of this young champion. Despite his arduous wait for resurrection after establishing a temple to benefit the human populace, was inexplicably deemed by the emperor as a temple of debauchery, leading to its demolition. The three sovereigns of humanity were momentarily taken aback. How could such an exceptional child, who emerged amidst adversity, be so unjustly treated? My brothers, while it is rightful to punish a child for wrongdoing, it is equally imperative to compensate for the wrongs inflicted upon the innocent. Allow me to handle this matter, Xianxia asked solemnly, and the emperor, along with Shinnong and Fuxi, nodded in agreement. With a resounding clang, Xianxia drew the Xianyuan sword and cast it outside the cave. In the next instant, golden lotuses erupted from the earth across all human city-states, while the heavens darkened and lightened in unison. The Emperor Xianyuan, embodying the celestial order, spoke with each word manifesting his characters, coalescing the resplendent fortune of humanity in the skies. The way of heaven embodies loyalty and valor, while the way of humanity embodies filial virtue. It is said that Neza, a being of celestial origin, emerged with unparalleled bravery. In his lifetime, he donned the guise of the heavens, wielded the cosmos, vanquished the dragon of the East Sea, and safeguarded the populace from suffering. This is the essence of courage that transcends the universe. During the trials at Chuntang Pass, his father, engulfed in ignorance, committed heinous acts. To protect the safety of the people, Neza sacrificed himself in place of his father, demonstrating profound filial piety and ensuring the stability of the realm. This is the filial devotion that moves the sun and moon. Though he has departed, his true spirit endures, manifesting across the lands. He shelters the earth, allowing for tranquility and prosperity among the populace. This epitomizes great loyalty to the nation, great filial duty to life, great courage to aid the realm, and great benevolence to benefit the people. His merits are illustrious, his blessings profound, stirring the heavens and the earth. Thus, we three sovereigns, in accordance with the path of humanity and aligning with the will of heaven, hereby confer upon Neza the title of the third prince of loyalty, valor, and filial piety, placing him at the forefront of the righteous deities of humanity. In his presence, no bowing is required. Wherever the fortune of humanity resides, temples may be erected to commemorate him, with offerings and festivals throughout the seasons. We decree the spirit of the third prince to be ever responsive, protecting humanity and ensuring everlasting prosperity and well-being. So it is commanded. The decree of the three sovereigns resonates, and the grand principles respond, witnessed by heaven and earth. With a resonant clang, on Golden Ao Island, a gentle sword aura transformed into a refreshing breeze. Excellent. Within the Jade Void Palace, the words of the sages echoed through the cosmos. In the Doshui Palace and Yuhua Palace, of the 6 celestial sages, four responded with goodwill, while 2, disinterested, chose to remain aloof. Meanwhile, the bewildered Emperor Exen, blindfolded and playing a game with Daji to find his beloved consort, was momentarily perplexed. The righteous deities of humanity? Was I not the emperor? Alas, it seems the three sovereigns overshadow even the emperor. Let them do as they please. Beloved consort, do not flee. I can sense your fragrance. And thus, the music resumed, the game continued, and let it be as it may. Meanwhile, you, who were furiously beating Li Jing at the commandant's residence, swore to pummel him into minuscule pieces, were also quite perplexed. In the blink of an eye, had you transformed from a wild deity into a righteous god of humanity? It is essential to recognize that your status as a righteous god of humanity is distinctly different from those so-called righteous gods sanctioned by Emperor Exen, who permitted the subjects of the Shang dynasty to worship them. Although they all share the title of righteous gods of humanity, your divine rank was conferred by the three sovereigns, marking the first instance in the annals of human history where these three venerable sages collectively bestowed such an honor. You genuinely belong to the realm of humanity and represent the essence of human deities. In contrast, those appointed by Emperor Xin can be regarded, in strict terms, as mere deities within the confines of the Shang royal court, before even ascending to the celestial realm as a grand deity of the three altars. You had already become the righteous god, known as the loyal, brave, filial, manifest, benevolent, and peacekeeping third prince of humanity. Furthermore, this divine title, when combined with the grave transgression committed by Li Jing in the presence of the emperor, for which you perished in his stead, raises suspicions that the three sovereigns included third prince in your title as a mockery of Li Jing. However, what a delightful mockery it is. You ceased your assault on Li Jing and suddenly conceived a more satisfying means of venting your frustrations. Old Deng, you have 1 incense stick's worth of time to dismantle the commandant's residence and construct for me a palace dedicated to the loyal, brave, filial, manifest, benevolent, and peacekeeping third prince. You shall build it with your own hands, and for every brick missing, I shall deliver 100 slaps. In the 59th year, under your supervision and the scorn of the entire populace of Chintang Pass, Li Jing spent over 4 months painstakingly erecting a brand new palace for you on the original site of the commandant's residence. Yet you kicked down the temple he had built, demanding he start anew, before returning to Tipping Mountain, where a magnificent temple palace dedicated to Neza rose majestically, rivaling the grandeur of a royal palace. At this point, you were utterly unconcerned with the dilapidated shrine constructed by Li Jing's grimy hands. Your own Neza temple had flourished abundantly, with the thriving incense smoke causing your visage to appear pleasantly plump, such that even the hefty black cat could proclaim it round. With this turn of events, you had thoroughly relished the experience. The attainment of a golden immortal state for your primordial spirit was now merely a matter of time. As for Li Jing, it sufficed to torment him. Allowing him to live in shame, nailed to a pillar, was far more gratifying than simply ending his life. In the subsequent year, you shattered the temple Li Jing had built for you for the 3rd time, instructing him to continue his reconstruction efforts. Simultaneously, your primordial spirit's strength had already reached the level of a golden immortal, surpassing the original timeline by over a year. You found a moment to return to Qianyuan Mountain to visit your master. While the experience of being a righteous god of humanity was indeed enjoyable, You still preferred possessing a physical form. Tai Jinren smiled and advised you not to rush, stating that plans had changed. The original plan was for you to become a golden immortal within 3 years. However, how could a mere nascent golden immortal possibly be worthy of the illustrious and valiant third prince, who embodies loyalty, filial piety, and the safeguarding of the realm? To speak of golden immortals is trivial, when the time comes for the righteous sects to conclude their celestial ordination. Even a great Luo true saint may find their fate precarious, their heads at risk of imminent peril. In the 60th year, as the year draws to a close, an overwhelming wave of incense offerings floods towards you. You have been swollen to the size of a meatball, and after diligently absorbing and digesting these offerings, the 3 flowers atop your head shine brilliantly, granting you a primordial spirit that has already attained the early stages of the Tai Golden Immortal. Jar, come to Xianxia Mountain. It is time to return. The voice of the Tai true man resonates in your ears, and with excitement, you weave your hands in a spell, swiftly returning to the Golden Light Cave. Upon seeing the physical form you had not encountered for 3 years, tears of joy threatened to spill forth. Even without fully merging, you can sense that the strength of your body has now reached the standard of a golden witch. With a physical form of golden witch caliber and the primordial spirit of Tai golden immortal strength, combined with the profound arts of the 8-9 mysteries and the 9 turns mystical arts, you are ready to soar to unprecedented heights. Master, what does it mean for you to place a lotus flower atop my head? Oh, it's nothing significant, just a gesture. Now step inside. The Tai true man patted your primordial spirit, causing you to stagger as your spirit and body united in harmony. In an instant, the heavens and earth stirred with tumultuous winds and clouds. The tribulations of celestial beings, true immortals, mystical immortals, Tai mystical immortals, golden immortals, and Tai golden immortals converged into a singular cataclysm, forming a calamity cloud of unimaginable scale that engulfed Xianxia Mountain and its surroundings for thousands of miles. Had a common person witnessed such a magnitude of heavenly tribulation, they would have been struck dead by fright without even attempting to endure it. Yet, you and your master remained utterly unfazed. Master, I shall take a bath in the heavenly tribulation. Indeed, it will be quite refreshing. With a somersault, you ascended into the sky. Meanwhile, beneath Xianxia Mountain, a man with rough, calloused hands and bulging muscles approached. Li Jing, who had labored for 3 years, was consumed by hatred, leaving no room for anything else. He retrieved a pitch-black orb from his sleeve, aimed it at the tumultuous calamity clouds above, and hurled it with great force. In that moment, all the karma extracted from him by the burning lamp in years past merged into the calamity clouds. Heavenly tribulations possess a mystical quality, capable of engaging in extraordinary chemical reactions with nearly any element. The karma that could obliterate a small world invigorated your heavenly tribulation, causing it to bubble with fervor and elevating its power to the level of a great Luo golden immortal's tribulation. Li Jing, you seek your own demise. By the time the Tai true man became aware, it was too late. The karma had already fully fused with the calamity clouds. Li Jing, grinning malevolently, thought this time, I shall see whether you live or die. You deserve to perish. You should have perished long ago. Li Jing, filled with pride, vanished from sight amidst the barking of his dog. Tai Jinren was rendered speechless, as were you. In this moment, even the primordial supreme being would be of no help. In the vast expanse of the primordial chaos, the saints wield immense power, yet they are unable to intervene in the heavenly tribulation. This is a decree set by the heavenly Tao, and as saints of the heavenly Tao, they are bound to obey. You grit your teeth in frustration. How can one proceed under such conditions? The heavenly tribulation at the level of a great Luo golden immortal is far too formidable for a mere Tai golden immortal to endure. Not even a single bolt of lightning could be withstood. But at that moment, a golden light blossomed within your dantian, intertwining with the raging calamity clouds. It was the merit accrued from your act of saving Li Jing from annihilation, a divine boon bestowed upon you. The heavenly tribulation seemed to ponder. You two truly are amusing. Is this never-ending? Should I unleash my wrath or play the benevolent one? Of course, the benevolent route was the preferred choice. After all, nothing compared to the might of merit against karma. The heavenly tribulation returned to its ordinary state. Having already retreated, Li Jing, through the heavenly talisman, witnessed the scene before him, his hair standing on end as a chill coursed through his body. Is he truly not dead? If that's the case, then your demise is imminent. With the heavenly tribulation now resolved, your primordial spirit ventured forth, swiftly locating Li Jing's position amidst the palatial temples scattered across the human settlements of the primordial world. Indeed, Li Jing deserved his fate. Master, I shall return shortly. In a flash, you traversed 1,000 miles, reappearing before Li Jing. This time, you had no intention of exchanging pleasantries. After all, much like you, was a fated individual in this grand calamity, with a life script of his own. It was futile. You were aware that his survival brought you no joy. This calamity of sanctification would not be played lightly. Li Jing must perish. With a swift flick of your fiery spear, you impaled the panicking Li Jing to the ground, akin to a javelin. Jar, no, I was wrong. It is I who have been blinded by hatred. Grant me a chance, I implore you. With a resounding slap, the mysterious cloud, silk struck, shattering Li Jing's teeth and mouth. You trod upon Li Jing's feet, his legs, his waist, ultimately standing upon his chest. Each step a brutal crushing of bones. Extracting the spear that had pierced him, you held it aloft, aiming at the center of Li Jing's forehead. Enough. One must show mercy where mercy is due. Jar, after all, he is your father. You have struck him, you have harmed him, regardless of your grievances. It is time to relent. A golden light enveloped Li Jing as the burning lamp could no longer contain himself and finally revealed his presence. Yet before he could utter his disparaging remarks, you raised your hand and extended your middle finger toward him. A quasi-saint, indeed impressive, but you are no match for me. But similarly, you are not the Neza from the original text. The internal strife within the Chan sect is difficult for the sages to manage. It matters not for you. Li Mu, Li Neza, are not merely a disciple of the Chan sect. Mother, they have gone too far. I no longer wish to live. From your bosom, you produced a conch-shaped artifact, your voice quivering with indignation as you sought justice. In the next moment, the mother of Xianxia descended, accompanied by 3,000 celestial maidens. Shattering the void. If you dare, repeat what you just said, you coldly regarded Randang. Chapter 260, Descending the Mountain to Attain Divinity. In the 60th year, Part 2, the Neza of the original tale, began as a mere beast, only to be subjected to various forms of emotional manipulation, ultimately becoming a pawn of destiny, despite bearing the title of one of the 3 rebellious figures of the heavenly court. He was overshadowed by a tower for his entire life. How astute you are! Did you truly believe that visiting Xianxia was merely for soaking in hot springs with the celestial maidens? No, it was to affirm that heaven did not give birth to me. Li Neza, my mother's path is as eternal as night. After countless simulations and enduring harsh realities, even the most naive athlete's mind has been enlightened. From the day you discovered you had become Neza, you awaited this moment. For you, the most difficult aspect of being Neza was not having a beastly father like Li Jing or the fear of becoming a lotus root-like vegetable, but rather the tower. 2 years ago, when Li Jing dismantled your temple, though you had no evidence, you suspected that Randang might be involved. However, if Randang were to assist Li Jing in dealing with you, Tai Yizhanrun would be powerless to intervene, and even the primordial sage would find it inconvenient to take action. Fear not. It is time for the ancient sage to witness the true power of the mother of Xianxia. Mother is coming, exclaimed the mother of Xianxia. Who dares to bully my soul, male disciple of Xianxia? She fractured the void with her arrival, her beautiful eyes like frost, wordless yet formidable, as the 3,000 celestial maidens behind her displayed murderous intent. The atmosphere, the spectacle, instantly elevated the stakes to their zenith. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, even if Xianxia himself were to arrive, he could not sway the entire assembly of Xianxia maidens with mere words. Yet you can. Master Uncle, you stand atop Li Jing, casting a cold gaze at Randang. Children may be easy to bully, but before you do so, ought you not consider the family to which they belong? If you dare, please reiterate the teachings of filial piety you imparted to me in front of my godmother. Randang, Li Jing. Master, do not remain silent. It frightens me. Randang. If I do not remain silent, she will truly dare to slap me. Though they're all quasi-saints, the status of this quasi-saint from Xianxia is exceptionally unique. In the past, during his visit to the Purple Cloud's palace to seek enlightenment, Randin found himself standing in the corner of the crowd, akin to a transparent scrap, while the 3 purities sat majestically upon their cushions, resembling towering mountains that he could only gaze up at in reverence. Meanwhile, in the Xianxia, the mother of gold stood beside the Tao ancestor Hongjun, close enough to reach out and touch his beard. The elders of the primordial era understood, well, that merely sitting upon a cushion during the teachings at the Purple Cloud's palace did not guarantee one would emerge victorious. Rather, those who stood beside the Tao ancestor were eternally the true victors. Randan had encountered the goddess. Inner turmoil gripped him, yet Li Jing still needed to be salvaged. There was no choice. Even if Li Jing was a mere inept fool, he was still capable of fathering a child. Besides Neza, there were also Xianxia and Mujia. The matter at hand was crucial to his collaboration with the Western teachings, entwining his future path in the Tao, and thus, he resolved to take the plunge. My goddess, Neza, is a disciple of my school, and Li Jing too is my student. Despite Li Jing's myriad shortcomings, it is inappropriate for fellow disciples to harm one another, especially since Li Jing bears the heavenly mandate to vanquish the tyrant Zhou. However, now that you have graced us with your presence, I must honor your wishes. Whatever you desire in dealing with Neza, I shall acquiesce, provided that you spare my disciple's life. Randan, devoid of temper, laid down his boundaries. Alas, who would heed him? Neza, the mother of gold, tenderly caressed your small face, then cast a fierce glance at Randan. During these years away from Xianxia, you have endured grievances. This despicable creature has wronged you in ways I am fully aware of. Today, you may act as you wish. Let us see who dares to obstruct you. Go forth and do as you please. I shall support you. If I cannot provide enough strength, I know the way to the Purple Cloud's palace better than anyone. My god is silence. As Randan attempted to resist, the throng of 3,000 little fairies behind the Mother of Gold rolled up their sleeves, revealing their delicate arms. Sisters, the goddess may not be inclined to bully the small, but shall we allow our little junior brother to be oppressed? Absolutely not. Our little junior brother has grown up in our embrace. If he is bullied, outsiders will think Xianxia is easy to trifle with. Sisters, let us form a grand formation and avenge this sanctimonious old cur for our little brother. With a swift motion, the 3,000 fairies of Xianxia, as if pre-rehearsed, surrounded Randan. What ensued was a violent display of magic. Randan was battered to the point of madness, yet he dared not retaliate. He even refrained from summoning defensive treasures to protect himself, fearful of inadvertently harming the fairies of Xianxia. Was it compassion for the delicate? No. It was simply a dread of becoming the enemy of all male cultivators of the primordial age, as he could well be beaten to death. Enough, the Mother of Gold declared, observing that the punishment had been sufficient, and with a wave of her hand, the 3,000 fairies promptly returned to formation. She looked at Randan, battered and bruised, and then at Li Jing, whose face was ashen. In the next life, I shall strive to be a noble creature. With a resounding crack, Li Jing's corporeal form shattered, his true spirit soaring into the heavens. The lungs of the luminary of illumination felt as if they might explode with fury. How dare you? At that moment, the esteemed Tai Zhenren descended upon the clouds, casting his gaze upon the disheveled form of the luminary. Alas, let's not dwell on it. Deputy leader, do calm your temper. Would you care for some soup? With a sudden cough, the luminary could no longer suppress a mouthful of old blood, limping back to Kunlun Mountain. Along the way, he encountered the scruffy Taoist, whose expression mirrored his own troubled countenance, who intercepted him and tossed Li Jing's true spirit into his hands. Li Jing must not perish, declared the scruffy Taoist. Then bring him back to life, retorted the luminary. The Taoist, with a pained expression, reached into his robe and retrieved 3 withered yellow leaves. I recall that atop Kunlun Mountain, there exists a precious lotus root. Use that to fashion a body for Li Jing. These 3 Bodhi leaves shall serve as compensation. As he relinquished the leaves, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. The scruffy Taoist now appeared to have wrapped himself in a quilt of sorrow. My Western realm is in dire straits, and before I could even gain a single benefit, I have already sacrificed 3 Bodhi leaves. The yearning for prosperity echoed in his heart. When will my Western teachings flourish? Year 61. Having slain Li Jing, you felt invigorated, even consuming 26 bowls more at each meal than before. You followed Tai Zhenren back to the Golden Light Cave on Qianyuan Mountain, continuing your cultivation in preparation for the imminent battle of deification. Year 62. Time seemed to stand still in the mountains, and before you knew it, another year had passed. One day, while delving into a new spell, Tai Zhenren summoned you. Jar, it is time to descend the mountain. Hurry to Sisui Pass and ensure the safety of the Wu Cheng Wang, Huang Feihu, and his family. Chapter 261. Uncle, your nephew has come a visit. Year 62. The descent from the mountain signified your formal entry into the tumultuous realm of deification. Even you could not escape the waves of excitement and anxiety. Xianxia, before you depart, I bestow upon you 3 marvelous treasures. With a grand flourish of his sleeves, Tai Junren conjured a golden brick, a long spear, and a pair of flying wheels, which gracefully floated to your side. At last, a genuine Neza ensemble. The joy of acquiring such treasures dispelled the unease within your heart. After bowing to Tai Junren, you leaped onto the wind and fire wheels and soared towards Sisui Pass. As you flew, you recalled the original narrative of the deification saga. This descent was to rescue Huang Feihu, but what had driven him to rebel against the Shang dynasty? Of course, it was to fulfill the dream of auspiciousness. To kindle warmth in her fox den, albeit a bit too much firewood was added. No mistakes there. You cared little for the intricacies of Huang Feihu's rebellion. Your sole concern was whether there would be a battle to engage in. The deification saga had commenced, and you were determined to pursue but one objective. Gently rubbing your lower abdomen, you smile like a war profiteer. In the battlefield of the gods, where heads roll, you possess a unique trait that allows you to absorb the profound laws of the universe through your victories. Having been stuck at the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal for quite some time, you yearn to devour the insights of others regarding the laws of the great Tao. Once one reaches the level of Golden Immortal, the notion of cultivation diverges significantly from the traditional arduous practice of honing one's magical power. After ascending to the Golden Immortal realm, there are 2 principal paths. One is the comprehension of the laws of the great Tao, and the other is the cultivation of divine abilities. However, these 2 paths ultimately converge. Understanding the laws of the great Tao facilitates the cultivation of divine abilities, while practicing those abilities enhances one's comprehension of the great Tao, each complementing the other. Yet, the pursuit of comprehending the great Tao is an exceedingly time-consuming endeavor. Even with the aid of small 1,000 worlds, one would require at least 1,000 or 800 years to see any tangible results. This is also the reason why the esteemed Tai Junren invested all his wealth and acquired substantial resources from the primordial heavenly sovereign, yet could only elevate you to the level of the Tai Golden Immortal. Truly, grasping the laws of the great Tao cannot merely be achieved through the reckless expenditure of resources. Even among the renowned 12 immortals of the Jade Void, few can claim the status of Great Luo. After a considerable time, as you soared above the Sisui Pass, a brief perception led you to discover several prison carts over 300 miles to the east, escorted by a squad of elite troops from the Shang dynasty, making their way towards Xiaoga. The leading Shang general epitomized the stereotypical image of a left-handed demon. His skin shimmered as if gilded, with a face adorned by a scruffy beard that suggested he had just dined on a child without wiping his mouth. His tiger-like eyes scanned the surroundings warily, flickering with a fierce light of half-green and half-gold. Notably, his mount, a beast with fiery eyes, was still chewing on a human leg that had yet to be fully consumed. This visage would terrify even the bravest of children. The overall quality of the disciples of the Jie sect is indeed concerning. If all goes as anticipated, this individual is the legendary 7-headed General Yuhua, whose appearance significantly tarnishes the exterior image of the Xianmen. It is no wonder that the disciples of the Chan sect harbor considerable disdain for the Jie sect. With a swift invocation of the wind and fire wheels, you descended like a divine weapon, blocking the path of the convoy. Halt, child! Why you obstruct my way? Step aside promptly. Yuhua brandished his halberd. I am Neza of the Chan sect, from Mount Xinyuan, and I have come under the orders of my master to rescue Huang Feihu. Hearing this, Huang Feihu, along with his father Huang Gun and brother, all suddenly raised their heads in surprise. They have come again. The perilous journey towards Shichi was fraught with danger at every turn. Yet in moments of crisis, skilled warriors always seemed to arrive for rescue. For instance, during the previous encounter at Tongwan, the valiant Huang Feihu was unexpectedly reunited with his long-lost son, Huang Tianhua, who had come forth to act heroically. Huang Feihu, adjusting his hair, was about to express his gratitude with a courteous gesture when he suddenly noticed you brandishing a flamboyant weapon, your eyes gleaming with a fierce combativeness as you aimed your gun at Yuhua, warning him not to let his guard down for your sake. Huang Feihu was taken aback. Which side do you belong to? He inquired. With a smirk, you retorted, if you comply, I see no reason to eliminate you. With that, you leapt into action, wielding your fiery spear and charging towards Yuhua with unbridled aggression. Yuhua, having trained for years, had never encountered anyone quite as impatient as you. However, upon realizing you were merely a child of around 10, he initially dismissed you, engaging with you for a brief exchange. Yet, his expression shifted dramatically after just one encounter. Such strength. Retreating a few steps, Yu Hua's golden-green eyes glistened with an ominous glow as he exclaimed, "You call yourself Neza? That unreasonable one who brought ruin to the White-Bone Mountain and the spirit of Shi Jingyang? Indeed, that is I," you declared boldly. "Wretched creature, I have searched tirelessly for you. Prepare to meet your end." Yu Hua's fury erupted upon hearing your name, ignited more fiercely than a drug-induced frenzy. Initially, aside from Wenzhong, few disciples of the Jie school lingered in the Shang dynasty. However, since you and Tai Yizhenren vanquished Shi Ji, the smoldering anger within the Jie disciples was thoroughly ignited. There was nothing to be done. Shi Jingyang was revered among the Jie disciples. The spirit of stone, with her serene demeanor and selfless guidance and cultivation, had touched the lives of many. Countless disciples of the Chan school had benefited from her kindness. Many, already discontented with the Chan school's decree of seclusion, seized this fervor to descend from the mountains covertly. The Chan school has gone too far. You support the Western Qi. Thus, we shall rally behind the Shang, and we shall not rest until you are vanquished. Yu Hua had once received Shi Ji's guidance, and, deep down, harbored an affection for her. Now, with the slayer of Shi Ji before him, Yu Hua's resolve was unyielding. "Reverse the flow of my magic. Let the dark powers surge," he proclaimed. "Today, even at the cost of my foundation, I shall ensure your demise, you little rascal." Initially possessing only the cultivation of Xianxia, Yu Hua's aura surged to that of a Xianxia, engaging you in a furious battle, nearly forsaking defense altogether. Yet, against the overwhelming disparity in strength, such desperation proved futile. After exchanging blows for several rounds, your prowess succeeded in disarming Yu Hua of his halberd. In a panic, he summoned forth a dark banner, releasing a cloud of black smoke towards you. This was Yu Hua's treasured artifact, the soul-reaping banner, capable of evolving into the renowned 10,000 Souls banner if properly refined. Upon witnessing this object, your heart stirred intensely. Isn't this the coveted Emperor's banner that every time traveler dreams of? The authentic one, no less, that emits a cool, dark smoke. Alas, the method of its ritualistic refinement is beyond the capabilities of the esteemed Tai Yizhenren, rendering your aspirations perpetually unfulfilled. But now, bring it forth. Chapter 262, Open the Door, Deliver the Eggs. In the 62nd year, the Soul Banishment Banner is a formidable artifact, both powerful and insidiously malevolent, specifically targeting human souls and spiritual essences. However, this object holds no utility against the original Neza. True Neza, I am a vegetative being, devoid of soul. But you possess one. Given Yu Hua's current forceful enhancement of his cultivation, when fully activated, it poses a significant threat even to someone of the Tai Golden Immortal caliber. Indeed, within you lies a presence far more fearsome than this artifact. The moment the black energy of the Soul Banishment Banner invaded Yu Hua's body, the tiger soul within your dantian opened its eyes. Tiger soul, who dares to disturb my master's spiritual essence? When it comes to the aspect of murderous intent, few, beneath the grade of superior innate spiritual treasures, would dare to challenge the tiger soul of Qiyu. The little tiger, transformed from the tiger soul, glared fiercely, causing the encroaching black energy to freeze in its tracks, while the murderous aura surged into the main body of the Soul Banishment Banner. With a cry of alarm, Yu Hua's hand became a bloody mess as he hastily conjured a wall of blood and executed a fleeing technique. You retrieved the Soul Banishment Banner, storing it within your simulated space, lamenting the missed opportunity. It is truly no simple task to claim the life of someone like Yu Hua, who hails from a prestigious lineage of Qi refiners. These individuals possess numerous means of self-preservation, though they may not be able to defeat you. Should they set their minds to escape, it becomes exceedingly difficult to thwart them. In that moment, you finally grasped why artifacts designed to bind and confine humans, such as the Dragon Escape Pillar or the Immortal Binding Rope, are so highly prized. Without such artifacts in hand, the prospect of a swift and gratifying harvest proves to be rather unsatisfactory. What? The mysterious Sky Silk? This artifact is more defensive than offensive. In utilizing it to ensnare, someone primarily tests the user's skill in rope artistry. Of course, being aware of the plot, you are cognizant that Yu Hua has yet to reveal the blood transformation blade, and this is not the moment for a narrative climax. Yet you cannot help but wonder, if pleasure can be attained now, why delay it? Had you possessed a binding artifact, you could have undoubtedly struck down Yuhua in one blow, reaping a bountiful harvest of profound insights into the great Tao. Alas, if only my master had bestowed upon me the 9 dragons' divine fire cover sooner. Gazing towards the direction for which Yuhua fled, your thoughts once again drifted to the most powerful artifact of Tai Jinren, the 9 dragons' divine fire cover. This treasure is splendid, though it may not be as pure in its ability to restrain as the dragon escape pillar or the immortal binding rope. It offers something unique. Wait, in that moment, a sudden clarity of thought illuminated your mind. Since the artifact for restraining individuals is of such paramount importance, and the 9 dragons' divine fire cover is currently unattainable, why not seek out an alternative to utilize in the meantime? The clever mind of the athletic student begins to churn with thoughts. Analyzing the conditions, one considers the 9 dragons' divine fire cover, the dragon restraining post, and the immortal binding rope, extracting the key term, dragon. Although the name of the immortal binding rope does not explicitly mention a dragon, you recall the words of the Tai Jinren, who stated that the most crucial material for crafting the immortal binding rope is the sinew of a true dragon. What does this imply? A dragon is indeed the artifact for restraining individuals. Therefore, could not simply seek out a dragon to accomplish my goal. With a clap of your hands, you feel a surge of brilliance. If dragon sinew can restrain individuals, why would a living dragon not suffice? Under the same realm and cultivation level, the physical strength of dragonkind is nearly unparalleled, just beneath that of the witch clan. And the essential requirement for an artifact of restraint is sufficient durability and resilience. Furthermore, utilizing an artifact necessitates refinement, the use of magical energy, and a skillful preparation. It would be advantageous to have a dragon serve my needs. You reflect on past encounters with dragonkind. Indeed, these magnificent creatures are quite adept in this regard. It's settled then, as Neza, it is entirely reasonable to be adorned with a dragon. As a member of the witch clan, it is even more fitting to possess a dragon. Historically, dragons have always been the most exquisite adornments for the witch clan. Little hero? Little hero? Ahem, what is this? Yuhua has been driven off by you. Is it not time to act? The imprisoned Huang Feihu and his family, witnessing your easy defeat of Yuhua, feel a sense of joy. However, as Yuhua retreats, your failure to rescue them leaves them perplexed. They increasingly sense that your behavior is rather unusual. No need to rush. You chuckle softly, waving your hand to gather all the prison carts together, then enlarging the Qian Kuan ring from around your neck. You crash it down, enclosing all the prison carts within the ring. General Huang, Yuhua has merely fled. He is not dead. To ensure your safe passage to Shiqi, he must perish. I shall draw a circle for you. Within this circle, I guarantee no harm shall come to you. Do not venture outside. I will make a brief trip to the West Sea to procure a treasure, and I shall return swiftly, at which point I will certainly bring down Yuhua's head. With that, you perform a water escape and vanish from sight. Wait, little hero. Huang Feihu is left bewildered. Is this how the Chan sect conducts their affairs? If you wish to eliminate Yuhua, should you not first escort me to Shiqi and return to deal with him afterward? In this desolate wilderness, with people imprisoned in carts and the carts enclosed within the circle, it seems perilous from every angle. Yet, you pay no heed to such concerns. The Sisui Pass is not far from the West Sea, with a water escape into the sea and another to reach the entrance of the West Sea Dragon Palace. Gazing upon the resplendent and opulent West Sea Crystal Palace, you are reminded of the treasure vault of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Regrettably, the noble endeavor of redistributing wealth must be postponed. This time, we shall focus on borrowing treasures rather than dragons. Ah, Aluin, dear uncle, I am your nephew, Neza from the Golden Light Cave of Qianyuan Mountain, and I have come to see you. With a sweet voice, it resonated through the West Sea Dragon Palace. Aluin was examining his third son, Aoli, whose visage increasingly resembled that of his elder brother. His mind was filled with musings when suddenly, upon hearing your voice, his eyes widened and his dragon scales bristled, nearly triggering a defensive reaction. His first instinct was to secure the vault door of the West Sea Dragon Palace, and his second was to flee. However, you had already entered. Greetings, Uncle Aluin. You approached him with an endearing and enthusiastic demeanor, your polite and handsome appearance reminiscent of a child who has never harmed a dragon. Aluin's mouth opened and closed repeatedly, struggling to form a more appealing expression than a grimace. Ah, the little immortal has arrived. Aluin has failed to offer a proper welcome. Oh, dear Uncle Aluin, you are far too courteous. No need for such formalities. Just call me nephew. I have grown up feasting on dragon meat, and with the dragon clan, I am his family. Please do not take offense. Look, I even brought you a gift. As you spoke, you produced a basket of eggs from behind you. These eggs were gathered long ago during a simulation in Xianxia County, intended as potential projectiles. Aluin's smile faltered further as he accepted the eggs, apprehensively inquiring, then, dear nephew, what brings you here today? To exchange these eggs for a dragon. With hands on hips, you proclaimed your intent with confidence. Chapter 263, The Ever-Fighting Lady of the West Sea. Year 62. Lower to exchange eggs for a dragon? Aluin had never encountered such a brazen request in his lifetime. However, as your next words flowed, Uncle Aluin, Xianxia Mountain is dreadfully dull, so I have decided to take on a disciple for my master, Tai Jinren. This way, there will be someone to converse with and alleviate the boredom on Xianxia Mountain. Oh, splendid. Aluin's aged face blossomed with joy. If only you had mentioned this sooner. Had I known, I would have brought you not merely chicken eggs, but dragon eggs. Taking on a disciple for your master meant joining the Chan school. Throughout the vast wilderness, everyone knew that the Chan school had the most stringent standards for disciples. They rejected those without innate talent, those whose backgrounds were unsatisfactory, and even those lacking in physical appearance. Their mantra was one of exclusion. None would suffice. However, within the Chan school, there existed one dragon. Yet to this day, Aluin and his 3 brothers remained uncertain whether that yellow dragon was indeed a dragon. But that no longer mattered. Aluin seized the basket of eggs, calling out, Minister Turtle. Present. A small, humanoid turtle rushed forth, moving at an impressive speed of 10 meters per minute. He took the basket of eggs, exclaiming, Ah, Phoenix! Take this basket of Phoenix eggs and store them in the royal treasury, placing them on the highest shelf. Aluin, adept at enhancing his own reputation, ensured that the gifted Phoenix eggs were arranged with utmost care. His dragon claws rubbed together as he gazed at you with eager anticipation. Dear nephew, I have a splendid dragon to present to you, one that will undoubtedly uphold the esteemed reputation of Xianxia Mountain. Yes, let us summon him, you nodded. Among. Aluin called out, and moments later, a young man dashed in from the rear of the hall. This young fellow possessed an admirable and upright appearance, the kind that could easily be mistaken for a deep-cover agent, even if caught in compromising situations. His demeanor exuded a refreshing clarity, radiating a sense of righteousness and an absence of malice. Among, the first prince of the West Sea Dragon Palace, truly embodied these qualities. His lineage was noble, and his innate talents, capabilities, and strength were all exceptional, making him a veritable paragon among the younger generation of dragonkind. Aluin first briefed you on Among's background before discussing matters with him. Among, with a respectful clasp of his fists, declared with my father's decree, I shall certainly not disappoint everyone's expectations. With that, he prepared to gather his belongings, demonstrating remarkable decisiveness. Wait, you hesitated slightly. Among, in terms of both strength and dragon lineage, was undoubtedly suitable for the requirements of your dragon binding artifact, and indeed, he was an exceptional choice. However, you intended to use the dragon as a binding artifact, and the thought of having this male dragon coiled around you daily was somewhat daunting. Aluin, I seek a female apprentice. Do you have any young dragon maidens available? Indeed, I have just the one, dear nephew. Please hold on, Among. Go fetch Xianxia. Aluin, who had initially felt disheartened by your hesitation, perked up with renewed excitement at your request. Before long, a strikingly beautiful young dragon maiden, approximately your age, adorned in a flowing pink gown, bounced into the room with an exuberant spirit. Ah, she is indeed beautiful and spirited as well. Father, is it those dragon whales from the south causing trouble again? How brazen. If they cannot defeat me, they resort to seeking parental intervention. How shameless. I shall go out and drive them away. Upon entering, West Sea Dragon Maiden Aujin did not even glance in your direction. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing her delicate arms, her large eyes brimming with determination and fervor. Even the petite dragon horns on her forehead trembled with fierce resolve. Such disrespect cannot be tolerated. Aluin admonished her sharply, then turned to you with a forced smile. Dear nephew, my daughter's temperament may be somewhat unruly, but her appearance is outstanding and undoubtedly meets the standards for your esteemed teachings. Yes, this is acceptable. She shall do, you affirmed with satisfaction. Aluin beamed with joy, while Among felt a twinge of envy, yet genuinely rejoiced for his sister's fortune. Upon realizing that she was to accompany you to Xianxia Mountain as your junior sister, Ao Jinju expressed her reluctance. As for the future White Dragon, AO live from the journey to the west. AO Run had already escorted him back to his quarters the moment you arrived, for family disgrace must not be aired publicly. Father, must I really go? AO Xianxia sighed like a wilted flower, her voice dripping with discontent. What purpose does it serve to cultivate in the mountains? I simply wish to remain by your side. Stay? Nonsense. It seems you only desire to roam the West Sea, stirring trouble with the aquatic clan. AO Run huffed, his temper flaring, for while family matters should remain private, the number of such matters was indeed overwhelming. His daughter, despite her many virtues, bore the unfortunate nickname of the ever-fighting princess of the West Sea, perpetually embroiled in skirmishes or on her way to instigate one. Go and inquire about it. Which child of the West Sea hasn't felt the sting of her fists? Those who haven't are too embarrassed to admit they are from the West Sea, he lamented. With a look that bordered on desperation, AO Run's eyes darted, fearful that he might fail to send his daughter away. But you're not deaf. There is no way I could keep her. What you desire is a combative dragon. He patted AO Xianxia's shoulder. Come with me. There are endless battles to fight. Really? Absolutely. Have you ever faced the disciples of the celestial sage in combat? Never. Then come. Today we shall engage in battle, not merely a skirmish, but a fierce confrontation. I fear not the consequences. My master has declared that in my hands. Those who fall are merely fulfilling their fate. Follow me, and you may strike whomever you please. So, are you coming? Let us go. Hand in hand, they strode out of the Dragon Palace with an air of audacity. Wait, you didn't mention that joining the Chan sect would entail fighting on your behalf, especially against the Jia sect? Come back. Xianxia returned. We are not going. AO Run sprinted after them, but they had already vanished. Oh dear, this is the end for my dragon clan. Truly, it is over. AO Run slumped to the ground, feeling as though the sky had fallen. Fear not, father, a gentle voice reassured him. AO Mo Ong had previously instructed Xianxia to never reveal her identity as a dragon of the West Sea once they left. At that moment, AO Run envisioned the goddess Nuwa mending the heavens. On the golden sands of the West Sea shore, two adorable figures squatted, their heads touching. The one with the tufted hair was explaining tactics to the one in a skirt. Do you understand? Absolutely. The tactic is to have no tactics. I shall launch a surprise attack and ensnare them while you take their life. Splendid. With such a remarkable girl among the dragon clan, how could they not thrive? Chapter 264. Open the city gates. The 62nd year. Final, are you ready? Ready. Let us go. With a flick of your wrist, AO Xianxia transforms into a dragon. A magnificent creature adorned with scales that shift from cherry blossom pink to pearlescent white. It twirls gracefully in the air before coiling around your waist like a belt. Surprisingly, it complements your lotus armor quite well. Who would have thought that even after so many years since the Lich War, someone would dare to wear dragon as a belt? With the initiation of the water escape technique, Neza returns. Huang Feihu, imprisoned in a cart, nearly weeps at your arrival. General Huang, I have kept you waiting. I shall escort you across the Sui water pass. You stow away the Qinkuan circle, smash open the prison card, and extract the artifact nails that had pierced Huang Feihu and his companions, healing their injuries with the Jade Void immortal technique. You then lead the group towards the Sui water pass. Before long, the towering walls of the Sui water pass come into view, the gates firmly shut, and a truce banner prominently displayed. General Han Rong and Deputy General Yu Hua stand atop the walls, clearly on high alert. However, this also serves as a signal. Your intention to take Huang Feihu to Shiqi while bypassing the Sui water pass presents a challenge. Not only do you harbor thoughts of eliminating Yuhua, but Huang Feihu has trusted confidants detained in the dungeons of the Sui water pass. If you do not rescue them, your inaugural mission into the realm of the investiture of the gods will not be deemed complete. Yet, the tightly secured gates and the displayed truce banner make the endeavor exceedingly difficult. At this moment, a clever companion might inquire, Limu, you are Neza, now a deity of Tai, golden, immortal strength. How can you be hindered by this mere small town? Isn't a truce banner merely a flimsy sign? With your power, blowing up the Sui water pass should be a trivial matter. However, the reality is far more complex. The truce banner, though seemingly a worthless wooden sign, is more aptly named the Imperial Edict of the Human Emperor. It is a decree penned by the Human Emperor himself, infused with the fate of humanity and the legacy of the Shang dynasty. Once hung upon the city walls, it is tantamount to the Human Emperor guarding the gates. Not even a humble Tai golden immortal like yourself, nor your master, or even the 12 immortals of the Jade Void, could breach it through force. Of course, there are various limitations on the use of the Truce Banner, but for now, with it displayed at the Sui Water Pass, entering is simply out of the question. Little hero, perhaps we should first head to Xianxia and deliberate further, Huang Feihu suggests, a frown of despair upon his face, yet he finds himself without options. You shake your head vigorously, contemplating the Truce Banner for a moment before heaving a heavy sigh. Since you have no shame, do not blame me for resorting to my most formidable weapon. You summon the core essence of the Lesser Thousand World from the Divine He Department's Lu realm, immersing your consciousness within. Xianxia, it is time for your grand entrance. Concentrate and maintain your dignity. Has the sovereign returned? Rest assured, I have awaited this day for an eternity. Within the Lu realm, Xianxia rises in excitement, having been transported from the Lesser Thousand World to the Primordial World by you. Young hero, who might this be? Huang Feihu gazes at the suddenly appearing Xianxia, his brow furrowing. As the foremost martial general of the Shang dynasty and the renowned king of war, Huang Feihu may not practice cultivation, yet his keen perception is unparalleled. With a mere glance, he discerns Xiangxia's true nature. Though a terrestrial immortal, he is significantly weaker than the average of his kind. Such terrestrial immortals typically ascend from the smaller worlds that are dependent on the primordial world, placing them at the base of the cultivation hierarchy. General Huang, please remain calm. This is one of my most capable subordinates, as powerful as 3 great Luo golden immortals. Gazing at the long-lost Xianxia, a wave of nostalgia washes over you. Xianxia, equally exhilarated, has not seen you since the fateful day the Dragon Clan vanquished you. Yet, throughout the years, he has remained diligent, honing his skills atop the spiritual mountain of the Divine He Department's Lu realm, adhering to your instructions with unwavering commitment. Go forth, unleash your full potential, and demand the gates of this city be opened. Do you possess the confidence? A quarter of an hour shall suffice. Observing Xianxia smile as he approaches the city gate, you discreetly cover your ears. You witness him uttering a symphony of exquisite and fragrant words. In terms of verbal prowess, you have never encountered anyone as formidable as Xianxia. Even in your previous life, you had yet to witness such mastery online. You still vividly recall the first time you simulated an encounter with Xianxia in the cellar of the Earl of Chunnan's estate, where his scathing words left you utterly speechless. If the art of insult were akin to the cultivation of qi, Xianxia, who has diligently studied Western scriptures for years on the spiritual mountain, would have long ascended to the rank of the sage of insults. The teachings of the primordial sages may be grandiloquent, but what merit does that hold? To wield mere words that incite genuine rage and provoke blood to spout like crimson lotus flowers is truly an art form. Within half a cup of tea's time, Huang Feihu and the others hurriedly follow your lead, desperately blocking their ears. Even Ao Jinju, disguised as your belt, resorts to using its dragon tail to muffle its ears. Yet, it is futile. As long as the volume is sufficiently loud, covering one's ears proves ineffective. Huang Feihu and his companions endure the utmost discomfort. Their plight only worsened by Xianxia's verbal onslaught, which is locked on Han Rong and Yu Hua atop the city walls of Sui Shui Pass. General Han, remain calm. Do not act impulsively. Yu Hua quickly recited the Huang Ting to resist, but upon witnessing Han Rong, furious and ready to leap from the city wall to confront Xianxia, he hastily restrained him. However, this momentary distraction left him vulnerable. Open the city gates. Open them. I shall tear his mouth apart. With a thunderous roar, the gates of Shui Pass swung open, revealing a throng of soldiers, their eyes ablaze with fury, charging towards Xianxia like a pack of wild beasts. Xianxia fled in desperation, calling out, "Master, save me!" With a flick of his hand, he banished Xianxia back to the Lu realm of the Shinhe sect, a smug smile gracing his face. Peace token, before the absolute might of silence. All were rendered powerless. You raised your fire spear and counterattack, unleashing a surge of magical energy that sent ordinary soldiers flying. Engaging once more with a nearly deranged Yu Hua in a fierce contest of skills. Their clash lasted only 3 to 5 exchanges when Yu Hua suddenly regained his senses, the clarity of rational thought compelling him to use his escape technique. Trying to flee? I shall transform you into a Zongzi. Unbeknownst to him, a petite dragon of pale pink and white hues had silently appeared behind him, swiftly ensnaring him. You smirked, shaking your spear. 1 thrust to the waist, 2 to the heart, 3 to the waist, 4 to the liver, 5 to the waist, 6 to the head, 7 to the waist. Waist, waist. By the time you completed 10 thrusts, Yu Hua had been reduced to a mere shattered remnant, a true spirit darting towards Kunlun Mountain. A legendary general. The third disciple of the Jie sect, the seven-headed General Yu Hua, had perished, his soul returning to the divine list. Chapter 265, The Towering King. The first kill is secured. As soon as Yu Hua's soul departed for the divine list, warmth surged in your lower abdomen. Within your dantian, alongside the yin-yang fish representing the duality of the Tao and the Kan hexagram symbolizing the water path, an additional symbol emerged. This was the Sun hexagram, embodying the laws of wind and wood. In an instant, nearly 3 centuries of Yu Hua's comprehension of the laws of wind and wood were absorbed by you. This single kill significantly enhanced your Tao cultivation, yielding abundant rewards. With Yu Hua's demise, the frenzied state of all soldiers at Sishui Pass, previously controlled by Zhang Yu's verbal assault, dissipated, causing them to scatter in disarray, while General Han Rong fled at great speed. Such inconsequential minions held no interest for you. With a casual wave of your hand, you summoned Huang Feihu closer to Sishui Pass, liberating all of the Huang family's retainers. You escorted them to the Golden Rooster Ridge in the West Qi before returning to Qianyuan Mountain, awaiting the next command from your master. You returned to the mountain, having flawlessly and exceedingly accomplished the task of rescuing Huang Feihu. But as for Li Jing, in recent times, Li Jing had been enjoying a rather favorable existence. Although several years prior he had met his end at your hands, the Lantern Bearer, using the innate spiritual root of Lotus, had expended great resources to reconstruct his body, not only reviving him, but also granting him the coveted exceptional talent for refining Qi, turning misfortune into fortune. This is indeed the innate spiritual root of the Golden Lotus, a physique refined from the Emerald Lotus leaves. Even if Li Jing were to abandon all cultivation in the future, he would still possess the physical prowess equivalent to a profound immortal, along with the formidable recovery abilities characteristic of a golden immortal. In short, the once inept cultivator Li Jing met his demise and, upon resurrection, emerged with a comprehensive strength comparable to that of a profound immortal, a clear case of fortune arising from misfortune. What delighted Li Jing even more was that the radiant lamp had bestowed upon him a magnificent treasure, a formidable pagoda of innate spiritual treasure quality. With the pagoda in his possession, Li Jing felt assured that he could triumph even against golden immortals. Ever since he was expelled from the Cultivation Academy by the Master of Deprivation, Li Jing had not experienced such joy. Now, after diligently studying in the cave of the Radiant Lamp, he was finally ready to descend the mountain. Expressing his gratitude to the Radiant Lamp, Li Jing clutched the pagoda, and, at that moment he turned back, his eyes brimmed with a fierce determination. It was time to descend the mountain, and, without a doubt, his first destination was to seek the revival of his paternal lineage. Li Jing had awaited this day for a long time. Although one could argue that had he not faced death, he would not have encountered this present opportunity, it was essential to consider whether the other party was truly blameless. It was time for that little wretch to comprehend the profound essence of paternal love. Taking a deep breath, Li Jing soared into the clouds. The Radiant Lamp was not a being to be underestimated. Merely by scent, he discerned Li Jing's intentions. With an exasperated roll of his eyes, he wielded his magical power, pulling Li Jing back down from the heavens. Disciple, before you descend, I have a few words of wisdom to impart, and you must remember them well. Master, please speak. Your disciple shall engrave your words in his heart. The Radiant Lamp advised, if you wish to avoid death, do not seek out Neza. There is but one golden lotus root. Should you perish again, it would be the end. Li Jing's heart skipped a beat, filled with indignation. As he raised the pagoda high, Master, with this pagoda in hand, by the way, this pagoda is not meant to be held in your hands. The Radiant Lamp interjected, shaking his head, his visage resembling that of a whimsical old man, his hands curving to touch his forehead in a gesture reminiscent of a heart symbol. The Radiant Lamp pointed to Li Jing's forehead, signaling him to follow suit. With the pagoda held aloft, Li Jing cradled his head, perfectly placing the treasure atop. In an instant, the base of the pagoda released 2 tassels, which deftly tied themselves under Li Jing's chin, ensuring that no matter how he ran or jumped, it would remain securely in place. The Radiant Lamp nodded in satisfaction, reminding him, remember my words. When you encounter Neza after descending the mountain, do your utmost to keep your distance. If you find yourselves within 10 paces of each other, do not hesitate, dive into the pagoda. Once inside, no matter how formidable Neza may be, he cannot harm you. Now, upon your descent, do not wander aimlessly. Return to Chuntang Pass. Your mortal fortune has yet to be fully realized. Continue serving as your commander. With that, the radiant lamp paid no heed to Li Jing's emotional state, waving his majestic sleeve. He sent him forth with a beam of golden light to the outskirts of Chuntang Pass. As for Li Jing's method of utilizing the pagoda, it has indeed transformed. Is that of any significance? After all, has not the Totem King, Li Tianwang, merely morphed into the Diamond Pagoda, Li Tianwang? Regardless of its application, the presence of the tower suffices. Here, Li Jing emerged from the golden light, his heart brimming with discontent, yet he found himself at Chuntang Pass. As the old adage goes, now that he was here, he might as well heed the teacher's counsel, savoring a few years of earthly splendor before confronting Neza at a later time. Stepping into Chuntang Pass after several years, Li Jing noted that the issue of a change in the general was non-existent. The flame lamp had long arranged for a puppet incarnation to assume Li Jing's appearance, dutifully executing the responsibilities of the general at Chuntang Pass. Upon Li Jing's return, he reclaimed his position as the general, having been away for an extended period. Li Jing found himself longing for Lady Yin's warmth. Yet, before he could cross the threshold, he was met with dire news. Demolish the temple. A decree from Chaoga demanded that throughout the Dashi realm, the temples and palaces dedicated to the loyal and valiant Prince Anbang, who represented filial piety, be dismantled. The rationale being that the original form of Prince Anbang, Neza, had rebelled. Not only had he allied with the anti-Shang King Wuqing, but he had also gunned down the vice-general of the Total General at Sisui Pass, Yuhua. The Total General, Han Rong, was quick to relay the information back to Chaoga, inciting the wrath of Emperor Exin, who immediately ordered the destruction of the temples. Li Jing swallowed hard, his throat parched. Neza had rebelled, branded a traitor by the emperor, and he, Li Jing, was the father of this traitor. General? What are you still doing here? General Do Rong from Yuhan Pass has already led his troops here, seeking to apprehend you and bring you to Chaoga for questioning. You must flee with your wife at once. A loyal soldier rushed towards Li Jing in a flurry of urgency. Li Jing felt his scalp tingle. Indeed, he had to flee, swiftly, without delay. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurried home, took Lady Yin by the hand, and soared into the sky, heading towards the direction of Shichi. You wretched spawn, you have brought ruin upon the Li family's legacy of centuries. Li Jing's heart seethed with hatred, yet there was little he could do. Even a legacy spanning thousands of years must be abandoned in haste. With his current strength, dealing with Do Rong would not pose a challenge, but what when Zhong? During his cultivation with the flame lamp, Li Jing had heard that the Grand Master had quelled the rebellion of the Eastern Sea Lords and returned triumphantly to the capital. The mere thought of when Zhong's prowess sent shivers down Li Jing's spine. In the 63rd year, first there was the rebel king Wuqing Huang Feihu, followed by General Li Jing of Chuntang Pass, both defecting to Shichi. This enraged Emperor Xian of Chaoga, who commanded Grandmaster Wen Zhong to launch an expedition against Shichi, ensuring that the heads of the three would be brought back to Chaoga to be made into chamber pots. After several rounds of mutual probing, Grandmaster Wen dispatched the Azure Dragon General Zhang Guifang to lead an army of 100,000 towards Shichi. Meanwhile, at Qinyuan Mountain, while you and Ao Jinju were devising strategies for a surprise attack, you received yet another command for the esteemed Tai Junren. This descent from the mountain shall indeed mark a point of no return. Chapter 266, The Pain of a Child. In the 63rd year, Part 1 Jarer, come here. Before you descend the mountain, I have a few words of advice for you. On this day, Tai Junren, struck by inspiration, realized that his precious disciple was finally ready to embark on the mission of leading the charge against the tyrannical Zhou. Just as Li Jing had his directives upon descending the mountain, so too did the Taoist of the burning lamp, for these were the venerable traditions of the Chan sect. You stood there, adorably obedient. Clearing his throat, Tai Junren continued, Jarer, your task upon descending is to assist the wise ruler, King Wu of the Western Qi, in heeding the counsel of your master, Xianxia, as you strive to achieve the great endeavor of overthrowing the tyrant, extinguishing the wicked Shang, and rescuing the people from dire straits. Your impulsive nature requires you to exercise caution. Do not act rashly. The celestial calamity of the investiture of the gods is imminent, and even as your master enters the world, one misstep could lead to dire consequences. Therefore, you must remain vigilant. You nodded, finding his admonitions rather cliched. Yet Tai Junren pivoted his tone. Having relayed my instructions, your Grandmaster also has a few words to impart through me. He paused, pressing his lips together, as if the forthcoming words were exceedingly difficult to utter, or perhaps deeply contrary to his personal inclinations. "What did my grandmaster wish for you to convey?" you inquired. He said, "Alas." Tai Zhenren gritted his teeth, summoning his courage. "Your grandmaster instructed that after you descend, you should forget my teachings. He advised you to embrace spontaneity and act without excessive caution. Disregard any rules or commands. Heed what you wish and ignore what you do not. As the celestial harbinger of calamity, you must act with unrestrained fervor, slaying without hesitation, sparing no one's feelings, including those of your own kin and fellow disciples. You are the embodiment of the heavenly decree. Whoever meets their end at your hands is simply fulfilling their destined tribulation. So, unleash your fury, and should trouble arise, your grandmaster shall support you." You blinked, taking this in with utmost seriousness. "Master, disseminating the sage's edicts could lead to dire consequences." Tai Zhenren covered his face. "If so, I would gladly suffer the embarrassment if it meant retracting those words from my grandmaster. Jar, the message has been conveyed. How you interpret it is entirely your prerogative. Now, go forth. Your uncle Xianxia awaits your assistance." Contemplating his words, you departed from Qianyuan Mountain, torn between heeding your master's counsel and following the sage, the primordial supreme. What a difficult choice. As Neza, one must surely act in accordance with one's own heart. At this moment, the city of Shiqi had already been besieged by the formidable Zhang Guifeng, the general of the Shang dynasty, leading a great army. The towering gates were formidable, making direct assault nearly impossible, while Xianxia's forces were trapped within the city for 10 long days and nights. The foundation of Shiqi remained precariously fragile. In the present day, the myriad lords have rebelled against the Shang dynasty, yet remains unfazed, easily managing the situation with a mere dispatch of the exceptional Zhang Guifeng to confront the forces of Shiqi. Zhang Guifeng's renowned technique, the call name to fall, is nothing short of a divine skill for vanquishing foes. Once one's name is uttered, regardless of their response, they fall into a stupor, losing their wits and tumbling to the ground. Thus far, no one from Shiqi has managed to endure 10 rounds against Zhang Guifeng. Even Li Jing, the former general of Chuntang Pass who recently defected to Shiqi, finds himself at a loss against Zhang Guifeng. Although he possesses the lotus body and, akin to Neza from the original tale, lacks a primordial spirit, he remains unafraid of Zhang Guifeng's technique. However, fear aside, he stands no chance against Zhang Guifeng, even without resorting to the call name to fall. The presence of his tower is of no help either. At this juncture, the Shang dynasty embodies the rightful human authority, while some of the human fortune has shifted to Shiqi following the crowning of Fengming Qishan. Does this portion of fortune genuinely grant the likes of King Wu, GFA of Shiqi, the right to wield it? Having severed his own rank and recognized heaven as his father, he lacks the qualification to command human fortune. The heavenly court's Haoyan is not naive. During the deliberations in the Zixiao Palace, the agreement to establish the current state of divine authority served 2 purposes. First, to acquire more resources for the heavenly court, and secondly, to utilize Shiqi as a tool to deceive humanity, brazenly channeling the precious human fortune into the heavenly court's coffers. You, GFA, may be an emperor, but I am heaven itself. Without my consent, you shall not lay a finger on the fortune of humanity. In stark contrast, the Shang dynasty boasts the authentic emperor of humanity, standing shoulder to shoulder with heaven, embodying the rightful human order. With a mere wave of his hand, the esteemed one, Taishu, commander of the imperial forces, summons a substantial amount of human fortune to support Zhang Guifeng. With such formidable power bolstered by human fortune, if Shiqi lacks any other means of defense, this valiant warrior, Zhang Guifeng, could easily breach Shiqi's defenses and retrieve GFA's head to present it as an offering to King Zhou. Moreover, under Zhang Guifeng's command is the capable vanguard Feng Lin, a descendant of the Wind Master from the Battle of the Deer, skilled in both martial arts and esoteric techniques. His bloodline ability, the Black Wind Red Thunder Curse, poses a significant threat even to celestial beings. Within the halls of the Wu Wang Palace in Shiqi, the once great war king Huang Feihu feels both ashamed and embarrassed in the presence of Li Jing. Huang Feihu had once believed himself to be the mightiest warrior of the Shang dynasty, but after turning against them, he realized that without the title of the National Guardian, stripped of his former accolades, he is no longer even worthy to enter the gates of the generals who once delivered gifts to him in Chang'an. Li Jing, too, experiences profound discomfort. As a defector from the Shang dynasty, he has faced ostracism from the local martial factions in Xianxia, initially hoping to prove himself through notable achievements. He finds that the more he strives to demonstrate his worth, the more he uncovers his own inadequacies, rendering him unable to escape the label of ineptitude. Even after receiving enhancements at the Lantern of Fire, "Father, what shall we do? The army of King Zhou has besieged the city, and the provisions in Xianxia can only sustain us for 3 months at most. We have already endured 10 days of siege." On the throne, GFA was restless, while Xianxia stood calmly with his eyes closed, resembling an otherworldly sage. "Your Majesty, do not panic. A sovereign must maintain composure. The mandate of heaven resides in Xianxia. The likes of Zhang Guifang cannot accomplish great deeds. Within 3 days, a remarkable individual will arrive to assist your Majesty in resolving this predicament." However, in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. To bolster morale, Xianxia gritted his teeth and opened the city gates to confront Zhang Guifang. But unfortunately, not only did he fail to achieve any merit, but Xianxia also suffered the loss of 2 generals at the hands of Zhang Guifang and Feng Lin's coordinated efforts. Now, Xianxia was no longer composed. Where are they? Where are the reinforcements? When departing the mountain, his master had clearly instructed him to send a message to his senior brother Tai at Qianyuan Mountain in the face of the first trouble encountered. 3 days should have been ample time for a round trip. Where are my reinforcements? At that moment, his reinforcements were leisurely soaking in the hot springs of Xianxia. Relaxed. You were comfortably immersed in the sacred hot springs of Xianxia, akin to a large plush toy being tossed around and squeezed. It had been many years since your last visit to Xianxia, and you missed this grand hot spring immensely. Of course, your presence here was not solely for pleasure. It was also for Ao Jinju. As you were about to engage in the Battle of Fengshan alongside Xianxia, your little assistant for the fray was somewhat inadequate. It was imperative to enhance your abilities significantly. You understood the principle that sharpening the axe will not hinder the cutting of firewood. Coincidentally, during your childhood baths in Xianxia, Princess Longji had mentioned that within Xiaoqi's treasures lay a drop of the ancestral dragon's blood. Rather than let it languish, it would be better to put it to good use, for who could resist the affection of a loving godmother? Chapter 267. The Representative of the Destitute Path. "Jaya, come here." Just as you were comfortably being tickled by your sisters, the gentle voice of the Golden Mother of Xiaoqi resonated. You arrived at the Lingxiao Palace of the Golden Mother. Indeed, there exists a Lingxiao Palace in the Heavenly Court. There is also one in Xiaoqi. Although the Supreme Emperor, as the leader of the Heavenly Court, holds a prestigious position among the deities, in reality, the status of the Golden Mother of Xiaoqi is entirely equivalent. She simply prefers tranquility and shies away from administrative affairs. Inside the Golden Hall, fragrant aromas wafted as the Golden Mother of Xiaoqi cradled a small dragon. Originally adorned with scales that transitioned from cherry blossom pink to pearl white, Ao Jinju now bore a faint golden hue along the edges, endowing her with a more divine quality. Perched on the hand of the Golden Mother, Ao Jinju dared not move, desperately blinking at you, signaling you to take her away. This spirited little dragon girl, brimming with combativeness, had been forced to act like a lady in front of the Golden Mother for 3 days, driving her to the brink of madness. "Come here, Jar." The Golden Mother of Yao Pool gently pinches your little face, exclaiming that you are indeed the one. Once, the two from the west aspired to construct a dragon-rearing pool, offering many promises, yet they failed to obtain even a drop of ancestral dragon's essence. However, for you, my dear, I hold no reservations. Having spoken, the Golden Mother fastens the Aojian pearl around your waist as if tying a belt. At this moment, infused with a drop of ancestral dragon's essence, the Aojian pearl has transformed into a petite dragon maiden of golden immortal caliber, her potential greatly enhanced. And her future prospects are immeasurable. Of course, this is contingent upon her ability to break free from the burdens of Dragon Clan karma, should she remain ensnared. In the current primordial realm, aside from the ancient ancestor Yinglong, the highest potential of the Dragon Clan is limited to golden immortals. Even the Sea Dragon Kings, though possessing the foundation of great Luo golden immortals, are constrained by karma, only able to manifest golden immortal strength. Thank you, Mother. You are the best. I shall take my leave now. I must attend to matters in Xianxia. You graciously express your gratitude to the Golden Mother. Wait. As you turn to exit the Lingxiao Palace, the Golden Mother furrows her brows, as if having made a solemn decision. She lets out a sigh. Since I have bestowed my essence, it must not go to waste. Aojin, have your little dragon come here to bow to me. I shall shield her from the karma she carries. In an instant, as the Golden Mother's words fall, the Xianxia pearl transforms mid-air, taking human form, and with a resounding thud, bows at the Golden Mother's feet. Who claims the little dragon maiden is fierce? Indeed, there is merit. This little tigress is as sprightly as a monkey. Disciple Xianxia, I pay my respects to my master. With a series of delightful thuds, her small, adorable pink dragon horns strike the floor of the Lingxiao palace, sending sparks flying. The Golden Mother produces a plain-colored cloud banner, waving it above Xianxia's head, then gently caresses her crown. Rise, you are a fortunate little dragon. In the days to come, support your senior brother Neza diligently. Always consider his needs. Do you understand? Yes, yes, yes. Xianxia nods vigorously, feeling elated beyond measure. The inexplicable pressure that had weighed upon her since birth has dissipated entirely, and she now radiates with vivacity. A dragon unshackled from overwhelming karmic burdens is indeed a true dragon. Now, Neza, before heading to Xianxia, first visit your grandmaster. He possesses great wisdom. He must be aware of what I have given today, and he will surely wish to express his gratitude. All right, mother, I shall take my leave. Hand in hand, the two little ones skip joyfully away from the Yao pool. Upon exiting the barrier, they encounter a young attendant standing outside the gates of Yao pool, awaiting their arrival. Brother Baiha, little Neza, it has been many years since the two have met, yet their bond remains strong. The only distinction is that at 12 years old, you have long shed the visage of childhood, while the white crane boy, a being over 3,000 years old, still retains the tender, soft appearance of a child. Little Neza, my ancestral master has instructed me to await your arrival here and escort you to the cave dwelling of Master Huanglong. Please wait a moment, for my master has also tasked me with delivering some items to the Golden Mother. The white crane boy approached the entrance of the Xianxia and retrieved a brocade box from his cosmic bag. The moment he unveiled it, a potent aroma of heavenly treasures filled the air, overwhelming to the senses. Such a rich fragrance suggests that at least 3 treasures of innate spiritual roots lie within. The Golden Mother sends her regards, expressing gratitude for your care of Neza. These small gifts are but a token of appreciation, and I hope the mother will graciously accept them. The white crane boy bowed respectfully, and in an instant, the brocade box floated back into his cosmic bag as if moved by an unseen force. The voice of the Golden Mother echoed, "Your sentiments are acknowledged. It is merely my duty to care for my child." With that, the entire Xianxia was enveloped in thick mist, sealing off the mountain. The white crane boy felt a pang of anxiety. In his lengthy existence of over 3,000 years, he had encountered countless rejections when seeking favors from saints. However, it was the first time he had witnessed a saint unable to send gifts. Oh no, if I fail to complete my master's task, will I be stewed upon my return? His youthful face turned pale, fear gripping his heart. How cunning you are! Stand tall. It is time for me to alleviate the burden of Brother White Crane. Brother, hand me the brocade box, and I shall deliver it for you. Really? That would be splendid. Thank you, thank you. The White Crane hastily placed the brocade box into your hands. You plunged into the dense mist with the box, quickly entering the simulated space and emerging with a flourish. Task accomplished. Let's depart. That was swift. The white crane boy shook his head, internally acknowledging that his junior brother Neza was indeed efficient. Speed was commendable, transforming into his true form. The white crane swiftly carried you and A.O. Zhenju to the cave of Master Huanglong, located on the second immortal mountain. Junior brother, this is the second immortal mountain, home to Master Huanglong. However, you may not be well acquainted with him. The white crane boy scratched his head, uncertain of how to convey the information. After some contemplation, he managed to summarize, and you grasped the essence. Master Huanglong, unlike the other 11 immortals, is notably characterized by his impoverishment, so destitute that even his cave dwelling resembles that of a wandering immortal, known as Hio. Thus, the mountain is aptly named the second immortal mountain. There exists a bridge called the Second Immortal Bridge. Beyond it, you traverse the Changhua Avenue, which was funded for repairs by the illustrious Changhua Immortal, leading directly to Huanglong's cave, Magu Cave. Yet, these details are likely familiar to you, as Master Tai has frequently lamented about his younger brother Huanglong during your encounters on Qianyuan Mountain. The original words of Tai Jinren were, "If poverty were to possess a realm, the yellow dragon would have long since merged with the path of destitution and attained sanctity." Chapter 268, Please, Dragon Divine Power. In the 63rd year, following the white crane boy across the second immortal bridge and traversing the Xianxia Avenue. You finally beheld the cave dwelling of Uncle Yellow Dragon. To be frank, such a meager abode is a sight I have never encountered before. Compared to the wind of battle damages, this Magoo cave can be deemed luxurious. You endeavor to find a fitting description for Yellow Dragon's dwelling. Perhaps it could be likened to a cave atop a mountain. Who approaches? At the entrance of the Magoo cave, the withered grass was stirred, revealing a head with a gleaming forehead and striking features. The Yellow Dragon glanced at you, his eyes sparkling, then at Xianxia, his eyes gleaming even brighter, and finally at the white crane boy, swallowing hard. First of all, I am not a culinary ingredient. Secondly, master, ancestor, I am terrified. There are those who wish to feast upon birds. Ha ha ha, I thought it was someone else. It turns out to be little Neza. It has been many years since we last met, and you have grown so much. I once cradled you in my arms on Kunlun Mountain when you were just a child. A hearty laughter erupted as Yellow Dragon Junrin emerged from the underbrush. Clad in a robe patched with 6 or 7 stitches and wearing a pair of grass shoes with toes poking out. He warmly ruffled your hair. And White Crane, it has also been quite some time since you last visited your uncle here. The White Crane boy silently retreated behind you. Yellow Dragon Junrin then turned to Xianxia. You must be the child of the little Luan family from the West Sea. Xianxia shook her head vigorously. Her elder brother had instructed her, before leaving, not to reveal their identity. Clearing her throat, she drew a scallion taller than herself from her bag. Munching on it while shaking her head, No, I am from the corner where the North Sea meets the East Sea. Just listen to my accent. It is unmistakable. Isn't it? White Crane. You. Well, the inverted sentence structure used over there seems a bit forced. It has been overdone. Yellow Dragon took the scallion from Xianxia's hands and solemnly placed it in his bosom. He then glanced at the White Crane boy, and in an instant, 100 recipes flashed through his mind. Shaking his head, he confirmed, "But the master sent you to bring little Neza and this foolish little dragon to find me?" "Indeed. Master Uncle," the White Crane boy affirmed with a nod, subtly stepping back as if ready to take flight at any moment. "Then I understand. Please come in," Yellow Dragon said with a smile, lifting the weeds that served as the door to the cave. As he spoke, he seemed to hint at Xianxia regarding how to properly use the inverted structure. You and Xianxia entered the cave, while the White Crane remained rooted in place, clearly reluctant to enter. "Ha, go back. You have always been so unplayful since childhood. Your uncle truly could have devoured you. Upon your return, do convey my regards to Brother Nanji." The Yellow Dragon waved his hand, and the White Crane boy, as if granted a reprieve, flapped his wings and soared away. The speed at which he departed was such that, were it not for the color of his feathers, he could easily be mistaken for a great rock. Inside the Magoo cave, the ambience harmonized seamlessly with that outside. The Yellow Dragon gestured for you to sit wherever you pleased. After all, there was no furniture present. Choose any stone to rest upon. "Master Uncle, my ancestor sent me to seek your counsel. What is the purpose of this urgency? You seem eager to head to Xichi, so I shall speak plainly." The Yellow Dragon pointed to Xianxia, stating, "The esteemed elder once proclaimed he would find a successor for our lineage. When that successor arrives, they shall be accompanied by a dragon unburdened by karma. Brother Tai is indeed fortunate to have taken on such a worthy disciple. Come, allow me to show you something remarkable." The Yellow Dragon rummaged through the minimally adorned cave and finally unearthed a stone of reflection from a pile of disordered rocks. The strongest beings in the world are, in order, the shaman and the dragon. Young Neza and that little dragon observed this closely. The Yellow Dragon infused the stone with his power, and a scene materialized within the humble cave. The spectacle commenced with grandeur. A golden shaman soared through the air, causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake, eclipsing the sun and moon. A towering giant clashed fiercely with a golden crow, and the residual shockwaves they unleashed made the primal world shudder, shattering the laws of the cosmos. "Is this the battle between the shaman and the lich?" you inquired. The Yellow Dragon shook his head, stating that it was still too early. This was merely a fragment of the ancestral shaman Zhu Rong's confrontation with the Eastern Emperor. In the vision, the Eastern Emperor Tai and Zhu Rong fought with an intensity that made it difficult to separate them. While Zhu Rong was formidable, the Eastern Emperor was even more powerful. In one-on-one combat, Zhu Rong gradually found himself at a disadvantage. There were 12 ancestral shamans, yet only 2 radiant suns graced the primordial world. Zhu Rong was entirely on the defensive, yet he showed no inclination to retreat. As the battle reached its zenith, he unleashed a fierce roar, and from his body arose a dragon's chant. 2 dragons coiled around Zhu Rong's wrists, while 2 more, resembling earrings, adorned his ears. The 4 true dragons simultaneously emitted a resonant roar, detaching from Zhu Rong's form to reveal their majestic, towering bodies. In the next instant, Zhu Rong formed a complex incantation with his hands, and the 4 true dragons transformed into light, merging with him. Zhu Rong sprouted dragon horns, his pupils morphing into cold-blooded vertical slits as sturdy dragon scales emerged upon his skin. In that moment, his physical prowess and strength surged, reversing the tide of battle as he continued to engage the Eastern Emperor with renewed vigor. The scene concluded there as the yellow dragon retracted the stone of reflection. This was the dragon summoning technique, a secret art that has existed since the inception of the Dragon Clan. However, to this day, only 12.5 beings are capable of wielding it, and now only half remains. Master Uncle, when you mention those 12.5, are you referring to the 12 ancestral shamans and yourself? Indeed, thus far, apart from myself, only the 12 ancestral witches of that era possess the ability to summon dragons. The reason lies in the heavy burden that accompanies the use of this divine art, a weight that few can bear. You blink, uncertain of the exact nature of this cost, yet you sense that the current impoverished state of the yellow dragon is likely tied to this summoning technique. The yellow dragon solemnly explains, to use the summoning art, one must bear a portion of the Dragon Clan's karma for the dragon summoned. The more one employs it, the greater the burden. Only the 12 ancestral witches of that time, endowed with the power to dispel the primal malevolence and the bloodline of Pangu, dared to wield this technique. Naturally, the greater the cost, the more formidable the power. Once one has borne the karma of the Dragon Clan through the summoning art, the dragon fused with the summoner becomes a true dragon, unshackled by karmic constraints, a genuine sovereign of the primordial world. The ancestral, which Zhu Rong depicted earlier, merged with 4 great true dragons, enabling a rapid ascension from the early quasi-saint stage to the mid-quasi-saint stage. Little Neza, the yellow dragon, visibly excited, remarks, although I do not know who has the audacity to shoulder the karma for this little dragon by your side, you are indeed fortunate. This implies that once I impart the summoning technique to you, you shall wield this divine art with almost no cost. How blessed you are, little Neza. Henceforth, within the Chan teaching, not only the 3rd generation, but even we, your uncles, may not surpass your prowess. Now, hasten to open your mind and receive the divine art. Chapter 269. Is the Chan teaching the oldest? You immediately comply with the yellow dragon's request, clearing your mind and centering your spirit in anticipation of the transmission of the skill. The yellow dragon glances at Ao Jinju, urging, open your mind as well. Oh, Ao Jinju nods vigorously, her bright eyes sparkling with a youthful innocence reminiscent of a university student. The yellow dragon extends his finger, touching the foreheads of both of you. Instantly, a torrent of esoteric knowledge floods into your minds. If one were to rely solely on personal comprehension, it would take an immeasurable amount of time. Fortunately, the yellow dragon is an excellent teacher, imparting not only the skill, but also the insights that accompany it. 5 days later, as the summoning art concludes, you and Ao Jinju open your eyes and respectfully bow to the yellow dragon. Scratching your head, you acknowledge that you have learned the summoning art, but, Uncle, while I have heard how formidable it is, what exactly makes this summoning art so powerful? Why does merging with a dragon enhance one's abilities? You inquire, puzzled. The yellow dragon rubs his gleaming forehead and calmly replies, as I mentioned earlier, among the myriad beings of the primordial world, the strongest physical forms belong to the witch and dragon clans. Do you understand what makes the dragon clan's physique so exceptional? It tastes good. Indeed, it is quite delicious. Al Zenshu Gris. Do you dare bite me? The yellow dragon glanced at you and pointed to Ao Jinju, saying, Neza, you have yet to witness the true might of the dragon clan. Those dragons burdened with karma hardly qualify as true dragons. This young dragon can now be deemed like a genuine dragon. Pray tell, who do you believe possesses more magical power within them? Certainly, it is I, you replied with confidence. Though Ao Jinju had absorbed the essence of the ancestral dragon and become a golden immortal, you, being a Tai golden immortal, naturally wielded greater magical prowess. The yellow dragon smiled slightly, while Ao Jinju stifled a giggle. Is that not so? You appear to harbor some self-doubt. Indeed, how could one be looked down upon to such an extent and not showcase their might to little Neza? The yellow dragon playfully flicked Xianxia on the forehead, and she puffed her cheeks, placing her hand upon her abdomen. Let it be known, should you soil your trousers in fright, I shall not assist in cleaning them. Xianxia spoke earnestly as she unlocked her dantian. In the next moment, your face paled, and your toes dug fiercely into your shoes. If your magical reserves as a Tai golden immortal were likened to a vast river, then Xianxia's reserves as a golden immortal could be compared to an entire western sea. The vastness of her magical power surpassed yours by an astonishing magnitude. The strength of the Witch Clan lies in their tough skin and immense physical strength, whereas the might of the Dragon Clan is grounded in their inherent elegance and eternal magical essence. A true dragon, free from the constraints of karma, possesses magical power that far exceeds that of other beings who have merely attained the threshold of a sage. Little Neza, considering the scant magical power within you, even if bestowed with a primal spiritual treasure, how many times could you wield it? But should you also acquire the power of a true dragon? Haha. Now do you comprehend the significance of the dragon summoning technique? You nodded fervently. While you were never particularly impressed by the physical enhancement offered by the dragon summoning technique, the increase in magical capacity was undeniably enticing. The tiger soul within you, when manifested in any of your treasures, could elevate them to the realm of primal spiritual artifacts, exponentially amplifying their might. However, this technique was not one to be employed lightly, not due to a lack of desire, but rather because the consumption was exceedingly great, and you simply could not afford it. Yet now it was different, with the tiger soul manifested to the level of a primal spiritual artifact. You pondered who in the same realm could withstand such force? Anyone who dared to confront you would undoubtedly be pierced through. Enough, little Neza. Hasten to Shichi. Your uncle Xianxia is truly nearing his limit. The yellow dragon waved his hand, prompting you to rise and take your leave, though a few questions lingered in your mind. Uncle, may I inquire about something and receive your honest answer? What matter is it? Are you truly of the Dragon Clan? I am genuinely curious about your origins. I asked my master, and he too professed ignorance. Ha ha ha. My origins are not something I can divulge to you. It would not be beneficial for a child like you to know. The yellow dragon chuckled while shaking his head. In the original investiture of the gods, the yellow dragon, humorously referred to as the Forwu Daoist by readers, indeed possesses a mysteriously enigmatic lineage. However, it was only when you personally arrived in the primordial wilderness that you discovered the profound mystery of the yellow dragon, which surpassed imagination. Even your fellow disciples could not elucidate it. Yet, you were unwilling to accept this, having arrived at the abode of the yellow dragon. How could you remain oblivious to his true nature? You retrieved a brocade box, opened a small gap, and a rich, innate spiritual light dazzled the eyes. Master, would you desire this innate spiritual root? The yellow dragon gazed at the radiant treasure, saliva dripping. For this was a stimulation greater than the thought of stewing the white crane boy in a large iron pot, especially for one who was nearly driven mad by poverty. Ha ha! The yellow dragon laughed heartily, disregarding all semblance of decorum, rolling on the ground in mirth. Little Neza, after all these years, you are the first to invest such capital in me. Take it back, take it back. This treasure would be wasted in my hands. After laughing for quite some time, he wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes. Master does not require treasures, little dragon. Just give me that hairpin. Obediently, Xianxia removed the hairpin of spiritual quality from her head and handed it over. However, the moment the hairpin touched the palm of the yellow dragon, it lost its luster, first dimming and then transforming into a handful of yellow earth. You see, no matter how splendid a treasure may be, when it arrives in the hands of Master, it becomes mere dust. But you, child, possess an insatiable curiosity. Very well, I shall reveal a little to you. The yellow dragon asked, Little Neza, who do you think is the oldest among us in the Chan teaching? Without hesitation, you answered that it must be the Master, followed by the Vice Master, Randang, and then the Southern Polar Elder. The yellow dragon shook his head, stating that, in a certain sense, his own master was over 30,000 years younger than him, and as for Vice Master Randang, let be known that he once carried him as a light source to the restroom. You exclaimed. Xianxia gasped. The yellow dragon waved his hand. Master is a dragon, yet not a dragon, still alive, but also long dead. My origins are entangled with great karma. Do not inquire further. Wait until you are older to discuss this. Now, Master is weary. It is time to return. with a flick of his tattered Taoist robe. You and Ao Jinju found yourselves at the foot of the second immortal mountain. Though you had descended the mountain, your spirit had yet to catch up. This revelation nearly caused your mind to falter. The yellow dragon was astonishingly 30,000 years older than the primordial heavenly venerable. Could it be that he belonged to the same era as the Tao ancestor Hongjun? Chapter 270. Where did General go? You pondered why the most detested wet birthing master would take in a figure of obscure origins, mediocre abilities, and even below the average aesthetic standards of the Chan teaching, like the yellow dragon. There is undoubtedly something significant about this master, something grand. Yet, whatever that may be, it did not hinder your quest for divinity and unparalleled prowess. In the blink of an eye, over 10 days had elapsed since you bid farewell to the venerable Huanglong and secure the treasured Aojian pearl around your waist. Twisting the throttle of the wind and fire wheel to its maximum, leaving behind the notion of red lights. At this moment, the inhabitants of Shichi City awaited the arrival of the esteemed master spoken of by Xianxia with bated breath, even outside the city. Zhang Guifeng was nearly at her wit's end. Particularly, King Wu, GFA, bore an increasingly dark expression on his youthful visage. Should the master fail to arrive soon? Although the high-ranking officials could withstand the pressure, the morale of the common folk below would surely dissipate like sand. Master, if it comes to that, might it be possible for you to personally extend an invitation? After waiting in vain for half the day, GFA could no longer contain himself and resolved to apply some pressure on Xianxia. With an unwavering demeanor, Xianxia calmly replied, Your Majesty, I could indeed go, but should I do so, who shall guarantee your safety? With that single statement, old Jiang doubled the burden back on a GFA. 5 days prior, he had contemplated returning to Kunlun Mountain to discern the root of the issue. Yet could he depart? At present, within Shichi City, there was no one capable of defending aside from him. Unlike the Shang dynasty, Shichi lacked the protection of a ceasefire decree forged from the fortunes of the human race and the legacy of the Shang. Had it been the formidable Wenzhong leading the assault, they might have already commenced their feast. Master, is it possible that my sincerity is lacking, causing the esteemed master to hesitate in coming? I shall construct a thatched hall within the palace, lavishly adorned to express my earnestness, perhaps upon sensing my sincerity. Your esteemed peers would arrive. GFA massaged his temples, realizing that escalating pressure was futile, and thus proposed the construction of the thatched hall for the 4th time. The thatched hall, a grand gesture of hospitality from mortals towards cultivators, might seem merely a structure of reeds, yet it held profound significance. The essence of the thatched hall was not merely in its construction, but in its elevation. Should King Wu GFA undertake its construction, its height must surpass that of his own palace, signifying his willingness to acknowledge a subordinate status. Yet GFA was an emperor. The only entity that could surpass him was the heavens themselves. Hence, Xianxia had rebuffed GFA's previous 3 proposals. To compare oneself to the heavens. What a jest! Xianxia understood all too well that Shichi had only recently engaged in conflict with the Shang, and the reinforcements from his sect amounted to merely 3 generations of disciples, who were his own nephews. The notion of a nephew coming to assist his uncle with such grand gestures as the thatched hall would not only be a slight to the heavens, but also a direct affront to Xianxia, the illustrious Jiang Feixiang. The grand display of the Lu Pingxi Hall is fitting only for welcoming the 12 celestial beings of Yushu, true powers in their own right. Does a mere 3rd-generation apprentice deserve such honor? He does. He does. Surely that suffices. If he does not arrive soon, my KPI for the investiture of the gods shall remain unfulfilled. After all, reputation pales in comparison to performance. Driven by ambition, Xianxia reluctantly completed the construction of the Lu Pingxi Hall. GFA was elated and hastily commanded the preparations to commence. The construction of the Lu Pingxi Hall, given sufficient materials and manpower, could be accomplished in mere hours, especially with the assistance of magical forces. In no time at all, a hall towering 2.5 meters above the West Qi Imperial Palace was erected, adorned within with an array of exquisite treasures. The humble abode symbolizes a cultivator's detachment from desires, while the treasures reflect the sincere intentions of the host. Once the Lu Pingxi Hall was completed, many felt a pang of envy, as they all served King Wu GFA, yet their treatment varied significantly. Nevertheless, one cannot deny the efficacy of the Lu Pingxi Hall. Barely a moment after its completion, a streak of fire appeared in the distant sky, descending gracefully upon the hall. At last, you have arrived. Unfamiliar with the significance of the Lu Pingxi Hall, one might simply perceive it as West Qi's courteous gesture, acknowledging the celestial being's lofty status by providing a landing platform. GFA possesses the potential for greatness. Suddenly, GFA sprang to his feet, filled with excitement and pride, casting a somewhat reproachful glance at Xianxia. Though he spoke not a word, his expressive eyes seemed to convey, See, I told you we should have built this earlier, but your conservative mindset held us back. Old man, father, quick, join me in welcoming the esteemed guest. GFA descended from the elevated dragon throne, eagerly pulling Xianxia along with the West Qi generals, including Huang Feihu and Li Jing, following suit. Looking up, one could see a remarkably beautiful child standing atop the Lu Pingxi Hall, approximately 10 years of age, exuding vigor, surrounded by a radiant aura, clad in lotus flower battle armor. Ah, it is you, little hero. Huang Feihu has encountered his savior. Huang Feihu was the first to recognize you, his gratitude evident as he bowed respectfully. GFA's face shone with warmth, while Xianxia's expression remained stern, though he managed to muster a faint smile. As the crowd welcomed you, a perplexed expression crossed your face as you noticed a tower on the ground. A tower? The onlookers were confused. GFA furrowed his brow, as it resembled the tower atop General Li's head. Wait, where's General Li? Everyone began to search, puzzled. Where had Li Jing, the one known for his towering headpiece, a man of considerable temperament, yet modest prowess, gone? Never mind, it matters not. Whether he is present or absent makes little difference. Upon entering the Grand Hall, you first clasped your hands in reverence and bowed to GFA. Although the venerable master advised you to act freely, one must not be like a rabid dog that bites indiscriminately. Respect towards one's superior must not be diminished. After concluding your task, you politely addressed Uncle Jiang. Before pleasantries could be exchanged, Zhang Guifang from the outskirts of Shiqi City began to issue his challenges. Neza, with a grave expression, recalled the words of the master when descending the mountain. You are the vanguard of King Wu's campaign against Zhou. Do you have a strategy to deal with this Zhang Guifang? Patience, my lord, GFA interjected hastily. General Neza has just arrived from afar and has yet to rest. It would be prudent to offer him a vegetarian meal and allow you to elaborate on Zhang Guifang's methods. Upon hearing this, and reflecting on the current situation in Shiqi, you felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a barrage of taunts at any fool who dared to provoke you. Alas, no one was inclined to indulge your whimsical desire. Disappointed, you pouted and waved your hand, causing your spear to blossom in a dazzling display. There's no rush. That mere Zhang Guifang. I shall return after the count of 3. With that, you vanished into thin air. What audacity! A reckless little beast. As your figure disappeared, a discordant voice broke the silence, drawing the attention of all present. Where did you just go, General Li? Li Jing's face turned ashen. In mere seconds, a metallic scent of blood filled the hall as you triumphantly returned, holding his severed head aloft. Yet, where had General Li gone again? Chapter 271, Justice of the Flying Tiger, a report of gratitude. In the 63rd year, down casually discarding the bloodied head onto the ground, it rolled to the wall. Your attire untouched as you beamed at Xianxia and GFA with clasped hands. Your Majesty, Uncle, I have fulfilled my duty. Zhang Guifang's head is severed, and we may commence our feast. The hall fell into an eerie silence. Previously, many from Shiqi, though they had not spoken, had harbored doubts about your abilities, questioning the reliability of a mere child. This skepticism was deeply ingrained. Even GFA, the heavenly son, would be deemed untrustworthy without Xianxia's backing. However, how could it be that Zhang Guifang, who had just raised the banner of rebellion, was so effortlessly dispatched by you? This was astonishingly swift. The hall remained silent for an extended moment, struggling to comprehend until, a quarter of an hour later, a soldier rushed in to report. My lord, good news, my lord. Just moments ago, a child soared out from the city in a flash, and with another swift motion, he vanished again, leaving behind the lifeless body of Feng Lin, Zhang Guifang's deputy. The soldiers, in a frenzy of excitement, reported the incident with animated gestures. Feng Lin, you awkwardly chuckled while firmly pressing your toes against the shoe's sole and, without looking back, took flight once more. It struck you as peculiar that after slaying Zhang Guifang, your inner spirit reservoir failed to absorb even a fragment of the profound insights of the great Tao. It turned out you had mistakenly targeted the wrong individual. The martial generals of the Shang dynasty can generally be categorized into three distinct types. The first category encompasses pure cultivators, such as the four generals of the Mo family and disciples of the Jie sect like Yuhua, as well as those rogue cultivators who later joined the Shang. Slaying such generals undoubtedly yields insights into the Great Tao. The second category includes individuals like Huang Feihu, who are purely mortal commanders adept in military strategy. Although their personal strength may be lacking, their absence in large-scale battles, where tens of thousands are involved, would be profoundly felt. However, eliminating such mortal generals will not grant any insights into the Great Tao. The third category is represented by unique figures like Zhang Guifang. They are neither purely mortal nor entirely cultivators, but represent a particularly exceptional class within the Shang's martial hierarchy, favored by the fortunes of the human race. Normal chi refining practitioners can only comprehend the Great Tao after attaining immortality. Yet, individuals like them, under the special favor of human destiny and the Shang's dynasty, can grasp the Great Tao directly, even without cultivation, transcending the barriers between the immortal and the mortal realms. This explains why figures like Zhang Guifang, despite their meager magical prowess, can consistently achieve victories through their extraordinary skills. Their techniques have long transcended mere sorcery, merging with the essence of the Great Tao. With the backing of the Shang's official positions, such mortals can even slay golden immortals. Thus, slaying such generals will certainly allow for the absorption of insights into the Great Tao. How embarrassing! Henceforth, one must inquire names before engaging in combat. Feeling the awkwardness, you once again soared from Shiqi City. At that moment, Feng Lin's corpse had just been removed, and Zhang Guifang, seething with fury, returned to challenge you. Upon seeing you, his fierce eyes blazed with intensity, demanding to know your name. I am Neza. I am your grandfather. After confirming each other's names, both of you felt satisfied. One wielded a fiery spear, while the other brandished a formidable battle blade, and you quickly clashed in a fierce battle. It was evident that the young rascal was incapable, even misidentifying his opponent. Such serious delays in military matters warranted execution. Back in the Grand Hall of Shiqi, as you departed, discordant voices once again filled the air. This time, everyone has seen clearly that Li Jing has never truly vanished. He has merely been drilling too swiftly. Many are perplexed as to why Li Jing harbors such animosity towards you, yet some are undoubtedly in the know. Huang Feihu furrowed his brow slightly, addressing General Li. I have heard that you have 3 sons, and among them, the third is named Neza, correct? Li Jing's expression darkened. He regarded his son as a born miscreant, a wretch devoid of respect for his elders, unworthy of being called my son. Within the Grand Hall, the eyes of all present sparkled with interest, including the venerable Xianxia and even King Wu, GFA. The innate divine abilities of pure human lineage are such that once the eating melon phenomenon is triggered, one must be satiated to unravel it. With Li Jing's confirmation, Huang Feihu's gaze turned icy. The people of the West Qi may be unaware of the enmity between you and Li Jing, but this former chief of the Shang's martial generals, the Martial King, surely cannot be oblivious to the infamous tales of the beastly events at Shintang Pass. In the realm of Shang, it is common knowledge. Shintang Pass, under the auspices of high officials and ample rewards, has fostered a pure beast, yet from this very beast has emerged a true hero. Particularly, this small hero of Shintang Pass, Neza, is none other than Huang Feihu's savior. Though Huang Feihu may have lost the prestige of his title, he has never faltered in his integrity. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. Kindness is repaid with kindness, and enmity with enmity. Even in the face of the celestial master of the clear void, Huang Feihu dared to proclaim, though you sent your disciple to rescue me, for which I am grateful, I still assert my dignity. I comprehend the concept of divine beings taking disciples, but which deity would snatch a child away without informing their parents? You are nothing but a shameless trafficker. Now, Li Jing has inadvertently tread upon Huang Feihu's sensitive ground. As a general who ought to protect the homeland and ensure the safety of the people, you have, for your own selfish desires, fed the children of Shintang Pass to a monstrous dragon. Were it not for Neza sacrificing himself for you, it would be humane to see you suffer a fitting demise. Yet, not only do you fail to express gratitude, but you also continuously target Neza, tarnishing his reputation. Previously, I had no time to engage with you, but now, before my very eyes, you dare to insult my savior? Do you truly believe that just because I am no longer the martial king of the Shang, I cannot contend with you? Though I may not be the national protector of the Shang, I am still the founding martial king of West Qi, and I will not hesitate to confront you. Huang Feihu unsheathed the steel whip fastened to his waist, raising his hand to strike Li Jing's face. Li Jing may have ascended to the rank of a mortal, yet this is the grand hall of the martial king of West Qi, not some celestial mountain dojo. Here is a matter of who holds greater authority. Huang Feihu struck fiercely, lamenting the heinous acts committed by Li Jing at Shintang Pass. Whilst lamenting how this young hero repaid malice with virtue, only to be repeatedly bullied by Li Jing under the guise of paternal authority. The expressions of the onlookers grew increasingly somber. Jifa turned to Xianxia, his intent unmistakable, inquiring about the possibility of returning the situation. Xianxia, with a helpless shake of his head, recognized the complexity of the matter, as he could not simply dismiss the disciple of the vice master of the burning lamp. Let it be. It may not necessarily be a misfortune, he mused, acknowledging that as the officiant of the divine ordainment, managing a cadre of ironclad hearts proved challenging. Moreover, you are somewhat too formidable, he remarked. The divine ordainment sought to eradicate the Shang, yet the contention lay in the merits to be earned. In Chapter 272, the mightiest divine beast, Xianxia, restrained Huang Feihu from continuing his assault on Li Jing. After a protracted bout, he deemed it appropriate to impart a lesson to Li Jing. Yet, considering Li Jing's two other sons alongside Neza, he imposed a penalty on Huang Feihu, withholding half of his salary, in a gesture to restore some semblance of dignity to Li Jing. Not long after, the atmosphere settled when Li Jing swiftly retreated back into the tower. Words were unnecessary. All eyes turned skyward, witnessing a streak of fire descending. A muffled thud echoed as Zhang Guifang's head rolled to Jiangxia's feet. Entering the grand hall with hands on hips, it was undeniable that this was indeed Zhang Guifang, a name uttered before the slaying commenced. It is Zhang Guifang. It is he. The cheers erupted for General Neza. The hall of Shiqi brimmed with elation. King Wuqing. Xianxia stifled his joy, gesturing for the troops to rally and swiftly expel the forces of King Zhou from the territories of Shiqi. Understood. Huang Feihu felt a surge of determination, gathering his warriors for a charge, finally releasing the pent-up frustration from the siege. The others jubilantly prepared to welcome you, celebrating this hard-won victory. At the feast, the wine flowed generously and the dishes were delectable. Yet the reason behind setting a table for the tower remained a mystery to you. Was it perhaps a local custom of Shiqi? As merriment ensued, you approached the tower, pouring a cup of wine as a sign of respect, though the small divine being did not fully comprehend the significance. After the meal, you calculated the time and retrieved the soul-vanquishing banner, seized from Yuhua in the simulated realm, bidding farewell to the assembly before soaring from Shiqi. At that moment, Huang Feihu had already scattered the defeated troops of the Shang dynasty. After a fierce battle, the souls lost outside the city numbered in the tens of thousands. A multitude of rogue cultivators, having strayed along dubious paths, converged like vultures drawn by the scent of a feast. However, due to the ferocity of Huang Feihu's army, one hesitated to take the field. In the throes of battle, neglecting to act has its advantages. A mere disdainful snort could emanate the power of the Tai golden immortal. With a flicker of thought, the thunderous spells from the jade, clear celestial arts were unleashed, and a circle of thunder struck down several nefarious cultivators who sought to profit from chaos. With Neza from the Chan sect present, those who wish to survive should vacate immediately. Swiftly, the malevolent forces retreated as you wielded the soul-binding banner. Within mere breaths, the souls of thousands of fallen warriors were absorbed into the banner, swiftly refined. The torments of the departed souls were palpable. Once they entered the imperial banner, their suffering was alleviated. You smiled like a charming yet sinister villain, relishing the feast that the soul-binding banner provided, devoid of any psychological burden. Having dealt with this, you returned to your revelries. However, within the grand hall, the atmosphere felt amiss. Someone had already reported your actions outside the city to Xianxia. The others seemed indifferent. Yet Xianxia sensed something amiss. The Chan sect was the most sacred and noble of places. As a disciple, how could you resort to refining such a despicable artifact as the soul banner? Was this not a blatant affront to the esteemed reputation of the Chan sect? As your senior uncle, Xianxia resolved to confront you. Upon your entrance to the grand hall, his aged visage was clouded with fury. Neza, with a resounding slap upon the table, Xianxia admonished you sternly, just as he called your name with a tone tinged with displeasure. A magnificent white crane descended from the thatched hall outside. The crane boy hopped over and placed a bag into your hand. Neza, the day you descended from the mountain, Master Xiandu from the human sect sent a petal of the pure world white lotus, asking me to deliver it to you. He said to affix it to the soul banner, so it would no longer emit dark smoke and tarnish your image. Ah, do thank my esteemed ancestor for me. He is truly benevolent. Very well, I shall return to report. The crane boy took flight once more, and with the soul-binding banner in one hand and the pure world white lotus petal in the other, you entered the grand hall. Who to call my name? Is there something amiss? Everyone turned to Xianxia. Even Li Jing's tower leaned slightly in that direction. You queried, Uncle, do you wish to teach me how to conduct myself? Xianxia replied, No. He gestured animatedly, indicating he merely wished to self-penalize with 3 cups, showcasing his capacity for indulgence. In the 63rd year, Indu settled in Xianxia, and to your delight, Lady Yin was also there. The two of you, having not seen each other for quite some time, were filled with longing. Naturally, life under her care was splendid. However, you found it perplexing that everyone spoke of Li Jing's presence in Xianxia, yet you had never encountered him. It was indeed quite strange. You suspected Li Jing had mastered an exceptionally adept invisibility technique. Meanwhile, from the Shang dynasty, the news of Zhang Guifang's dismal defeat in the campaign against Xianxia spread back to Chaoga. Wen Zhong yearned to personally lead the charge. Yet he found himself constrained by the insurrection of the Eastern Sea's Pingling King, rendering him unable to act as he wished. Thus, he sought out his elder brother, Jie on the Nine-Dragon Island, accompanied by the 4 saints of the island. The 4 saints of Nine-Dragon Island, being close friends of Shi, readily accepted the invitation upon learning that he was also in West Qi. They soared through the clouds to Chaoga, received imperial honors from Xian, and proceeded to march towards West Qi. Not long after the death of Zhang Guifang, a new war was set to commence. In the 64th year, the 4 saints of Nine-Dragon Island arrived at the outskirts of West Qi City. In the original text, these 4 were formidable beings indeed. One of Xianxia's deaths, among his 7 fatalities and 3 injuries, was at their hands. Their individual prowess was undeniably fierce, far surpassing the 3rd-generation disciples of the Chan sect. Defeating them would require either a surprise attack using magical artifacts or the involvement of elite figures such as the 12 immortals of Yushu, accompanied by their disciples. To secure victory, it must be said that, in terms of sheer strength, the Jie, led by Tang Tianjun, indeed outclassed the Chan sect, led by Yuanshi Tianzuan. Were it not for their rigid adherence to rules and lack of cooperation, the notion of Chan sect triumphing over Jie would be utter folly. However, the might of the 4 saints of Nine-Dragon Island was formidable indeed. One might question how their prowess measures against that of the renowned. On the first day of battle, the situation unfolded much as depicted in the original narrative. The mere aura emanating from the 4 divine beasts ridden by the 4 saints rendered the mounts of West Qi, save for Huang Feihu's multicolored divine bull, utterly incapacitated. Under such circumstances, there was hardly a need for combat. A single charge would likely result in the deaths and injuries of at least half of the West Qi army. Xianxia recognized the dire predicament and contemplated a retreat to devise a plan. He recalled the divine beast, the Qilin, tethered atop Kunlun Mountain at Qilin Cliff. If he could summon that beast, it might counter the mounts of the 4 saints. At that moment, a small hand gently pressed upon Xianxia's shoulder. With a sweet smile, you said, Uncle Master, do you know what the most powerful divine beast in the world is called? What is it? He inquired. The bear child, you replied, shouldering a fiery spear and striding forward with an air of confidence. Ao Jinju exuded the might of a dragon. It was uncertain whether the bear child could truly be considered a divine beast, but without the constraints of karmic bindings. The true dragon was undoubtedly the strongest divine beast of the primordial era, at the very least more capable than the Qilin. Chapter 273. The dragon incantation. As the might of the dragon was unleashed, it divided into 2 fronts. The mounts and warhorses of West Qi immediately felt enveloped by a profound sense of security, while the 4 divine beasts under the 4 saints of Nine-Dragon Island instinctively let out a roar of alarm. What are the fierce, the Bien, the Swan and I, and the exotic spotted leopard? One might question how many among them earned their divine beast titles due to the dragon's blood coursing through their veins. Uncle Master, Neza requests to battle. You turn around, cupping your fists in respect, while Xianxia nodded vigorously. With a shake of your fire-tipped spear, you proclaimed, Here stands Neza of Yushu, who dares to challenge me. Is you I seek to slay? Roared Li Xingba, the youngest of the four saints. His eyes ablaze with fury. He urged his fearsome mount forward, wielding twin short spears as the two of you engaged in a fierce melee. After a few breaths, you furrowed your brow. Was this all? In terms of close combat skills, Li Xingba paled in comparison to Zhang Guifang. It appeared that his true prowess lay elsewhere. Indeed, after exchanging several more blows, you managed to topple his mount with a thrust of your spear. Just as it seemed he was on the verge of defeat, he feigned a vulnerability, turning to unleash a sudden attack. A distinct sound erupted. Pooh! You recall the last time you heard such a genuine noise. It was during a comedic performance by Master Wu, who mimicked the act of drawing a pen from behind him. Li Xingba had no pen, yet he expelled a gleaming orb, golden and round. It struck you squarely in the chest, causing you to involuntarily spit out saliva. Is this how you play? Bah! You contemplated a shift in your role to that of a pea shooter, still formidable in its own right. To be fair, Li Xingba's ambush was indeed powerful. Yet your 9 transformations of mystical arts had already ascended to the Golden Witch level, and with just a slight advancement, you would possess the body of a great witch. What does possessing the body of a great witch entail? It refers to the one who chased after the 9 suns. With a chilling gaze, you flick your spear, preparing to unleash a complete set of the beehive way spear techniques upon Li Xingba. Do not harm my brother. The other 3 saints, unable to remain passive spectators, took action. The eldest, Wang Mo, summoned a celestial pearl, striking your spear with immense force, followed by the ferocious advance of his beast, the Bihuan. The second, Yang Sun, and the third, Gao Yuqian, joined the fray without a shred of shame, employing a tactic of collective assault against you. By all standards, such behavior was utterly shameless. In traditional warfare, one does not engage in mobbing. Should one side resort to such tactics, the other would undoubtedly retaliate with their own elite warriors. Regrettably, in the current situation of Shiqi, even Zhang Guifang would be a challenge to overcome, let alone contend with the 4 saints of Jiulong Island. To engage would only invite chaos. Xianxia, Huang Feihu, and the others could only watch anxiously, while you, facing the challenge, found solace in the silent encouragement of Li Jing, who had just emerged from the tower, cheering for the heroes of Jiulong Island in his heart. Go on, heroes of Jiulong Island. The pressure was mounting. You manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding your fire-tipped spear, the Qian Kuan circle, the mixed heaven silk, and the golden brick, as you faced the relentless assault of the 4 saints. The strain intensified, especially when all 4 unleashed their meticulously nurtured treasures, forming a formidable combined attack that made it exceedingly difficult for your 6 arms to withstand. You have come to understand that in the original text of the Investiture of the Gods, the need to slay the 4 saints of 9 Dragon Island prompted the Chan sect to orchestrate such a grand spectacle, meticulously distracting and luring each one before delivering the fatal blow. Each of the 4 saints, when isolated, possesses the prowess of a standard golden immortal of the primordial chaos. However, united in their strength, and bolstered by 2 creation pearls and 1 earth-breaking pearl, they could indeed contend with the great Luo golden immortal. Before long, your lotus battle armor was stained crimson, resembling the color of the mystic sky silk, although the body of the golden, which is remarkably resilient, capable of healing almost instantaneously. Prolonged combat would undoubtedly wear her down. Ah, are you truly forcing me to unleash my ultimate move? Once again, after sustaining severe damage from 4 precious orbs, your fury ignited. With a mere thought, the tiger soul within your dantian fused with the fire spear in your grasp. The acquired postnatal treasure instantly transformed into a primordial treasure, exuding boundless murderous intent. With a sweeping strike, the 4 saints were taken aback, hastily retreating 1,000 meters. Their faces turned ashen, each experiencing a brush with death. Had that spear struck true, even the Celestial Master would have been unable to intervene in time. Fear not. With such a formidable weapon in his possession, he can only wield it a few times with his current power. If we remain cautious and endure, the 4 of us shall surely avenge Sister Shi today. Wang Mo, with his astute gaze and extensive experience, understood the allure of treasures at the level of primordial treasures. However, such artifacts are not easily wielded by all. When those mighty beings of the primordial chaos, who possess primordial treasures, engage in duels of magic, they often refrain from employing their lethal artifacts until absolutely necessary. This hesitation arises from the fear of exhausting their power without securing victory, rendering the effort a futile endeavor. Thus, Treasures of the primordial level are rarely revealed until the direst of circumstances, primarily serving as instruments of intimidation. In the eyes of Wang, Mo, and others, you appear as a cornered beast, bereft of options. Yet Xianxia interjects. As for the incantation, allow me to assist you in dealing with them. Very well. Initially, you had not intended to invoke the dragon technique at this moment. Having just aided GFA, this was only the second battle of the investiture. And according to your plan, you intended to reserve this technique for a climactic scene, where it could shine, delivering a blow to the GS sect. Alas, reality does not cater to your desires as Master Tai would, if you choose not to adhere to the established course of the investiture of the gods. Seeking to single-handedly confront the four saints of Nine Dragon Island to gain profound insights into the Great Tao, you must be prepared to face the potential consequences of failure. Tell me the incantation. You breathe deeply and inquire. To unleash the dragon technique, one must first gain the cooperation of the dragon itself. The initial phase of learning and practice is intricate. However, to put it simply, summoning the dragon requires the recitation of a specific incantation beforehand. The individual invoking the dragon must chant the spell while simultaneously performing the summoning technique, thus enabling the successful manifestation of the dragon. You and Xianxia have only recently grasped this summoning technique. In her quest for mastery, Xianxia changes her incantation daily. And today's spell is as follows. Clearing her throat, Xianxia adopts the official accent of the Shang dynasty. If it's not invigorating, I'm here to make it lively. However, Xianxia finds the nuances of a Northern Sea dialect challenging to emulate, deciding instead to embody a dragon from the Central Plains. Eager and combative, she becomes impatient with your delay in reciting the incantation, exclaiming, "Hey, you there! What are you doing standing around? Shout out loud. I'm ready to charge into battle with you." Chapter 274, Flattening the Western Chi, Capturing Neza Alive. Can we change the incantation? Absolutely not. With determination etched on your youthful face, you resolve that you fearlessly embrace the challenge, undaunted by the prospect of public embarrassment. Taking a deep breath, you boldly declare, if it's not invigorating, I'm here to make it lively. Your authentic Shang dynasty accent resonates throughout the venue. The people of Western Chi struggle to comprehend, yet the warriors from the four saints of Nine Dragon Island, hailing from Shang, are suddenly alert. What makes it invigorating? Is it something as delightful as a bowl of spicy soup? In an instant, your exquisite waist belt vanishes. The prowess of your and Xianxia's dragon summoning technique pales in comparison to the grand displays wielded by ancestral shaman Zhu Rong during battles against the Eastern Emperor Tai. In hushed silence, Xianxia merges with you, and delicate, rosy dragon horns sprout from your forehead. Your eyes, reminiscent of a Persian cat, reveal one golden orb and one black. It's somewhat adorable. You've become even cuter, but that's of little consequence. What truly matters is the overwhelming surge of boundless magical power coursing through you. Previously, the Firepoint Spear, which had merged with the Tiger Soul, would only allow for 3 thrusts before exhausting its energy. But now, it's merely a trifling matter. Why consider magical consumption? You grin, your mouth curling into a mischievous smile, thinking, the four saints of Nine Dragon Island? I've unleashed my full potential. Whether it's the four saints or the 8 saints, even if the great Luo Golden Immortal appears, today they shall all be reduced to mere cinders. You charge forth, spear in hand, towards the four saints of Nine Dragon Island, shattering their precious gem-based formation within a mere 15 breaths. The four saints are taken aback by your ferocity. Suddenly, they realize that their bond with Shiji is rather superficial. At most, they need to offer more sacrifices during festivals. And there's no need to seek vengeance against her. Exchanging knowing glances, they reach a silent consensus. We shall be obedient students of the Celestial Master, retreating to the island to quietly recite the Yellow Court scripture, regardless of the commotion outside. Withdraw. The four saints were then compelled to make their escape. Observing your fierce gaze, they thought to themselves, even in public, I am unashamed. Can I allow you to take pleasure in this? You decided to flee. With a swift motion of your hips and a twist of your form, a dragon tail emerged behind you, ensnaring the leader, Wang Mo. In that instant, you wielded the fire spear like a javelin, directly impaling the second, young senator with a mere thought. The tiger blade returned, merging seamlessly with the golden brick. You leaped high, your tail supporting Wang Mo. While you held the golden brick, executing a forceful slam that shattered Gao Youqian's skull, and with a swift motion, you crushed Wang Mo's head. Among the 4 saints of Nine Dragon Island, 3 perished and 1 fled, leaving only the 4th, Li Xingba, who frantically transformed into a beam of light and attempted to escape. Could you allow him to fulfill his desire? The tiger blade fused once more with a wind and fire wheel, pursuing relentlessly. In the battlefield, the general stood vacant. Li Jing exclaimed, "Look, he has grown a tail. I told you he is a beast." Xianxia shot him a glance and waved his hand, signaling the charge. Kill. The generals of West Qi received their orders and surged forward, causing the disorganized Shang army to bleed profusely. On the day the 4 saints of Nine Dragon Island made their appearance, they faced utter defeat. Meanwhile, you had already chased Li Xingba to the Western Sea. Li Xingba felt a glimmer of hope. The Nine Dragon Island was near, and if he could escape a little longer, he would reach home. Once there, he would summon his allies to ensure you met with a dire fate. However, several beams of light descended from the sky. Before him stood Jin Jia Mujia and Wei Hu, 3 disciples of the Chan religion's 3rd generation, along with the 3 celestial beings, Munju Shri, Samanabhadra, and Si Hong, blocking his path firmly. "Third brother, I will assist you," Jin Jia shouted, casting the dragon-binding stake to ensnare Li Xingba. "Do not move. He is mine." You perceived the urgency of the situation and rapidly activated the wind and fire wheel, unfurling the mixed sky ribbon to interpose between the dragon-binding stake and Li Xingba. Seeing this, Wei Hu recognized an opportunity. He raised his demon-subduing pestle, aiming to crush Li Xingba's skull. Cannot comprehend human speech, can you? Begone. You executed a reverse kick, sending Wei Hu flying, while the golden brick in your hand crashed down. The 4 saints of Nine Dragon Island were annihilated, their true spirits returning to the divine list. You sensed a surge of enlightenment from the Tao within your dantian, taking a deep breath to release the dragon summoning technique. Your previously protective expression transformed back into your usual charming smile. Neza greeted the 3 uncles, as well as his elder brother, second brother, and this senior brother, politely acknowledging each in turn. The stark contrast in demeanor left the onlookers somewhat bemused, particularly Wei Hu, who rubbed his waist while grimacing. Wen Shu, Hu Xian, and Si Hong, the 3 venerable masters, shook their heads in resignation. Little Neza, your temper is growing increasingly fervent. However, this is not the time for reminiscing. Where are the other 3 saints of Jiulong Island? Lead the way swiftly. We must ensure their complete annihilation upon descending the mountain. They're all dead. This is the last one. I sincerely apologize. I almost had you assist me just now. You placed your hands on your hips, exuding confidence. The disciples of the Chan sect twitched at the corners of their eyes. Aren't they all dead? It is crucial to remember that on the very day the Chan sect received the function list, Yuan Shi Tianzuan expended tremendous magical power to calculate the heavenly secrets, accurately determining the descent timing for each disciple of the Chan sect. But now you have already slain them. What purpose does our descent serve? Are we to gather at the West Sea for a seafood feast? The younger disciples were indifferent, merely feeling your prowess, even forgetting the recent grudge with Wei Hu. However, the 3 elders wore expressions of grave seriousness. It is essential to recognize that during a great calamity, the timing of entering the world is of paramount importance. Any disruption could lead to total failure. Let us return to our respective mountains. I will go to Yushu Palace to seek the master's judgment. After conferring, the 3 elders took their disciples back to their caves. You watched them depart before sitting directly upon the surface of the West Sea. Closing your eyes, you took a deep breath. Half an hour later, when you reopened your eyes, you had attained the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. The cultivation shackles that had bound you for several years, with the selfless contributions of Yu Hua, Zhang Guifeng, and the 6 masters of Jiulong Island, smoothly shattered, saving you more than a millennium of cultivation time. Fengshen, how marvelous! You excitedly soared back to Shiqi, thinking to yourself that if this trend continues, by the time you reach Xiaoga, you at least be a Luo Golden Immortal. Perhaps, with a stroke of luck, a quasi-saint could be within reach. In the 65th year, due to your presence, the intricate schemes of the Fengshen have become utterly transformed. Not a single disciple from the Chan sect who was meant to assist Xianxia in vanquishing Zhou has arrived, for there was simply no opportunity to come. Even Xianxia himself had no chance to return to Kunlun Mountain to retrieve the Fengshen list and the god-slaying whip, because it was entirely unnecessary. 3 months after the annihilation of the 4 saints of Jiulong Island, reinforcements arrived in Chaoga once again. With a single charge, you toppled all that could be challenged, gaining profound insights into the great principles. By the end of the year, formidable figures once more appeared. The 4 generals of the demon clan were at the gates, vowing to sweep through Xianxia and capture Xianxia alive.